Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold. A reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
Hello. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis Show. We have a little treat for you today, organized by Mr. Noodles here. Thank you, Noodles, for doing this. It should be interesting, to say the least. So, Noodles, we already have Mr. Social Experimentalist here, a.k.a. Danny Shine. So we are waiting on Mr. Vegan Gains to join the show. They're going to have a little conversation, hopefully in good faith. Hopefully it will go well.
Yeah, and we'll just preface everything with being super respectful to the best of our ability, and not saying, not using any phrases or terms or gestures that would, get the stream taken down. So.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. So we are just waiting for Mr. Vegan Gains to come on here. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with Vegan Gains. He's got a huge channel there, over 300,000 subscribers. So he's a big deal. So I believe he's on his way, Noodles. He's in his Toyota. He's in his Toyota Corolla, driving here on the highway to heaven, as he would put it. to the Finding Gnosis show?
I believe so. Yeah. He should be
Wonderful.
with us momentarily.
Well, I tell you what, it got me off the sofa because I was feeling shit all day. So, yeah, I've been nursing this cold, trying to make it go away. Speak of the devil, Mr. Vegan Gains, you are on the Finding Gnosis show, looking very dapper, sir. You are here, and yeah, Mr. Noodles organized this, so welcome.
Hey.
And you're going to have a conversation.
Just gonna start off and say, obviously, we know which words and terminology and phrases we should not be using to protect.
I don't think we need to do. I think they know. Look.
Okay,
Go
well,
to Corolla.
out there.
They know. They know. Look, you're not stupid guys, so you know the story. So, who wants to start then? First of all, I believe the debate's going to be about the fact that Danny, you believe Mr. Vegan Gains should be an antinatalist, okay? And secondly, you think veganism is a bit of a waste of time.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Oh, go ahead then. Sorry. What is the debate or conversation, whatever you want to call it?
I don't know. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I thought you said to me earlier that compared to antinatalism, veganism is a complete waste of time. And
No, I didn't
Mr.
say
Vegan
that.
Gains,
I definitely didn't say that. I just think that veganism is a downstream problem. I'm not saying that it's a waste of time, and there are some very there's some very important downstream problems that need attention. Yeah, but it's still a downstream problem, and the upstream problem is unprotected sex, and that is the problem.
No, we're losing you.
Yes.
So basically,
sorry, you can't hear me?
Sorry, I can now. Go ahead. Okay,
I'm saying the upstream problem is unprotected sex, which is that's the cause of all problems. That's the cause of all my problems. It's the cause.
What do you mean by unprotected sex? Do you mean, like, are you an antinatalist, or are you just responsible procreation?
I don't call myself an antinatalist because I don't really like any labels, but if I call myself
anybody should have kids, or do you think nobody should have kids?
No, I would call if I have to call myself anything, I'm an abolitionist. Abolitionist. Which I define as calling for the abolition of all slavery. And I believe that slavery, the ultimate slavery, is slavery of being in the body. So I'm kind of...
Do you think we should go around killing everybody?
No, I don't think we should kill everybody. I think that we should I think that we should end slavery by firstly looking and closing the door in to the penitentiary and opening the door out of the penitentiary, and then when we're in the penitentiary we have to work on ourselves, unfortunately, which is the real pain in the ass. And really, like, almost every bone in my body doesn't want to do it, but we have to work on ending our slavery to our own desires whilst we're here. Yeah. So whilst we're
okay, I want to...
I'm saying one of the jobs that I believe we've got to do when we become aware of the penitentiary that we're in is to let everybody know, right? Unfortunately, that's what we're in, and to turn the tap off at the beginning and to open the door at the end. So euthanasia should be available to everybody who wants it, and people should be thinking very, very carefully about bringing people in. And I'll just finish on this. I would say to you and to anybody listening that I'm not so interested in, the question about should everybody not have children or not, because that's just an opinion about what people should do, but they're not going to do it, so therefore it's a useless opinion, right? What I do question is I've yet to find any human being that can tell me a good, logical and ethical reason why they themselves should be reproducing. So I'll leave you with that. But I also wanted to say that I don't know if I'm correct, but I understand that you've had a vasectomy. In
Yeah.
which case,
Most on steroids.
yeah, okay. In which
Well,
case,
that does act as a contraceptive.
oh, okay, great. So, I have nothing but respect for you for doing that. I think it's absolutely amazing, and yeah, I'll leave it there.
Okay, well, I want to understand your position. Like, do you think not a single person should ever have kids? Like, in an ideal world, if you could convince everybody, would you be in favor of nobody ever having children?
Well, put it this way: I can't think of a reason why anybody should. Why should anybody bring someone into this world?
So, is your position that nobody should ever have children?
No, it's not my position because I don't hold that type of position. I remain with the question: why would anybody, given the risks involved and given the people that already need adoption and they need fostering and they need taking care of and they need your time and they need you as an uncle or an aunt or a godfather or whatever, why would anybody do that in today's world or in any world? That's the question I remain with, right? And as of yet, I haven't had an answer. So, like for example, you've had a vasectomy, so I assume that you've come to the conclusion that you don't want to bring someone into this world, right?
Yeah.
So why would anybody do that? And so far, I've offered people a prize of up to $10,000 to give me a good, logical, and ethical reason why they themselves should reproduce, should bring someone into.
So what would the criteria for that be?
Well, I'll tell you what, have a go and we'll see. Have a go. If you can think of one, let me know.
Well, sure, because you want to.
Yeah, that's not a logical and ethical reason to do something.
How is that not a logical, ethical reason?
Well, because the fact that someone wants to do something, what differentiates us from animals?
Well, what's the criteria?
What
would be a good logical reason?
What differentiates us from animals?
Well, you haven't even told me what the criteria is for what a good logical reason would be.
Okay, what differentiates us from animals?
Can you give me a reason for why wanting to isn't a good logical, ethical reason?
Well, because for the same reason as wanting to rape a child is not a good logical and ethical reason.
Why?
What wanting to do it something is a logical and ethical reason to do it.
Yeah, why is it not?
Logical it is. Ethical it's not, because it harms somebody else very seriously.
Okay, and why is that an issue? Like, I'm a moral anti-realist, so from my perspective, if you have a given preference towards something and it suits your own values, then that would in fact be ethical. So if your motivation to have children is because you want to have kids,
yeah,
and you are personally fine with potential consequences of that. So yeah, your kid could suffer, but it could also experience well-being. And maybe you see a much higher likelihood of your kid experiencing well-being. Maybe you're rich and you can give your kid a good life. And the likelihood of them, I don't know, like getting addicted to drugs or joining a gang is very low. How would that not fulfill? I don't know why that would violate a criteria of a good, logical, ethical reason.
So, what if someone wanted to eat some meat?
What does that have to do with anything? Again, I keep asking you what the criteria is for what a good, logical, ethical reason is. You can't even give me the criteria.
Right. Okay. The criteria is that you do something that it's not ethical to cause someone a great deal of harm without their consent.
Okay, so the criteria is we're going off the
To
fundamental
choose to do
axiom.
something,
Right.
to do something. Yeah, I was always under the impression that it is unethical to do something that is going to cause somebody else a huge amount of harm and death without their consent.
Oh, okay. So if that's the criteria, how would wanting kids with the intended goal of giving them a good life violate that?
Because wanting them's got nothing to fucking do with anything. Wanting is a desire that gets planted into your head, usually, or is either planted into your head and or
okay, well, simply bringing somebody into the world
DNA,
doesn't cause them
right?
great
So
harm.
what's wanting got to do with anything? The fact is,
So simply bringing somebody into the world.
I may want to punch you in the face, but it's going to lead to you being in pain, and therefore, unless you consent to it, right? I look. Put it this way, I can see what's going on here. As far as I'm concerned, what's going on here is just I don't even know why I agree to doing this whole thing, because I'm not into debates really. I'm more into kind of like chatting to you, right, and maybe seeing what we've got in common and trying to understand each other better. But where this is going, right? I mean, I saw you do.
Oh
this
no, somebody's disagreeing with me.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's not that. I'm just not. I just don't see. I don't see where this is going. I don't see what is going on here. What the point?
Well, this is clearly going somewhere. Okay, so basically, so fine, we can agree to that standard that causing somebody harm without consent is unethical. I don't see how.
So unless you've, or put it this way, I don't want to live. I don't want to do that. I understand the way civilization works, as far as I can understand it, the way it works to some degree, although corporations and governments don't do this, but to some degree there is an agreement that it's just not okay to harm somebody else without their consent.
Yeah, sure. We can agree to that. Yeah, sure.
Aggression principle, right?
Sure, we can agree to that standard.
Bringing someone into existence, yeah, you are bringing them into harm's way for no good reason. It's not that there's no good logical reason to do that to them.
Creating the potential.
It's always completely selfish. It's not
so creating the potential for somebody. So creating the potential for somebody to experience harm is not the same thing as causing somebody harm without their consent.
Yeah, it may not be the same thing, but it leads to the same thing.
No, it absolutely does not. So if I have children and my child ends up growing up and decides to smash their fingers with a hammer, they consented to doing that. That's something that they did on their own free will. So you're not violating the harm they experienced. It's not something that you inflicted upon them without their consent.
What if they got cancer? What if they got terribly depressed and killed?
That's not something you did to them.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Something that you caused. It's something that you caused.
No, it's not.
By you
caused
having
them to exist.
Sex. You caused it. By
you caused them to exist.
Yes, and
every bad thing that could potentially happen to them.
If they wouldn't have existed, they wouldn't have had to go through that.
That doesn't mean you caused that.
Yes, you are the primary cause.
Okay, so do you think
hold on a second. Let me ask you this question.
Wait. If you believe this, if you believe that someone is responsible for everything that happens to their child or their child does, then do you think parents should be locked in prison if their child commits murder?
No, I think they should be locked in prison before their child commits murder. I think
you think if somebody has children, they should be locked in prison?
Every parent should be put in prison for what they've done. It's a crime against
humanity. So
Because
sorry,
it's a
then why
crime
in the
against
fuck?
humanity.
So
It's a
you're just
crime
okay.
against the
So
children. It's a crime against themselves
right.
as
So
well.
you were bullshitting me earlier. I asked you directly, do you think nobody should have children ever? And then you said, oh, well,
Yes.
that's not my position. Now you're fucking
I
telling
didn't
me
say it's not my
anybody
position.
who
I didn't say
procreates
it's
should be
not my
locked in
position.
jail.
I
So
didn't say it's not
clearly
my
your
position.
position is nobody should
I
ever
didn't
have
say it's not
children.
my position. I didn't say not my position. What I did say is, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, because I think that your energy is so, I don't know, it's just not something that I want
Well,
to.
I've gotten a whiff that you're completely dishonest and you can't
You're
answer
just in for
anything
it. You're just
directly and
in.
honestly.
I'm not interested in having debates, which is why I shouldn't have come on here. I just wanted to have a chat with you.
Yeah, right. Oh no, somebody disagrees with
Calm
me.
down. All right,
Yeah.
guys. Listen, why don't we just talk one at a time then, and just let it roll out naturally?
Okay? Yeah. Go for it.
Go ahead, Danny.
I'm done. I'm done with what I've said for the moment, and you know,
Okay.
you can carry on chatting. Maybe you can chat about what we've just said, you guys.
It's up
What
to
the
Vegan
fuck
Gang.
is this? Like, I'm sorry, you say a bunch of stupid shit and then I can't question you on it? And then I have to talk to somebody else? So again, I asked you directly, do you think no one should ever have children? And then you said, well, that's not my position. Then you take the position that anybody who procreates should be locked in jail. So, like, that seems to be the case, that you believe nobody should ever procreate.
Can I just ask you? Can I just ask you a question further than
why, if you think somebody shouldn't procreate, why would you lock them in jail?
It's really cool. By the way, my name's Danny. What's your name? Can you just remind me what your name is?
Richard. Like, that's
Richard.
my actual name.
Okay. Hi, Richard. Okay. Let me just backtrack, right? I must apologize. I made a mistake, right? I came here kind of knowing that this is going to be a kind of debate. I wasn't really sure what it was. And if there's part of me that's kind of into the idea of debating, this little sort of devil part.
I don't care why you're here, what you're expecting. I don't care.
Let me finish. Can you let me finish, right? I am not interested in debating people. I'm not interested in that.
Then fuck off.
Okay, fine. Then I will. That's fine. I'll shut up now.
So basically, from what I've heard here, Vegan Gains is saying, Danny, that what you said earlier, he finds disingenuous. He feels that you actually do view it as bad and wrong that anybody has kids, because the statements that you've said have led to anybody watching coming to that conclusion. You feel they should be in jail, that it's a crime against humanity, that it's the worst possible thing you can do to another human. So that's just the position we're trying to cement. Is that your position, that it's always wrong for someone to have a kid?
I kind of like, as I said to you before, I think I need just a little bit of space, because I can feel the problem with debates. Yeah, I'm just saying
that somebody will disagree with you and poke holes.
He's going to interrupt. Can I ask? Can I just? The only thing I ask for is
I'm not interested in having a meta argument over why you don't.
I really don't want to have. I really don't want to.
I don't really care whether or not you like debating or not.
DNW, if you can just.
So again, if your position is that nobody should have children because it violates consent and it causes harm, then let's debate that, because I disagree.
Okay, all right, guys. So we're going to debate that.
You go and debate that, right? That's absolutely fine with me, right? I've just reminded myself that I find debates are really unhelpful, and I'll tell you why. Just for myself, this is just me. You may be different, and you clearly are, and you're into debates.
I don't give a shit. Right? I don't give a shit.
Okay, fine. You may not give a shit.
You can just shut your mouth. I don't fucking care about why you don't like
debates. You don't give a shit. But what happens?
I don't give two fucks. You don't. No, stop. Stop. I'm not interested. I don't care. I don't care. I don't need to hear your rationalization of why you don't like debates. I don't give a fuck.
So, right, I mean,
I'm not here to fucking listen to you ramble about why you don't like debates.
You guys.
So either argue with me or don't. Either argue with me or don't.
All right, guys. 1 second. I don't want to have a debate with anyone, actually, Danny. Just so you know, I'm not bothered.
Right. Okay. Fine. So,
but I think if you want to bring it into a conversation, a strong conversation, look, the point is, you're coming at this from what everyone else would perceive as an antinatalist angle. Vegan Gains is coming at this from the angle that he doesn't believe in antinatalism. Okay, and basically that's the two differences here. Now, you have said you feel that it's wrong for people to have kids, that parents should be put in jail. I know that's maybe just a strong rhetoric. You're trying to, maybe you're doing that for a rhetorical effect. But can we just agree that you don't think people should have kids?
Again, it's the words that you use that I have problem with. I think the idea of should is just it's like it's non-acceptance of reality. The reality is that they do have kids, and
you just said
my
should be thrown in jail.
My position is that sentience is a terrible, terrible curse. The idea of creating sentience in the first place, the idea of creating all these pain receptors in another being, right? I just think that's really cruel. It's a dangerous, cruel gamble. That's all I think. But the thing is that I think I need to leave this particular room right now, because I cannot stand this type of energy. It's horrible. It's nasty. It's really destructive as far as I'm concerned. It's not conducive to growth and understanding of each other. It's just like really, it's like, I don't know. I just really,
buddy, you've been
I'm out of
this
there,
entire
right?
time,
You
and you're
can carry on
surprised
doing
that
it.
somebody's
When he's
pushing back,
finished,
so.
when he's finished, I'm happy to come back on the show. But for the moment, I'm not interested in this kind of energy.
Well, why can't you just, Danny?
I'll just put my mic off, or I'll put my mic
all right.
off.
Well, why can't you just pretend you're at speaker's corner talking to someone, and that's it? Because you're very good at that.
Because there's just something. This energy makes me sick.
I've never encountered somebody who actually disagrees with me and will make arguments against me and will make me explain my position.
Well, I no, just to reiterate DNW's point. I've watched you do the speaker's corner stuff, and you're pretty strong. There's been plenty of very combative people there.
I know, I agree with you, but there's something about this that I find very distasteful about the whole way it's being.
Well, okay,
if I was in speaker's corner, what I would do, right, with this kind of energy is I would just literally meditate for a while and see what happens.
Random cars that you'll run into at the park at Speaker's Corner aren't going to be able to argue as well as me. So yeah, welcome to the fucking world of online debate, where you'll encounter some people who actually know how to debate and will actually make you define your positions. And you'll discover that you haven't really thought things through all that well, and you're actually going to have to think for once.
Yeah. Bet you get a already big hard on when you do that.
So the main contention we have here is that you're claiming procreation is morally wrong because you are causing harm which violates consent. You're fine with harm if it does not violate consent. So if somebody, like two people agree to a boxing match, presumably, but you do have a problem with harm if it violates consent, like if I were to just randomly punch somebody in the face. So the contention here is that I do not see how procreating violates that harm consent principle. You are not causing harm by procreating. There is a downstream effect where you can look at the causal chain of events where, because somebody procreated, harm was produced in the future, and if they did not procreate, that harm wouldn't exist. But that doesn't mean you are the cause of that harm. So if you do believe that, if you do believe that because somebody in some way is part of that causal chain, they are responsible ultimately, that would mean if you have kids and your child rapes somebody or murders someone or commits any kind of crime, steals, that would mean logically you would have to concede parents should be locked in jail for anything their child does, regardless of whether or not they were actually directly related in the crime. So if your kid steals, Well, the parents would have to be locked up. Because even though the parents didn't tell the kid, hey, go to Walmart and steal, or was in any way involved in the crime, just simply because, oh, well, the child exists because of the parents, and because the kid exists, that allowed them to later commit that crime. So do you believe parents should be locked in jail for any crime their kid commits?
There we go, Danny. Danny, so the question is, do you believe parents are always responsible for their children's actions? Are parents fully responsible for all the harms that happen to a child and for all the actions that they do in life? Because I believe that is something Danny does believe, because they caused the life to happen in the first place, and therefore they set it on the road to all the actions that it would take and all the harms it would receive. Danny, sorry, go ahead. I'm speaking for you.
No, you carry on. You're doing very well.
Yeah, no, that's the question though. Do you truly believe that the parent is responsible?
What do you think? What do you think?
Well,
we're asking you.
Yeah, I know what you are. I mean, I'm asking DNW. What do you think?
I think, well, first of all, personally, I don't believe in free will. Okay, so it would be, I would say it's even deeper than the parent level. They're on the chain of causation for sure. But because I'm a hard determinist, I would say there's other things that cause the parents to do what they did as well, and there's other stuff happening to the child or the adult in life, the child of the parents, that is outside of either the child or the parents' control. It's all just happening. It's the universe moving through time. It is just, determinism. That's my view. But the question is, what do you think?
Yeah, I just kind of like, I think that this is why I don't, this is why this kind of confrontative, this type of thing, right? In this particular, this is how I feel about it. Right?
It's a simple yes or no question, dude.
No, it's not a simple yes or no question. Right?
It is.
I just think it's a real shame. It's not. It really isn't. I think it's a real shame that this is how this conversation has to go, right? Because I think that this conversation could go a completely different place, which is to firstly acknowledge that the four of us are people who are concerned about suffering and concerned about doing whatever we can to reduce it and to prevent it.
All right. I tell you what, guys, I'm sorry to butt in, but Vegan Gaze, did you want to say something, mate? Because you sound like
there's two issues here. So one relates directly to what we were just talking about. Your whole thesis behind why it is immoral to procreate is because procreation causes harm, which violates consent. That is in contention right now. We're trying to sort that out.
I'm really not interested.
You refuse to engage.
I do.
You refuse to
what
engage
you're doing
with the
here.
questions I'm
it's
asking
really simple.
So that I
it's
can
really
understand your position.
I don't care about these. I'm not interested in these conversations.
Oh, you don't care now.
They lead you down a path of you're trying to win some kind of argument for reasons that I don't even know, right?
Oh, I'm not allowed to disagree.
All I know
I'm not allowed to make arguments now. We're just supposed to all just say words and not actually explore these ideas and see if they make any sense.
Again.
Secondly, this guy's talking about reducing harm. That's what he ultimately wants to do. How would everyone not having children reduce harm? Presumably, animals are still going to exist. And presumably, there would be more animals in existence if humans were to go away, because we take up their habitats. So we build cities, we build farmland, we build industrial zones, which get rid of natural native habitat and wildlife. Well, if we go away, if nobody has children, presumably there will be more animals. What are those animals going to do? They're going to rape and kill each other. Look at what happens, in the wild, where wolves tear apart deer, or lions kill gazelle, or insects kill and eat each other. Are you reducing harm by having more animals that have no moral agency and do whatever the fuck animals do? So if we're all interested in reducing harm, I don't see how that's a pathway towards that. Human civilization seems to be, on the aggregate, far more moral, far more pleasant, far more ethical based on our own preferences than nature, natural native wildlife. So I don't even understand how any of these ideas even achieves that goal.
There you go. Well,
but he ran away. Oh no, somebody is disagreeing with me and they actually have arguments and they're able to poke holes in my logic. I was only here for a conversation. I just like saying words.
Well, Vegan Gains, thank you so much for participating. I do appreciate you coming here. We do have a 71-year-old anti-natalist vegan here.
Stop it. It's about my age.
So what do you think?
I was coming here to support Danny. But
right.
He's gone. So I was just going to sort of help back him up a little bit because he was on his own. And I don't like to see people being picked on.
Yeah.
I've been reading his book. It's fabulous, isn't
it?
Okay.
I'm just, so, to reiterate Vegan Gains' point. So it sounds like there's this notion that, Danny was saying he has sort of this utilitarian approach that we want to reduce suffering as much as possible. And VG is saying that it seems like there's more evidence that suffering would increase if humans weren't here and animals were left to their own devices. And that
that's a fair point.
What do you, Vegan Gains, what do you think? Like,
can I just say, Danny said he'd like to meditate. So he should feel free to meditate now while he's offline. He can come back on to make a point if he wants to. But sorry, go ahead.
Well, so what do you say to the people who say that humans are going to cause way more harm than the animals in the long run?
I don't know how you could figure that. You can look at like the types of deaths that happen in nature. Animals either die of disease, die of starvation, die of exposure, die of environmental disaster, or die violently. Those are all horrible ways to die. They also don't live particularly good lives. We have hentai. You can go to Asian massage parlors and get hand jobs. You can watch TV. You can be in a nice, cozy, heated, and air-conditioned house. You can go out in the world and interact with other people and other animals without having to worry about getting your throat ripped open, without having your guts just eaten out while you're still alive. That's quite a luxury. I would say, like, on average, your average human being lives a very good, safe, comfortable life versus your average animal in the wild.
And you're saying we can help extend that luxury to the animal kingdom.
Well, yeah, that's another thing too. With increasing technology, with improvements in human culture, which have happened gradually over years and years and years, we're being more ethical to each other. Before we used to like stone women to death for having sex outside of marriage. Now we're okay with kids being gay, and we're not murdering people based on their religion as long as you're not Muslim. There's a lot of improvements to human civilization, and I only see that going in that positive direction in the future. And we're extending our ethical values to animals as well. Like, look at the growth of veganism and everything. So humans existing only seems to be a benefit.
Right. So, man, what was I going to say? So, okay. So if Danny is saying there's no unselfish, unethical reason, or there's no unselfish reason to have a child, if someone says, oh, I want to procreate to, in the hopes of, I don't know, making,
I completely reject that idea. I know people personally.
For animals and humans alike, because
I know people personally who state that is the reason they have kids, to make the world a better place and create better human beings, and so their kids can live better lives than them. So that's just completely nonsense.
So one of the things that a lot of the ANs will come back with, oh, you're using that you're exploiting that child. You're using them as a means to an end, and no human should be every human should be an end unto themselves or something. What do you say to that?
I don't know exactly what they mean by that. So first of all, they seem to have this concept that, like, again, you're violating consent in some way. They didn't ask to be born. They didn't ask to have any responsibility. Well, you're talking about a person that doesn't exist. So I don't know how you can violate consent when a person doesn't exist. Secondly, if you ask the majority of people, even people who've lived very hard lives, I've known people personally who survived the Holocaust. They would rather have existed. So this whole idea that you're violating consent in some way, when I don't even see how that's logically possible, and even if we were to, like, consider there are some people who don't want to live, when the vast majority, like damn near 100% of people, will tell you they would have preferred to have existed than not ever existed, I don't see why that's an issue.
There you go. Does anybody else have any questions for Vegan Gains before we wrap it up?
Like the only way his position makes any sense is if he takes like the Gary Emendum stance, where we need to use all the nuclear weapons on Earth to just exterminate all of existence. Otherwise, this whole idea where, oh, only humans should be, prevented from procreating, it's just bizarre. Like there's a fundamental logical problem with his argument to begin with, where, again, he stated the reason procreation is unethical is because it causes harm, violates consent. I reject that idea. I was trying to have an argument over that idea, and he just completely checked out and would not actually defend his position or answer basic, simple, clarifying questions. And secondly, if the ultimate goal is to reduce harm and we just accept that at face value, then I don't even see how that achieves that goal. Unless we're going to exterminate all life on the planet with like nuclear bombs, I would expect suffering to only increase, not decrease.
If we use nuclear weapons, you're saying?
Well, no. If we were to convince all humans to not procreate and we just died out, I would expect suffering to increase, not decrease.
Right. It would certainly, there would certainly be a period where it increases for the humans that are left, and then all the animals that are then left after the fact would basically be, tearing each other apart. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, Chickpea, did you have something you wanted to say to Vegan Gains? I guess not. Go ahead, DNW. I don't know if he's there or not. I
am here. I am here. Big respect for being a vegan. I am too. One of the questions somebody posited earlier was, the name the trait argument, which is obviously very good. If I think Danny could have asked it this way, he views the world as kind of like an industrialized, socially engineered place where, you're put into a position where others have power over you, and you're forced to go to school, you're forced to do this, and etc., etc. So in many ways, he views it as a kind of farm, all right, for humans. So I suppose he could have asked you to name the trait, okay, but in reverse. So why would you allow a child to go through to be brought into an industrialized society, a place where they will be socially engineered, where they will be at the behest of power above them that they can't consent to, much like animals and animal agriculture. Obviously, it's much worse for animals in agriculture, you could argue, because they are literally enslaved in buildings and in bad conditions, and they don't have autonomy, freedom to move around, and they are killed by the power over them. But I suppose that's one line of thought that he could have presented. What do you think of that argument?
Well, the whole reason we have things like social standards, social conditioning, you're forced to go to school up until a certain age, is because it's a benefit to you. And it's presumed that a child does not have the intelligence and agency to make proper decisions for their own benefit. So I don't know how it would benefit any child to not learn basic social skills, basic life skills, how to dress themselves, how to clean themselves, how to eat properly, become educated, learn about language, technology, and just be dumb and completely and utterly incompetent.
I agree. I agree with that, brother. I say I'm not an anti-natalist. I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
So basically, but you can see the point. I can see the point being made here. You're pushing them into a system which may not be good for them. They may not enjoy it. Okay, they may get bullied at school and commit suicide, or they may be taught in a way that doesn't bring out the best in them, and they're not ready for the job market when they leave school, etc., etc. Any number of things could go wrong in society. You know, politically, there may be a problem. So you're putting them into a system. So if we view it as a system, so there's the agricultural system, okay, animal agricultural system, and then there is the societal system that they're born into. Could you name the trait, okay, that differentiates a human from an animal in terms of the morality of putting them into a system that has a power over them?
Well,
Sorry, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
We sort of do that. Like, I mean, we have pets, we have companion animals, and we do make those same sorts of decisions where we don't let, you know, our dogs and cats just roam outside willy-nilly, and let them get run over by a car or killed by a coyote or die of exposure. So we do a similar thing. I think the only reason that we don't do that with wildlife is just because of a variety of practical factors and probably political interest as well. But I don't see how we would have that kind of control at this point over wild animals where we can prevent, like wolves from killing deer and, like, you know.
I agree with you about the wild animals, but again, this is about animals under human control. Okay, so what is the difference in terms of the trait that allows it for humans to breed animals to be pets, for example? I'm opposed to that. I don't know if you are.
I am. Yeah, I'm opposed to that as well.
Okay, so what would be your actually you are a eugenicist, aren't you? So you would probably like some form of procreative restraint, right, in society, right?
Yeah, ideally. I don't know how that's politically possible, though.
So so the question would become, what traits would you say? When should we intervene? Okay, we would intervene as a vegan to say, yeah, we shouldn't breed animals into, you know, pethood or into to be companion pets. We should just look after the ones that, you know, that are already here and not make more of them. And not so why is that different to people?
The humans are part of human society.
Okay. Yeah.
Whereas animals aren't. They're like, we do kind of include them in our social circles in a weird way where there are pets, but they're not really truly part of human society. This cat is hungry.
That cat person.
We had Brother Marcus there. I wish he'd come back on because he is an anti-natalist, and Chickpea here is an anti-natalist as well. Chickpea, sorry, Noodles. Chickpea, you are an anti-natalist. This is your chance. Why should Vegan Gains be an anti-natalist, especially as a vegan person? Because I believe that's part of the argument that Daniel was trying to make. As a vegan, you should be an anti-natalist. He sees it as, you know, two sides of the one coin. But Chickpea, why should vegan gains be singing songs of praise for antinatalism?
Well, this yes, it's a very difficult subject because I've never put, I'm just both. Naturally, there's no political reason for me to be one or the other. I'm just naturally an antinatalist vegan. And as you know, I always have been. Nice cat there, by the way, Vegan Gains. He's gorgeous.
His name is Gummy.
Oh, wow. I've got 7. But
do you want to show the cat to Vegan Gains, because he actually changes persona when he sees animals? So show him your cat quickly.
Dave's outside somewhere.
All right.
He's a naughty little boy. He's gone outside.
By the way, Gum Gum is a vegan cat, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Yes, I know about Vegan Gains. Is a vegan cat. Cat's a vegan. I do know that. Mine aren't. Because at the end of the day, if I had to kill a fish to feed my cats, I would do it. And I wouldn't like it, but I would do it.
Yeah, well, you don't.
What?
Well, you don't.
Or I don't.
Yeah, you don't have to feed your cats meat. You can just feed them vegan food.
Well, we've already had this row on here once. Yeah, I have left the vegan movement because I am leaving anyway because of this. I don't. As far as I'm concerned, humans are herbivores. A cat is a carnivore, in my opinion, in the same way as a fox is an omnivore.
What makes humans herbivores?
Well, we haven't got claws, have we? And we haven't got long thingies. Now, I would like to see.
So, how do we get B12 from only eating plants?
Finish. Okay. Now, a fox can kill a hen in 2 minutes flat and eat it. I'd like to see a human being kill a hen and eat it in 2 minutes. Can't do it.
So how do we get B12 from plants?
I take vitamin pills, I do admit.
So we're obligate omnivores. We have evolved on a mixed diet.
No, I think an omnivore, foxes and grizzly bears are omnivores. So
we're human beings. That's why you have to take B12 supplements.
No. Well, our food's rubbish anyway. Plus, when you cook food, I don't know if you cook your food, but when you cook it, you destroy the vitamin B12 anyway.
There's no vitamin B12 in plants.
Cooked or not. The meat eaters cooking their food. Sorry, I should have mentioned when meat eaters cook. So this whole vitamin B12 thing is a bit of a nonsense anyway. Because I know this.
Right. So do you agree human beings are obligate omnivores and the only reason we're able to follow a vegan diet is because of B12 supplements?
No, I believe that human beings should be herbivores. And that's what I believe. I believe that
should be is different than being. We can eat a diet exclusively of plants due to us being able to manufacture B12. So if the only way we can eat a diet only consisting of plants is by manufacturing B12, then what's the issue with manufacturing things like taurine in a vegan cat diet and getting cats to eat a vegan diet?
Well, like I said, I've discussed this matter with my vet, and my vet is a vegan. And my vet is totally opposed to turning cats into vegans.
Yeah, well, I've had family doctors that are opposed to vegan diets. So what the hell does that matter? Just because your vet says something, that doesn't mean they're a feline nutritionist.
I listen to who I choose to listen to. My vet is a vegan.
So can you make an argument for why cats cannot be vegan?
Because I just
should not be vegan.
Cats have only got a short intestine. They don't have a long intestine.
Yeah. So what's the argument for cats not being able to be vegan?
Because they don't have a long intestine. They are.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Irrelevant. That's just
that is irrelevant.
If the food can be processed to have adequate amounts of protein, and as such, it allows for the digestive system of the cat to
yeah, but they've only got a short intestine. Plus, there was something I read.
Yeah, but if it's processed, Vegan Gains cat is
God.
alive and healthy, isn't it?
How old is it?
He would be a little over 2 years old now.
Yeah, well, wait and see if he lives for 20 years, okay? Chickpea lived for a couple
There
of years.
is no evidence vegan cats live shorter lives.
Well, I've heard differently.
Well, that's great. I
Your
heard
cat
from
didn't
some
live
people
last
Santa
very long,
Claus
your last
exists.
cat, did it? Your last cat only lived for 4.5 years or something.
Well, tell me, how did my cat die?
Tommy, how did my cat?
So how did my cat die?
How? Oh, sorry, I don't know your cat. I got no idea.
So the implication is my cat died because of the diet, if you mention that. So how did he die? What nutritional deficiency did he have that
I'm not
caused his
talking
death?
about it, you know, at the end of the day.
So you're full of shit, and you just decided
Yeah,
to pull
and you're
out of
full
your
of
ass.
shit too. Okay, seeing that.
So you're full of shit, and you decided to pull that out of your ass,
Oh, really?
even though you have no fucking
You know what?
idea how my cat died.
I can see
My cat
now
could have
what-
gotten run over by a fucking car. What the hell does that have to do with his diet?
You know, I can see now why vegans are so unpopular and people.
So you just deliberately decided to make up bullshit that you
Not
know
making
nothing
up.
about
My vet
to insinuate
says
my cat
differently.
died because of his diet.
My vet says differently. Okay, so I listen.
What is that?
to
Okay,
vets.
great. My vet says
Stupid
differently.
men.
The vet I go to, who isn't even vegan, told me that vegan diets for cats are fine. There's nothing in the literature
In my mind,
suggesting
a cat is a
that vegan
carnivore,
diets are
and
not
my
okay
cat-
for cats. Where
my
does
cat-
that leave us?
My cat, as far as I'm concerned, a cat is nature's carnivore. I don't like it.
Humans
I don't
are
like
nature's omnivores. So
No, we're herbivores. An omnivore.
how are we herbivores when we can't get vitamin B12 from plants?
That's B12. Who this B12 thing? You know what? I've been a vegan since I was nearly for 65 years now. It's never been an issue, B12.
Yeah, that's because you supplement.
Not when I was young, I didn't. I've only been supplementing in the past 20 odd years, not before that. Because I started my vegan journey when I was 7 years old.
Did you eat the skins on your potatoes? Is that how you got it?
Yes,
You don't get B12 from potato skins. There's no dietary source of B12. That's from plants. So she was either eating fortified foods or taking
it's never
supplement.
been an issue until the last few years.
Yeah, were you taking Flintstone vitamins or something? Because guess
Not
what?
vitamins,
You were
no.
supplementing it from somewhere. It was either fortified foods or you were taking a supplement deliberately.
Marmite. Or did you eat Marmite? Marmite has B12.
Yes, I eat Marmite.
There you go.
I don't know if Marmite has it added to it artificially or not.
I've got no idea. But the B12 issue has never been something I thought about until the last 20 odd years.
Yeah, well, that's because you were either supplementing with it or you were getting it from a
I
fortified
wasn't
food.
supplementing with it because I didn't.
Well, it's made
supplement.
out. Marmite is made out of yeast, so I think that has it.
Well, the yeast, the B12 in yeast that occurs naturally, it's not a bioavailable form of B12. So it's either artificially added. That's the only way she'd be able to get it.
Well, anyway.
Or
They add it. I would imagine they probably add it.
It's fortified, apparently. Yeah.
yeah, it's B12 fortified apparently.
Yeah, and I know you Brits love Marmite, so that's where you were getting
well,
it.
I mean, since I was very young, yeah.
But I like Marmite too.
So so humans are obligate omnivores. So why don't you eat meat?
believe that we are naturally herbivores? Yes,
No, we're not.
I believe.
Show me one. Show
I'd
me
love to see your
one.
teeth.
Show me one. Like even our ape cousins do
Right,
eat
so-
some amount of animal products. They either eat insects or they eat meat of some kind. Like chimpanzees will hunt the smaller monkeys.
We'll go back to the fox
So
argument, okay?
If humans can take supplements so that they can follow a plant-based diet, what's the issue with giving supplements to cats so they can follow a plant-based diet?
Yeah, I'll give you that. But at the end of the day, on the subject of humans, we haven't got over that one yet. Right. Like I said, a fox can kill a chicken in 2 minutes flat because
I don't care.
Omnivore. No, you don't care.
What does that have to do with the? What does that have to do with the ethics of feeding a cat a vegan diet?
You cannot kill a chicken in 2 minutes flat and eat it because you're not an omnivore.
Well, yeah, you can. You absolutely can. I think you need to look at the Hadza tribe.
How?
They
love to
eat
know-
raw
I'd love-
animals.
I'd love to know how you could get a
Well,
fox.
have you
eat it
ever
in
seen
minutes.
like have you ever seen people who are starving like eat rats?
No, I haven't. Actually.
I've seen starving people literally grab rats and eat them
Really?
raw.
I
So
find that a bit hard
the
to
idea that humans
I find that a
can't
bit
kill
hard
an
to believe.
animal with their bare hands and eat it is just
No,
retarded.
and I don't. Not in a couple of minutes. Like a fox.
What does it matter? Okay, 10 minutes.
Or
What the hell does it matter? If you
So
eat
have
it,
you got-
you
Oh,
eat
a
it.
lot of there's a lot of omnivores that are scavengers. Like humans could have been scavenging animal parts.
Yeah, and they could have grabbed the egg from the nest, grabbed the chick from the nest, and put it down their throat easily.
Also, vegan gains. How about a grizzly bear then? Okay, do you have got the same teeth as grizzly
You
bear?
realize chimpanzees hunt monkeys and eat them?
Yes, lovely, aren't they?
Like we're not we're not all that different from chimpanzees. They have similar teeth flowers.
I'm nothing like a chimp, I'm afraid.
Well, no, you are. You're actually a little dumber, I'm afraid. But anyway,
Really? I can see
if
why
you're
people
claiming
don't like
humans
vegans very
can't-
much, and when it come up against you, I can
this
really
claim
see
that humans can't grab an animal and eat it with their bare hands is fucking retarded.
Yeah,
I've
see,
literally
well, I'd
seen
like to
people
see
do
you
it,
eat
and our ape cousins do it.
I'd like to see you eat a raw chicken in 2 minutes flat. It would kill you.
Why would I
Yeah.
have to eat it in 2 minutes? It could take me an
Like a
hour.
fox
As long as I
does.
eat it and get nutrition from it, that's all that matters.
A fox could do it in a couple of minutes. You
That's
can't.
great. What does that matter?
You can't. I'm just saying that's just.
I don't know what the time it takes matters.
I'm just pointing out that a fox can do it in a couple of minutes.
Okay, I'm like I'm talking to a subhuman fucking troglodyte right now.
Yeah. We've gone around in circles like this before. I think I don't know what to say about it. I wanted
Anyway,
before you guys had this conversation, we were talking about animals in society and stuff, and I saw I was sent a thing today about using or training ravens to pick up trash by using like a food dispenser system where like so and it was weird because it was sent in like a vegan group. There's like some initiative to try and do that. What do you guys think of that?
It's cool. Why not?
What if they, I don't know, like what if they pick something up that harms them? That's the thing. I guess that's part of the training. They would know which things to
Well, I mean, crows are smart. They're not just gonna eat random shit.
Sorry, what were they training them to pick up? Sorry, I missed that.
So, well, there's like this initiative to train them
It's like
to
cigarette butts and
litter,
stuff.
like litter, and they would bring it to a dispenser, a depository where basically there would be a food dispenser that would give them a treat for dropping off the litter, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, would the other animals mimic it, the wild ones?
Well, I mean,
Well, they are wild.
Oh, they are wild ravens. Okay, they're not. Yeah. I've heard about people training ravens to rob people. Actually,
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah.
I met a few ravens when I was camping. I was just like, you can like make friends with them usually at the national parks. They hang out, by the food areas or the picnic areas, and you can kind of end up hanging, like they'll chill next to you. Some of them,
they're really
obviously
cute
they want your
birds, yeah.
food,
Very sweet.
but they're really just,
They have very long lives. Now, the thing is, Chickpea, if there is available, vegan food in pet shops, why are you not willing to purchase it?
Because I've discussed the matter with my vet, and
But why is your vet?
opinion?
So basically, she has no critical thinking skills.
Guys, be nice to Chickpea. She is an older lady. She's
I don't care how old she is. Look, she has no critical thinking skills. She believes the last thing she was told, and she's too fucking lazy to do any research herself or get a second opinion.
Just go and nap off, you stupid little man. Because I tell you something, I can see now why people hate people like you.
You want to see how far I can throw you?
Oh my god!
Oh, aren't you the sweetie? Wow. I wouldn't like to meet you in a dark alleyway. I think it'd be rather dangerous. Anyway, Dean W, my vet. Like I said, I've got 7 cats. I use one vet. I've used them for years and years and years, and I've discussed it with him. And as far as I'm concerned,
it's not only the issue isn't only that you're feeding them animals. It's also
fish.
It's also that you're letting them outdoors and you brag about the mice that they kill.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, a cat is a carnivore. A cat is nature's killer.
That doesn't mean
I don't like it anymore.
Just because an animal is a carnivore doesn't mean you should let them kill whoever they want.
Well, they go out to play. It's what cats do. It's been like that for billions
of years. You
are men just like to rape. It's just what they do. We've had concubines. We've had sex slaves all throughout history. Boys will be boys. Men just go out and rape. What are we gonna do? It's just fucking retarded.
No, sorry, but a cat, as far as I'm concerned, a cat is a carnivore. End of. And I don't like it.
Yeah, and human beings commit tribal genocide, warfare, just like chimpanzees, and it's just what we do. There's no problem with human beings just killing each other over territory, ideology, or whatever the hell we want. It's just what we do. It's in our nature.
Thank you, Shadeo, because I tell you,
I don't know what Shadeo even means. He says vegan gains is imbued in low vibrational energy.
Very
for real.
Low vibration.
What does that even mean? Brother Marcus, do you want to come back on? Truth over lies, Poots, anybody in the chat, do you want to come on? The link is in the live chat.
I did not create this shithole, which is why I'm an antinatalist. I think we should all go extinct, all of us. The animals included.
Well, you're 75. That'll happen pretty soon for you.
The bitter, brutal end. And people like you make me hate it too, because you're a nasty little man, aren't you?
People like me don't cause the suffering and death of animals. You're the kind of piece of shit that should go extinct. Good thing you didn't fucking breed and have more piece of shit idiot fucking kids who will feed their cat meat.
Well, I don't breed. I haven't had any kids.
Yeah, that's why I said good.
One like you, I was just glad about it as well. But I'm sorry, I'm not feeding my cats on grain. My cats eat fish.
Right, we have Brother Marcus here. The ever polite. Brother Marcus, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Is there
what would you like to say?
Just any other topic than this?
It's horrible, isn't it, Marcus? It's a horrible topic.
I've heard Chickpea go on she.
Vegan Gains. Have you ever hold on? Vegan Gains. You have been accused of misogyny, not liking women, etc. I'm not saying that about you, but what do you say to people? What do you think of women?
Oh, it's complicated. I think the way society's structured, we infantilize women, treat them like children until they're adults, and because they're never forced to actually mature, you have a massive amount of women who are entitled, have no accountability, and act like fucking children.
And have you been the
majority of women you'll encounter are just immature children, and I'm kind of fed up with dating at this point.
Have you been?
I heard that.
Have you been in the armed forces?
Sorry?
Have you been in the armed forces?
No, I have not.
I have. Okay. So don't
let Chickpea talk. For fuck's sake. So Chickpea, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So do you want to fight me then?
No, thanks. I wouldn't touch you with a bar.
You've been in the armed forces. We can have a shootout. I'd be more than happy.
I think what she's saying is she's a tough cookie. She's been in the armed forces. Not all women have been infantilized. Is that what you're saying, Chickpea?
Yes.
So what did I just say?
You said that.
I said the majority of women these days have been infantilized, and there is an inordinate amount of women who act like overgrown children. That doesn't mean all. That doesn't mean every woman who's ever existed and will exist is a fucking child. I just said there is a societal problem where, and a lot of it has to do with how men treat women as well, where women are infantilized, and you're just seeing a lot of fucking women who are growing up as overgrown children.
I've had like I've had people come to me and say stuff like, when you've made negative generalizations about women, and they said to me, well, what if he was saying that about Jews or about, blacks or any other group of people? What, would you be okay with it? And so I just, I don't know. I asked for more clarification on the exact quotes that you had, which I don't have, and I can't pull them up. So that's, I think, part of what DNW was asking about. And what would you say to people who say, any of the comments that you have made about women, if we made it about any other group of people, how would you feel about that? How would other people feel about that?
The issue would be the veracity of the claim, like how truthful is the claim, and whether or not it's based on some sort of irrational bias or hatred towards the group, or if it's based on any actual evidence or rational thought rather than some sort of phobia or irrational fear or hatred. So claiming that there's issues with the Black community, where there is a idolization of gang violence, like that's not something that I'd consider racist. Now, if somebody were to make the claim that Black people have, like Stefan Molyneux, they have the warrior gene where they're just prone to be violent and they act like monkeys, that would be something that's racist, and that is a claim that is not based on evidence, and he's trying to manufacture some sort of evidence or some sort of non-science
Is that piece of
to
shit still
convince
going,
people
by the
to
way?
be racist. Sorry?
Is that piece of shit Stefan Molyneux still going? Because I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, he's still around. I don't know if he's still leaning into the whole white nationalism thing as hard, but he is still doing like debates on his like Discord or Twitter or something.
Okay.
But he was grifting pretty hard with the white nationalism thing.
Right. Now, you talked about infantilizing of women. What about men? Do you not think that men is seeped into manhood, perhaps? That men are wimpy these days, perhaps?
Yeah, there is definitely issues with men, and masculinity is definitely being demonized. I think it's a communist psyop.
What evidence do you have for that?
Well, there's a former it's never been confirmed, but there's a guy who claims to be a former KGB spy who's talked about psyop campaigns that the Soviet Union was using to spread communist ideals and also demoralize the West. He's talked about particularly infiltrating universities where a lot of these, like ideals with feminism, masculinity being evil, that we need to protect criminals. Criminals are victims and we should get rid of the police. Like all those ideas, he's claimed those were communist psyops made by the Soviet Union. The United States has actually done sort of similar things. There was like the CIA was involved with trying to make like a gay bomb. They've talked about wanting to feminize other nations and try to like make men less masculine so that they're demoralized and less of a threat. So if the US is kind of doing similar things, it makes logical sense that, Soviet Union or China is trying to do similar things to us.
Do you remember, I don't know if you remember, I sent you that one of your streams once, I sent you the Norman Dodd interview. He was the guy who was
talk to you.
He was he did the investigation. He was part of something called the Reese, I think it was called the Reese Committee. They were appointed to investigate tax-exempt foundations, and they were doing this. He was doing it for the Carnegie and I think it was like Carnegie Foundation, and he found that they went through all of the minutes. This is what he claims. They went through all of the minutes from that organization that date back to the turn of the 20th century. And they found that there was this they were basically conspiring to, I don't know, have some communist infiltration into colleges by, they were gonna set up a scholarship and put several people through college to become history professors. And then, I don't know, but you know what? It's just him saying that this is what happened. I don't know.
Well, given how prevalent Marxist communist ideology is on college campuses, it makes sense. He may not necessarily be telling the truth, but there clearly is an issue with communist ideology in colleges.
And then speaking of evidence, I wanted to go back to the thing with what you would have said about women. What evidence would you present for some of the things that you say about women?
Dude, like, just date. The amount of women who expect you to just give them money for doing nothing, like they don't have a like an actual sense of fairness. Like look at the amount of women who are like, men should pay for the first date. Why should I ever like have to like not even the first date? Like, why should I have to like pay for food when a man's taking me out? Like, that's the man's responsibility.
Well, I think
It's
Oh my
just,
god.
and then there's no
my
expectation
God.
of anything in return. They don't have to give back. They don't have to do housework. They don't have to have sex with you. Like there's no fair exchange going on. And if you just date and if you're in a relationship, you'll just notice that there's a lot of women who just don't have any sense of fairness where they have to give back.
Well, what I would say is, like, for the majority of the women I've dated, I have not. I that has not been my experience. Although I see on social media, and I see, you know, with other people's experience that's been other people's experience. I think, and also what I see is a lot in the different communities online that talk about women this way is that I feel like they're talking about a certain kind of person, like that I would describe as having a cluster B sort of personality. And I feel like that it just like they sort of then mark most women as being like that. Whereas I think that is still a minority. It's a smaller subsect of women.
It's hard to say definitively, because like as far as I'm aware, there's no research on this. But when you like, there's a lot of compelling data. Like when you look at divorce statistics, gay marriages are the most successful. Heterosexual marriages are the second most successful. Lesbian relationships are the least. So it seems like women often are the cause of problems in relationships. And you can also look at domestic violence rates. Domestic violence
my
rates are the
God.
highest in lesbian relationships,
Oh my god.
second highest in heterosexual, lowest in gay relationships.
Oh, I agree with you about something for once. Oh wow.
So what do you agree with him about, Chickpea?
I agree with what he's saying about gay men in particular. That how I find, yeah, I do think what he's saying about women is correct. Actually, I've noticed that as well. They're very, very me-ish. And as far as gay men are concerned, yes, if I was a man, I'd be gay, to be quite honest. And I think men, I know a couple of gay men, and they have a lovely relationship. I quite envy their relationship, even though they're men. So everything you're saying is right, actually. Yes, I do find a lot of women, they seem to think they're a sort of a 10, when in fact they're a sort of a 7. And, you know, they have a horrible numbering thing they do now. And yes, because when I was young, I think things were a bit different. Yeah. Certainly when it comes to eating meals, because I'm.
Well, is it not the man? Look, I don't think it's the women's fault. I think it's men's fault, to be honest with you, because they're the ones
Yes.
willing to.
Well, it's how men treat women.
Yeah.
It is how men are treating women, and there's no accountability. And
Well,
It's weird.
a lot of women, it seems that they have this. It feels to me like there's a lot of men could feel there's the potential for them to lose a lot if they don't maybe treat women that way or give into women in a certain way. Like,
well, if you're married, yeah, they can take half your money.
yeah,
speaking of that, vegan gains, I know you went through a divorce, brother. My sympathy for
I
that.
came out unscathed.
Yeah,
I'm one of the few lucky ones.
I was gonna say we have someone trolling you in the comments. I don't know why they're trolling you over that, because anybody who's lived any life at all has had a breakup, and divorce rates are very, very high. It's part of life now. In fact, I would say it's better to have a divorce than be in a shitty relationship, which is what some people do.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people just stay in the relationship because they're too desperate or they're too scared of being alone. So, Vegan Gates, have you got any advice for anybody in relation to breakups, and how have you found life as a single person, and how did you get over your missus or your ex-missus? Sorry, any advice in that regard?
You like, I think especially for men, you've got to lay the law, and you have to realize like you're the man in the relationship. The way I would kind of characterize relationship dynamics is women hold the key to sex, men hold the key to the relationship. So women can kind of use sex as a bargaining chip. You can use the relationship itself as the bargaining chip. And women are as hungry for relationships as men are hungry for sex. So don't ever forget that you can always walk away. And a thing that men kind of forget too is it's much easier for men to find a woman than for women to find a man. And the reason for that is men want very simple things. Women want very rare and hard to get things. Women are seeking men who make more money, who are more successful, have higher social status, have a certain height, have a certain penis size, like all these different things, along with like different temperament and social qualities. Men generally just want a girl who's pretty enough, who will have sex with them, who maybe ideally has like some amount of common interests. And that's really it. Like most men aren't demanding a woman who makes like a certain amount of money or has a certain job or has a certain social status. So the amount of women that are available that can fit those criteria are everywhere. And
Really?
you do not need.
I feel like any woman that has that you would say, that like most guys would say like, oh yeah, she's really attractive or whatever, or she's pretty. Like I feel like they're being hit up all the time. I mean, they have a pick of almost anyone they want.
Well, you don't need the prettiest girl. Like again, if they're good looking enough, and there's plenty of women around, plenty of available women. So
why is it that I feel like when I'm in a relationship, I'm always like, I'm always like have this lack of satisfaction. I'm like, man, I really feel like I need to see what else is out there. And I mean, I feel, and then there's other guys I know
Have you got addiction issues or something?
Maybe you think that's what it is, because I know these. So like, I have friends who I've talked to about this, and they've even said, hey, like they'll say, you know I'm not like some like great catch or whatever, but I really feel like the partner that I want, who usually seems like they might be out of their league or out of our league or whatever, it's like if I can't be with that person, it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like
I think I'm not saying about you, but I think a lot of people haven't socialized enough to realize that they're onto a good thing. Sometimes, they haven't actually had enough women to realize what a good woman is. They haven't dated enough, or they haven't had enough life experience to realize when a person is good and looking after you and is there for you, you've got to savor that, because it's rare.
What are you writing a soul song right now?
Well,
I got to write these lyrics down, man. This is gonna be my next hit.
Yeah, like it's fine to move on and be alone for a bit. you can learn to just be fine with being alone. And like if you're going to have these sort of personal problems where you need somebody there to like give you love and validation in some way, you're just going to be taken for a ride, get taken advantage of, treated like shit. Is that really better than being alone?
Tell me more about how, like, being alone. See, okay, one of the things I've wondered about you.
There's being alone and being lonely. There's two different things.
I understand. VG has said that, right? But one of the things that I often wonder, VG, is because I'm like, you know what? I wish I had what you have, whereas you seem to not really need that external validation. But then again, you have your streaming platform. You're basically validated by what, like 100 to 200 people almost any night of the week that you want. And I'm thinking, like, when I'm thinking, okay, I want to not be in a relationship. I want to not feel like I need any like female validation. I don't have many friends around here, so it's not like I can go hang out with someone just whenever I want. And I have to just sort of be like, okay, I'm going to be alone for a while. That's hard for me to think about. And I'm like, how do I achieve that? How do I just say, okay, I'm going to sit with this and I'm not going to try and reach out?
You got to learn to appreciate yourself.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one for me, man.
I could talk about this in depth more with you, but you know, the thing that I experienced in that mushroom trip that like fixed my brain was that whole seeing the universe as like one big stupid joke. You know, I talked about the mushroom trip where I saw like blackness and then I saw like space and I zoomed out from like the entire universe and all of existence was this tiny little dot. And I was just asking myself, like, it's so stupid and pointless and meaningless. It was like I was being shown a joke. And your mind is really what gives anything meaning. Your perception of things is like what can take away or give purpose. And your mind has the power to perceive things any way you want. And you can perceive people's thoughts about you as, you know, something that can make or break you, or something that's completely meaningless and pointless. And you can perceive yourself as something that is great and amazing, or crap and shit, or worthless. And like knowing that your mind has that power and seeing that makes all the difference. And like, look, you have the power to be the person you want to be. If you don't like the something about yourself, like you being lazy or unproductive or whatever, you always have the power to change that. So if you can't be content with who you are right now, then simply be the person you want to be.
Yes, and I think there's a lot to be said there about being able to sit by yourself and be comfortable in your own skin and be comfortable being alone. I think that is a sign of sanity in many ways. If you're not comfortable sitting down by yourself and not looking for others to make you feel okay, well, then you clearly have some work to do psychologically.
Can I just say something, actually, back to the subject of vegan cat food? I've just thinking AI even says that feeding cats a vegan diet can cause diabetes. And diabetes in cats.
That's AI. I mean, you can't trust all AI. Is it
No, my vet said the same about this, because if you feed a cat too much grain, it's the same way as us eating too much sugar. We become diabetic.
Yeah, and these cat foods are formulated, so it doesn't do that.
They're made from grain.
Feed them pure carbohydrate.
They are made.
They can be grain free. They can be grain free.
Vicky, I
want to say.
I just want to say I've done this on a number of streams. I've presented all the studies that there have been done about vegan cats, and I always put them in the chat, and I know you never look at them, but I have done that multiple times now, and it shows that there's no difference, and if anything, it suggests that they might benefit from the fortified plant-based food.
Now, I'm afraid, like I said, my vet says my vet is.
That's great. Nobody cares. That's gonna
Okay,
appeal to authority.
can we move back to the other conversation, guys? I want to say, Noodles, I think that Vegan Gain said some good stuff there. And I do think if you are looking for validation from women, you're going down the wrong road, man. One of the things that's helped me in life, one of the things that's helped me in my relationship at this stage of my life is realizing I am, in my own subjective experience, I can't get into the head of my woman. She can't get into the head of mine. And this may sound brutal, but in many ways, we are each other's personal assistants in some way. We benefit each other's lives materially, physically, financially, sometimes. But there's no getting into her head. This romantic crap is a load of bullshit, in my view. You're there for them because you care, but you're not. There's no two become one kind of thing. There's all this Disney narrative that we're painted as children is a load of bullshit. Just be pragmatic and practical about it, and start looking at the utility of the relationship. Does this person make you happy? Do they do good things for you? Do you do good things for them? And stop reaching in and trying to get them to see the world the way you do.
Don't treat the relationship like a drug where you're just trying to get some sort of fix from it. You have to look at whether or not it actually benefits you.
Yeah, you've got to really look at the value of it. And then in the same sense, if you want to feel good about it, you've got to look at the value you give back as well.
No, I hear you. I think that it's really hard.
Because I think you personally,
I think it's really difficult.
I think you're too much of a romantic.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just saying, and in general, also one of the things that Vegan Gain said about it being easier for a man to get what he wants, I think that might be true. That could be true generally, but in the vegan community, that's not necessarily true. I mean,
well, the incels will say otherwise.
There's so few vegans out there. There's so few vegans out there.
Well, there's a lot more vegan women. So, I mean, as a man, you have more of a pick.
Well, I guess maybe a lot of them I know will date non-vegans. That's the thing.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? What do you think about dating non-vegans?
I can't be fucked.
Do you think that it's like, do you think that it's like, in a way it's bad, like it's rewarding bad behavior when vegans date non-vegans?
No. I see this happen to women more than men, but I've seen a lot of vegan women just quit veganism because of the partner they're with.
Really?
But
I think a lot of women have that old I can change him thing going on. They think they can change people, or that they see someone who's a
can't change them.
No, but that's what a lot of women think. They see someone who they view as a bit rough around the edges. He's a fixer-upper. He's got something about him. They think they can go into the relationship and change him, mold him into being a better man, and part of that might be becoming a vegan. But I think they've failed. They failed in that a lot of the time.
A lot of the time, yeah.
So, Chickpea, have you got anything to say as the woman here about what we've been saying?
Well, it's true to say about I won't date meat-eating men anymore. And I told you I was married to one. It last 2 years.
You broke up with him because of your veganism, right? Back in the day, years ago.
So.
This is a long time ago, right?
Yeah, 80s.
In the 80s.
Very early 80s. And I did love him. He was, nice look. He looked like Sting, and but it broke us up. I always, I just thought I can't do this for 50 years. I can't do, because I don't like to see humans eating animal products. It's something I don't want to see, and I don't want. Yeah, I'm afraid. Yes. So but I won't date non-vegans now. So I've been on my own for a long time.
That's what I was going to say. Chickpea is somebody who has been on her own. Now, by all accounts, she did get around when she was a young one. She was a wild child.
Oh, that was in my slutty days.
Yeah,
was
when you were in your
my
20s
first
and 30s, you
date.
were,
Yes,
you know,
yes,
quite the
that was
bike.
in-
But
yes.
You got any
then
pictures from back
no,
then?
I'm just thinking you can get some wisdom from her, Noodles. How does it? What do you think, Chickpea? You're happily alone. Why is that? And you know,
That's because
what's
of
it?
my op. Told you, D&W, I'd be spayed.
Yeah, I
by
know
a
you.
cat, you know
Chickpea was
that.
basically. She says she was spayed, so she
I'd
had
be
her.
spayed.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so what do you think of
But-
VG? What do you think about like? Do you think that is sleeping with someone or like sleeping with someone a couple times, is that the same as, that's not necessarily the same as dating them, right? Like you
No.
go out a few times, hang out with them. Like, what do you think? Like, you know, I've hooked up with non-vegans, right? And I don't mind meeting non-vegans, but the thing is, if I get the feeling like they're not gonna change, I'm like, what am I doing? You know, I shouldn't be kind of really bothering with them much more, moving forward with them.
Yeah. I mean, if it's dead end and it's a huge issue for you, there's a lot of problems with me dating Carnus. One, I'm not really motivated to date anybody, period. So why would I go through the trouble, especially with a Carnist? And I really need to play with girls' butts, and it kind of grosses me out if a chick's eating meat and I know there's like dead, rotting animals up her ass.
Yeah, can see that.
Hold on a second. Why do you like being alone at the moment? Then vegan games. You said you take you just cannot be fucked with dating. What's going on there?
I just don't see how I can really benefit from practically any relationship. I'm antisocial to begin with, and especially with the way a lot of women are these days, I don't need any problems. I don't need silly expectations brought upon me where I have to do all the work, they have to do nothing. I don't want to have to appeal to somebody. I don't want to have to like change my schedule, go certain places and do all this rigmarole, for what? What am I really going to end up getting out of like practically any relationship? It's pretty much just sex. I don't need to be friends with anybody. I don't need romance. I don't need love and validation from anybody. Like, really, the only reason I'd be motivated to get into a relationship is just the sex part, because in all likelihood, like any woman you're going to meet, she's not going to share your hobbies or interests, especially not to like the degree that you do. They're not really going to be able to add to my life much, if at all. So it's like,
What do you think?
why bother?
Someone in your position, do you think like would you ever go to like a sex worker or something?
No, I kind of grosses me out. I'm not interested in that.
So I don't know if you want to answer this, vegan gains, but Brother Marcus has asked: do you have a? You said you're antisocial. Do you have a? Are you like a antisocial personality disorder? I think that's like a sociopath or something. Is that something you would classify?
Yeah, I very likely do, or at least have traits.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard you say it before on your channel. I didn't want to. That's why I asked the question, because I know
I was seeing a psychiatrist for treatment of depression a couple years ago, and she diagnosed me with narcissism, and the reason for that was callous disregard for human life.
So, narcissistic personality disorder, or just like narcissistic traits.
Well, she didn't give me like an exact diagnosis.
Okay.
She said that it's you have traits of this thing. Like,
Let's see, that's so vague because every single person has narcissistic traits.
I agree.
It's
the degree, it's the extent and the amount of traits.
Okay.
I mean, she
there is
was
something
talking to
quite
me over the
remarkable
course of
about
like
you.
an hour, so
There is something quite remarkable about you, vegan gains. I will say this: is that you put it all out there, and why do you feel so comfortable doing that, brother?
I don't have anything to hide.
Yeah, it's quite as I said, it's quite a remarkable thing on the internet. And I think that's one of the reasons why you're so popular. But going back to this antisocial tendency.
Wait a minute. Vegan Gains is looking a little too juicy right now. Too juicy for the camera. Put the sweatshirt back on.
That's too hot.
now we know why Noodles is having a problem with women. Yeah, in terms of this antisocial tendency, it's interesting because you care about animals. What do you think? Like a lot of sociopaths, a lot of psychopaths, that they have a marked disregard for anything in terms of empathy, and that includes animals. So, why do you think there is this antisocial tendency in you towards humans, but not animals? Because it is interesting. Because I've seen you fawn over cats. As I said, your persona literally changes when you see animals. You become, all happy and clappy. But what do you think is this? What's going on there? Because it is interesting that a lot of sociopaths, a lot of psychopaths don't like animals, but you do.
Well, actually, what I've read,
as I said, by the way, he may not be a sociopath.
No, but what I have read about people with that sort of personality is one of the reasons they do like animals is because animals don't pose a threat to their ego.
Animals are just nice.
Well, I don't think he's worried particularly about people presenting a threat to his ego because he is putting it all out there. He is out there.
I think animals are far more rational than human beings are generally. Even though they can't like understand philosophy or like the rules of logic, they just do things that make sense. They're just motivated by survival, comfort. A lot of them have more loyalty, especially like, dogs and cats. And they're not corrupted by ideology. You're never going to find animals that, adopt communism or Nazism. So they're just kind of pure, and a lot of them are also just by nature pretty kind. So I generally just like animals and generally dislike people.
Fair enough. I was quite. You mentioned you had depression. I know you struggled with that for a long time, but I know on your channel you've said you were cured by the mushroom, right? The mushroom helped. Yeah. Would you like to tell people about that experience? Because I think that is something people should know. Anyone struggling with depression.
Yeah, the mushroom trip basically allowed me to like internalize nihilism. I was a nihilist before, but like I actually saw and experienced nihilism where I just saw how pointless and stupid the entire world is. And it allowed me to just let go of a lot of things like childhood trauma, frustrations with life. And I saw that I just had the power to just control my own perception and emotions. And I realized like I could just choose to be happy.
That's a really powerful experience. Now, what was it you took, brother?
It was 5 milligrams of penis envy mushrooms.
Okay, and did you do it by yourself or with somebody else? Or?
By myself. I actually did it on stream, so I was technically not by myself because people were watching, but I was just in the basement.
Can I ask, what's the longest you've gone without meeting someone in real life?
I'm not sure. Like I was living with my parents for a while, but I would deliberately schedule my day so that I would avoid human contact as much as possible. So I'd like wake up at 12 at night, so my parents would be asleep. Then I'd eat, go to the gym at 2 in the morning, work out, and then I'd like come home, play video games and stuff, and then like basically sleep all day. And I was doing that for a few months where I'd like pretty much never talk to anybody.
Now, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You are a mixed race person, right? So
yeah.
Now, I've had a few mixed race girlfriends in the past, and they always had a tendency to pick a side. Oh, I'm black, or mostly they picked I'm black. Now, one of the things I like about you, brother, and I've seen this in your conversations, you're just yourself. You don't pick sides. You just give your own view to the world. And I think maybe I might be wrong here, but growing up a mixed race person has been one of the fundamental things that has shaped you in terms of how you see the world, because you've seen the stupidity on both sides in terms of racial, silliness, and maybe you've had to look past it all and see what humans actually are about. Do you think that's fair enough? That has been what has differentiated you, because I do think and I mean this in a good way, you're an unusual character. You're an individual, and there's not many individuals out there in this world. Most people are trying to clambering to be in a team or being a tribe or whatever.
I honestly think it has more to do with my antisocial tendencies. Like,
Okay.
I just don't ever feel the need to fit in any particular group. So I don't have to be black, white, or be part of any particular tribe or group. So
fair enough.
I just never cared.
But do you know where that came from?
My antisocial tendencies?
Is it just genetic? Would you say it's just a genetic thing? It's just
Probably.
Yeah.
My parents are very much the same way. So yeah.
Wow. Okay. Sorry to hear that. I mean, that mustn't have been easy to.
But like, I kind of, dude, I envy it. Like, I kind of wish I was able to look at a lot of the situations in life similarly, especially social stuff, especially in the activism community, man. It's a fucking cesspool here with the drama. I wish I could, like, look at it and not worry about, oh, this person's gonna say this or that, or I mean, because I backed out of that community for a lot for that reason. But I feel like if you go into it with the sort of attitude that you have, it's like they can't hurt you. Like, you're impenetrable in a way.
Right.
Things just happen, and you don't have to take it personally. The thing I saw on the mushroom trip, I saw this like big lake, and I saw rain coming down on the lake, and I saw raindrops forming ripples in the water, and those ripples would interact with other ripples and create all this turbulence. And I kind of analogize that to people just fucking with each other and causing problems. And I saw this rock sticking up out of the water, and all the ripples just bounced off the rock. And you just don't have to take anything personally. You don't have to get hurt by it. You don't have to think, fuck, why did this happen? You don't have to engage with anything. You can just be like, okay, well, that's some stupid shit. Fuck off. You guys there?
Yeah, I'm here. So
I'm back.
Yeah,
in regards to your mushroom trip, I think I went through something similar, but not in terms of having a mushroom trip, but just realizing, humans can't know objectivity. We can't know an objective truth. We are all having a subjective experience, and so in many ways that is kind of related to your mushroom trip. Like, we're all on our own journey. It is what you think that matters, and there is an interest in trying to make it, pragmatically beneficial to yourself and others, because obviously you live in a social world, so you do have to interact with others, and you have to live your life in a way that gives you the most benefits. But also, we live in a social world, so part of it is making sure that how you interact with others doesn't cause you problems as well. So is that something you've come to the conclusion, Vegan Gains, that part of your isolationism or part of your refusing to interact with others is just realizing that it causes you grief, and it will, it's just not beneficial. And there is it's a good to be kind of, I don't know if it's Ayn Randian. It's not good to, is it good to be selfish, Vegan Gains? Is it good
I think you need to be able to do things that are within your logical self-interest. Like, it's fine to do things that are at the expense of others, so long as you're not violating the rights of others.
Yeah, and what do you ground that in?
I don't know what you mean, like my own preferences.
Yeah, so when you say so can you repeat what you just said? Because as far as I was aware, it was like you should be violating the rights of others. Is that because it just makes your life more difficult and it disrupts your experience? Is that kind of the fundamental foundations of it?
Well, the idea of not violating the rights of others, it's basically it benefits not only the group but also the individual. So if we have a rule that there are no rules, well, that means you're also subjected to that. So somebody can steal from you, somebody can like murder you or do
Yeah, I
any
agree
kind of
with that.
horrible thing. So if we have some set of rules where we have fundamental human rights that we can't violate, but we can do things that are within logical self-interest, then we can do things that benefit ourselves, but we also get some benefits where we're also protected.
I'm just thinking of something here that's quite funny. Women supposedly are attracted to dark traded individuals.
Yeah.
Have you found that is a thing that women are attracted to your darkness, as it were?
I guess I haven't
And
done too much dating.
do you feel it presents a problem in that whilst they're attracted to it, they want to change it, or they don't? In some ways, they don't want it for them. They want you to be like that to other people, but not them.
I mean,
What's going
women
on?
just complain no matter what. Like you'll see that there are like horrible criminals and serial killers and shit that have girlfriends. There are men on death row that have romantic relationships and they actually have conjugal visits. Even like dudes who aren't even good looking, like David Berkowitz, this
I don't know who
short,
that is.
fat dude who committed a number of serial killings back in the 1970s. He was getting love letters sent to his prison from women. There was the Night Stalker killer, I think Richard Ramirez. He was getting love letters from women. Like
Oh yeah, I've seen
it's
that guy.
weird. There are chicks that are actually into murderers. You'll see this pretty commonly. Women
Yeah,
will have like groups of friends, and they'll know that a dude their friend was dating was a horrible abuser, like would actually hit their friend like physically, sent them like death threats, and then they'll end up dating that guy, and then
yeah.
the same thing will happen to them.
It's something weird.
So
I mean, I think it is that whole. We live in a scary world, and women are subconsciously, animalistically attracted to
well, yeah,
dangerous men,
it's
dangerous
probably
men.
like a evolutionary thing for
Yeah, it's
protection.
because they feel like
There's a
protection.
lot
Yeah,
of there's a lot of guys that are attracted to women that they know are risky and that might cause
well,
problems for them.
well, I suppose that's because they know if they sleep with like an easy woman, their genes. This is subconscious. Their genes are going to be more likely to be spread in the next generation because
Yeah.
the
I
children
don't
are
know,
going to
like
sleep around.
I'll tell you, like the crazy ones are always. I've found they're always the best in bed.
Yeah.
So, right, yeah, you mentioned women sleeping or trying to being romantically enamored with criminals, serial killers, etc. Ted Bundy is a classical case of that because
Yeah.
that guy managed to impregnate a woman whilst he was in prison for being a serial killer.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely insane. I think he might have been even on death row when he impregnated her, which is crazy. But there you go.
Yeah, pretty commonly you'll find female prison guards end up having romantic relationships with some of the inmates.
Yeah, that's been happening here in the UK. In fact, there's a woman, like, I think she might be being sent to prison herself because she did that as a female guard. I mean, there was a video going around on Twitter here. I think it was Wandsworth Prison where there was this prison officer being fucked by some Arab inmate. He looked like an Arab to me anyway. But anyway, she was loving it, and it does happen. It does happen, yeah. As I said, if women are attracted to guys with dark traits, then clearly being a female prison officer presents a lot of opportunity to meet guys that they will be attracted to.
Yeah.
Nobody likes a nice guy. Is that true?
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think women just aren't attracted to men who are pushovers, who aren't like dangerous in some way. So it's fine
Chippy, what
being
do you think?
nice, but
I've
there
seen-
has to be some kind of danger to you.
Well,
I've definitely seen like very like I've seen nice guys with desirable women. I feel like that. I feel like there's a lot of these stereotypical ideas, but I don't know. Like if you actually go out, if you're out in the world, you'll see that there's a lot of it's just. I mean, it's true to a certain extent, but not really as much as we think.
Chickpea, you are the resident woman on this panel at the moment. What do you think about this propensity for women to be attracted to males with dark traits, dark
Yeah, I've
psychological
noticed.
traits?
Yes, it does seem to be that way.
Were you
Yes.
yourself attracted to men who are a bit on
No,
the dark side?
no. I wanted tall, skinny, blue-eyed, blonde vegans. They were very thin on the ground.
Yeah, but just because they're a vegan doesn't mean they don't have dark traits. Mr. Vegan Gaines here has admitted he has dark traits. He is a vegan.
Well, I never got to know men that well. So, I mean, I've never heard men talking like I'm listening now. I've never heard this before. I'm fascinated, but I wish I could have heard this when I was young. This is all new.
Yeah, Jackie makes a good point. Bad boys are one thing, actual psychos are another. I mean, there's different types of, badness or darkness. I mean, there's the bad boys that will inflict the badness on the world, and then there's the badness where they inflict it on their partner. So they'll be weird in terms of, I don't know, they'll be maybe checking her phone, maybe not allowing her to do, very controlling kind of thing, being a bit neurotic, I suppose, in some sense, like controlling her, who she goes out with her friends, etc., etc. Maybe,
Well,
yeah.
If you ever seen the Goodfellas movie, that guy who was in the Italian Mob, the way he met his wife was he was going to go on a date with her. Some group of dudes in her neighborhood were talking some shit about him and her. Pulled out his gun, beat the guy in the face, and just pistol whipped him to where he's just bloody on the ground. And that's what made her fall in love with him. Like. So some women are kind of unhinged like that, where they actually are just into complete psychos.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but I suppose you could see that he was defending her honor, defending her, so she probably saw that as a good thing. But he went really over the line, did he, in terms of how much he beat these guys, right?
Yeah. Well, the way it was told in the story was she just got turned on by it. Like it was that simple.
Oh yeah, in Goodfellas, right? She was. That's one of the reasons she could never leave him, because she was so attracted to him.
Yeah. So there's
I got with a girl a few years back that I met in a nightclub when she was being basically there was this guy going at her, trying to kiss her constantly, trying to grab her and stuff. It was happening for a while, and I just fucked him out of the way, basically. And then him and his friends came at me, and I had a girlfriend at the time, but yeah, I still took her number because I wasn't that happy with my girlfriend at the time. But yeah, it does work, but like I didn't go completely psycho. I didn't kill these guys or anything. But yeah, women like it when you stand up for them. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And it is a dangerous world, and I think that's it is in women's interest to have a man who will protect them, who is willing to protect them, because women are vulnerable, right?
And sidecars are apparently the best vehicle for picking up women. I'd know.
You're a motorbiker, are you?
Yeah. Women love the sidecar.
Really?
I've gotten more attention from women than any other bike I've driven, and I seem to get more attention from girls in that sidecar than a lot of dudes with like nice Porsches and shit.
Wow. Okay. There you go, Noodles. Get yourself a Honda 50.
Actually, I want to get like a vintage Italian scooter.
A Vespa.
Yeah, well, I had a Vespa once. I think now I'd want to do a Lambretta.
What displacement?
What do you mean by displacement?
Like engine size.
Oh, I mean, generally they don't make them bigger than, 150 or 200, but you can get a kit. Like you can get, if you get a Lambretta TV 175, you can kit it out to be like 225.
Like a big bore kit?
Something. I don't know enough about these things. They call it putting a new top end on the engine.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I used to go to all these scooter rallies, and yeah, the coolest bikes, in my opinion, were either the old ass Lambrettas. Like I love the late 50s, early 60s models. Although they're not as aerodynamic and racy as like the 70s and 80s ones, or like the cool old German bikes, like this one called Bella, which in my opinion looked so cool. But I always thought it would be really cool if you took one of those like Bella frames and put a modern engine in it, so it could go like really fast.
You don't want to upgrade the brakes too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get a 1300 GS, and I also want to get a Ninja H2. Those are the two bikes that are on my list.
Cool. Vegan Games, sorry about this question, but it's something we ask people generally here because we do like weirdy paranormal shit. Have you ever had what could be classified as a paranormal experience, something really, really strange in your life that maybe you've had a few occurrences of it? Synchronicities, poltergeists, ghosts, whatever, anything like that?
No. The only thing that's even remotely close is like just mushroom trips, just seeing weird shit.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, that's the end of that conversation. Are you going to do the mushrooms again?
Don't have any plans to. They aren't entirely safe drugs, so I don't see myself getting much, if any, benefit from doing it again at this point. And since they do come with like risks associated, so like psychosis, they can cause vision issues, the snow in your vision. It's rare, and since I've done so much of them, I don't think it's a huge risk for me. But considering there are potential risks, I'm just not going to bother right now.
What's going on there with these mushrooms? Is it not just that they're reflecting your subconscious, and your subconscious has been formed by your conscious experience? Is it not just you coming out in these mushroom trips?
I don't know. Like with me, it feels like I'm getting shown some like knowledge that I wouldn't have otherwise gotten. That's what it feels like. I think what it does do is you do experience ego death. So you might be able to like have some introspective thoughts that you wouldn't otherwise have because your ego is kind of hiding them from you.
Was it in any way scary, or was it all just a happy experience, a pleasant experience?
Well, the issue that I have with mushrooms is they can trigger a massive amount of anxiety, especially generally when you're on the come down. So they're not pleasant. It's extremely intense. It's sort of like a roller coaster ride where you're not sure what the hell is going to happen. You could, go into a fiery death, or you could have like a really pleasant, fun, thrilling experience. But I wouldn't say it's just fun and pleasant. It's very intense.
Did you see any entities in your trips?
Yeah. I've talked to interdimensional goat beings. And there was one trip I had where I saw that I was living in like a virtual reality world, and aliens were basically working on like some computer system controlling the virtual world, and they're going to do some experiment on me where they're planning for my early death. But because I saw that they were working on the experiment, their experiment couldn't work anymore, and then they pushed me back into the virtual world. That was a weird one.
That was a weird one. We've got American Zombie here. By the way, vegan guys, do you believe in evolution?
Well, yeah.
Well, American Zombie doesn't. So
That's hilarious. Well, it's
Yeah.
a belief. You just said it. It's a belief. It's not science. But I wanted to
You
ask
believe in
vegan
gravity?
James, have you ever heard of the book The Holy Cross and the Sacred Mushroom by John Allegro?
No.
Okay. Now I figure maybe you might want to check it out.
is he like some kind of Terrence McKenna guy? Is he?
No. He's actually a scholar. John Allegro is, I think, a scholar from the UK, actually. And
Okay.
he was one of the top interpreters for the Dead Sea Scrolls. And when they found them, they said, who we have to get to interpret this is John Allegro. And that's when they sent him. And after he interpreted them, he wrote the book, The Holy Cross and the Sacred Mushroom, saying that the mushroom, certain ones give that divine type of experience. And I think he wrote another one. He wasn't very popular after he interpreted them. But I also, Vegan Gains, you said you believe in evolution. What sparked that belief?
Scientific evidence.
And what scientific evidence is that?
That would be the fossil record,
Which one
the
exactly?
compatibility. What do you mean, which fossil
Which
record?
fossil record? Like, could you name one?
Well, we've been able to perfectly track the evolution of whales from. What do you mean? Oh, are we going to do this now?
You've helped find these fossils?
No, so biologists, they've been able to compile a extensive fossil record on creatures like whales, where we can track their evolutionary progress from terrestrial from terrestrial mammals to
you don't know how the scientific method works, right? You're working on a system of belief that is based on somebody taking fossils, saying that this looks like this, so it actually turned into this without any scientific evidence. And I know exactly what you're saying, but that's not science. That's actually saying.
Okay, that's great. Do you think dinosaurs are real?
Of course, the fossils are there, but to say one fossil turns into another, is that using the scientific method?
Well,
is it repeatable
yes,
science?
That's part of it.
Really? So all right. So I'm glad.
So finding something and being able to track that, hey, this thing has the same exact body plan, is slightly different and slightly different and slightly different.
No, that's not the scientific method of proof, though. It's not empirical science.
You don't know what the scientific method is.
Honestly,
I've debated this.
Don't know it.
I've debated this horse shit with fucktards before. You don't know what the scientific method is.
Did I call you any names?
Well, no, because you don't have to.
So then why did you
I'm not a
just call me a
fucktard.
name then? Well, why did you
Because
just
you're a
use
fucktard.
profanity?
Well, that's just what I do, and I can do whatever the fuck I want.
It's not just what you do. Explain why you did it.
Well, I calls them like I sees them, and you're a fucktard.
No, wait, you don't. You are getting angry because you can't explain your position, and
no, I'm not angry. I'm just calling you a fucktard.
Well, for what reason?
Because you're a fucktard. Again, I calls them like I sees them.
Okay, so basically, you're a clown that has the belief in evolution, and when I ask you to explain it, you get mad and start using profanity. So that says a lot.
Do you believe in gravity?
Religion. No. That says a lot about the.
Do you believe in gravity?
I just wanted.
Can you explain? Do you believe in gravity?
Look, I'm not.
Do you believe in gravity?
I'm not a person that believes in flat Earth or anything like that.
Do you believe in gravity?
Few questions.
I'm not asking you about flat Earth.
I asked you a few questions, and the fact that you came.
Do you believe in gravity?
It shows me that I don't need to be here talking with somebody that demeans.
Do you believe in gravity?
Look, I don't
need
to
believe in
be
gravity?
Here talking with you.
Do you believe in gravity?
Mature, all right?
Do you believe in gravity?
Listen, if you want to
do you believe in gravity?
All right, calm down, guys. 1 second, right?
Do you believe in gravity?
We've heard the question. So the question is, American Zombie, do you believe in gravity?
Well, I would like to know why he used profanity against me.
Do you believe in gravity?
I asked him that question.
I already explained to you why I I already explained to you why I called you a fucktard. I called him
No,
like
you did not explain to it. You acted like an immature child on why.
That's great. And you're acting like a child because you can't answer simple fucking questions.
I'm
You believe in
asking
gravity.
you. I already answered.
Well, by the way, children can understand the theory of evolution, but you fucking can't. So I guess
Really,
that confirms
the
your
theory.
fucktard.
Oh, so the theory now is a fact, right?
I tell you what, right? We'll give American Zombie his chance to speak first. Brother, American Zombie, go ahead. Tell us what you think about the theory of evolution.
Well, it's not even about that, DNW. You notice that Cougar Doomer, and now we have Vegan Gains here, both use profanity against me when I ask them a question. So this is like a childlike response, extremely immature, not from a man, but from a male who has never grown up. And when I asked both of them why they use profanity, they didn't have an answer, because that's like a child saying they don't know why they act.
You're calling me a child when you can't understand a scientific theory that children can understand.
I asked you why you used profanity when I asked you a question.
Yeah, I calls him like
look, can I just say, if he answers that question, can you just accept that and we'll move on?
If he can answer it.
He already did. He said, because look, you weren't here earlier. He already has said he has antisocial personality traits. Now he is somebody who doesn't generally like people, so you have to know the background to the man.
Well, no, I've seen him before when he was talking with a lot of he's well known when he had his girlfriend. Right, I don't know if he's with that older girl again or whatever. He was, the girl he was with and parading her, and that's fine on what he's doing. But the fact, right, is that I asked the question and he automatically attacked with profanity, just the way Cougar Doomer he started to attack, just the way you're doing.
All right, American Zombie, why do you think people do that to you?
Well, I'm asking why. You see, okay. So to reverse that on me, DNW.
Yes, because I calls him like I sees him. You're fucktard, just like how you're calling me immature. So
I'm glad you're doing this, because this is actually evidence to show how people react that adhere to the religion of evolution when they're questioned.
So do you believe in the religion of gravity?
Listen, I'm talking to you.
You still can't answer the question.
Look,
what's the point of even having him here?
I don't have a problem with answering that, but the fact that you said your answer.
Well, you do, because I've asked you like at least 50 times now. So do you believe in gravity?
The fact that you cursed at me again shows me that you don't deserve that.
So do you believe in gravity? So this guy just wants attention. I don't know why he's here. Can you just kick him?
Any more conversation with you? You don't deserve that.
That's great. Then leave.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do, because I don't want to be on a panel with somebody who's immature.
Okay, good. Go talk about your fucktard shit with somebody else. I don't care.
That's great, man. I'm surprised DMW has you here, because it says a lot about the stream. Take care, DN.
I want to say I want to commend Chickpea, because I felt like of all the people we've had on, she's stuck in there the longest with having a very opposing view, even though there was some back and forth between her and Vegan Gains. It was she stayed on, and then they even found common ground. So good on Chickpea for
now. Vegan Gains, you are a successful streamer, very successful. Obviously, this is part. I'm not saying you do this on purpose. You are yourself, and people seem to like it. But do you feel, or do you care, that perhaps you could reach even more people if you toned it down a little bit, at least at the start of conversations?
Maybe. That's just not the way I do things.
And I know, but like, you talk about being pragmatic and benefiting yourself in this strange existence we're all in. Do you not think that, pragmatically speaking, it might be better to tone it down a little bit?
Or did I lose?
It's just you. It's just you. I'm going to mute you, Noodles, because you're talking over me. Do you not think it would be better to tone it down a little bit, at least at the beginning of conversations, so that you can? As I said, this world is about living in society, as you said. So maybe you'll be able to garner an even bigger audience if that's what you're looking for. I know you make a living out of this, and you're doing very well. Good luck to you. It's just a thought, brother.
Well, I mean, I could presumably make a lot more money if I was just an unethical dickhead. Like, I could sell Turkesterone like Greg Doucette. I have a certain way that I like to conduct myself, and if it comes at the expense of something else, yeah, like in theory, I could make more money and not be the way I want to be, and like have a fake personality and shit, but just not the way I want to live my life.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I understand that, and it's working for you. So why not? Would it be psychologically traumatic for you to do that, to tone it down a little bit? As I said, even at the beginning, would it be impossible?
Well, it would be possible. It's just like I've been doing this for a long enough time where I can tell when somebody is looking for attention, wasting my time, and is a fucking idiot, and I just don't play games.
Right, Jay's on the show. Jay, what do you have to say?
Oh no, hey everyone, I just wanted to ask Vegan Gains. You say you're a nihilist, right?
Yeah.
So if you're a nihilist, then what compels you to care so much and invest so much in the animal rights movement, if nothing ultimately matters?
Incompatible.
I'm listening. I'll be right back, but I'm not. Noodles, you'll have to run the show for a few minutes, but I am listening.
Yeah, I don't know how those two things are incompatible. So just because there's no objective meaning, that doesn't mean you can't have your own subjective meaning.
I mean, no, it's true, but
I can think something's important, but I can recognize that it is not objectively important.
Okay, no, I was just curious because, again, if there is no objective values or meaning to existence, then and you, as you said too, you said yourself that you've been
Do you like pizza?
Yeah.
Does pizza objectively taste good?
No, I mean that like taste is a subjective thing, not something objective.
All right, same with meaning, same with values, same with anything.
Okay.
So if you enjoy pizza because you enjoy pizza, then you enjoy pizza. It doesn't have to be objectively enjoyable. Same with if you find something important, it doesn't have to be objectively important. It's just important to you.
Wait, so then in that case, Phil, then and you said you're a moral anti-realist. In that case, Phil, wouldn't someone be justified in harming animals and being against the animal rights movement, since they would have their own subjective values of not valuing the life of an animal and valuing animal rights? And you can
have a logically consistent stance and have completely different values.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is that like that kind of makes it almost impossible for you to say that someone else is wrong for not being vegan,
I'm not
right?
able to objectively prove or disprove any moral claim.
Well,
the only thing I can do is point out logical inconsistency. Or I can show that it results in some sort of outcome that particular person doesn't like. That's the only thing you can do.
Okay. Fair enough.
Vegan Gains solved finding Gnosis. We've settled it.
Yeah, okay, that's actually a pretty good answer, I must say.
If there's anyone else in the chat that wants to come on and talk to Vegan Gains, in about 45 minutes, we're going to have Shannon Blair on the show.
Who's Shannon Blair?
She is a very prominent animal rights activist. Her son is Vegan Evan. He's kind of like a prodigy animal rights child star. You can look up Vegan Evan. He's done a lot of stuff. Anyway, but she does, she does a lot too. So we'll have her come on and talk about that, talk about raising vegan children. She has 3 vegan children, 2 of which are being raised vegan from the womb.
So yeah, and she's also, and we'll have her also talk about effective animal rights activism and how to reach people. She's been very successful in how she is able to communicate with people about veganism, and I think she even got like a chicken farmer to agree to switch over his whole.
Oh, we lost you, man. You kind of cut out.
Noodles, for fuck's sake, get some professionalism. We can't even hear you, mate. For fuck's
What about
sake.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was just saying she even got like a chicken farmer to change his farming practices. So
Fantastic.
yeah.
Oh.
Now,
Wait,
I'm gonna have to go soon.
Wait a
I'm very
second.
hungry.
Wait a second. I wanted to ask him about antinatalism. Why do you have an issue with antinatalism? If, as other people have pointed out, wouldn't that probably be the best way to, I guess, advocate for animal rights? The best solution for it?
No.
So, why not?
Animals can't grant each other rights. So the only species currently that can do that are human beings. So eliminating human beings would only ensure that animals have no protection and they're just going to kill and eat each other.
I mean,
he is worried about suffering in wildlife as well, you know?
okay. I mean, but you do know that humans cause by far and large from most suffering to animals on this planet, right?
I don't know if that's actually true.
I mean, it is. I mean, we kill like literally trillions of animals every year.
And I'm sure there's probably around at least the same amount of animals, if not more, that suffer and die in the wild.
No, come on now. I feel like humans killing.
Especially when you account for oceanic life.
Yeah, I think more animals die in nature than in animal agriculture, but that doesn't make animal agriculture okay.
I mean, yeah, but
I mean, you just got to look at how much land is devoted to animal agriculture and how much of it is wild, and that includes the oceans. There's much more wildlife area than agricultural area.
And again, presumably not even presumably, like we have the ability to eradicate animal agriculture, whereas animals do not have the ability to eradicate carnivorous animals.
All right, but at the same time, though, most humans don't seem to want to go vegan, though. That's the problem.
Well, that's why technology and governments exist. So we're probably going to have lab-grown meat soon.
Yeah.
There's a very high likelihood that we're on the precipice of banning animal agriculture once that technology comes out and is economically viable.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what the
Speaking
vegan
of government, what do you think about like the fact that democracy is it's basically ruled by the masses, and if the masses are all stupid, like how do we deal with that? It's kind of like a paradox, isn't it?
Well, look at the amount of people who complain about elected officials. Like, you can vote for one thing and they'll do something completely different. They're their own agents. So the way democracy works is you vote for the person who you find lies the best, and then they go ahead and do whatever they want.
Are you in favor of handing the reins over to AI eventually? Do you think that's a possibility?
I don't know if we're going to have an interest in having society run by an AI. We're probably going to integrate AI into government in some way. If the AI can function better than a government, then and we're able to be convinced of that, and if we have a political interest in doing so, it could happen.
Yeah,
okay.
I believe the Albanian parliament already has an AI MP or something in there.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, and one more question. What about the fact that nature relies on this whole predator and prey mechanism to keep itself balanced? And if we were to get rid of wild animal suffering, wouldn't that throw off a whole balance of nature and cause even potentially more suffering in the long run to everyone involved?
I don't see why that's necessarily the case.
Well, okay, look at the fact that, for example, let's say you kill off all the, I don't know, the bears or wolves or whatever. Like, wouldn't that make it so that there's an overpopulation of like rabbits and goats or whatever?
Probably not.
Why not?
You can just look at the proportion of carnivorous animals to herbivorous animals. There's a very, very, very small proportion of wolves versus deer or rabbits or anything.
And plus, there are islands where reindeer and deer, etc., rabbits, kangaroos, even wallabies have been introduced without any natural predators, and they seem to have a population that is stable. They kind of eat what they need to
there's multiple mechanisms for population control. One of them is like food availability. Some of them are disease. There's also just sexual competition, right? So one male may be the only one that breeds with a group of females, and that kind of prevents too many offspring from forming.
I reckon that some of these animals, they practice like infanticide as well, you know?
Yeah, they do that too.
Yeah.
So so they're like the idea that carnivorous animals to any substantive degree control prey populations. It's not necessarily the case.
Okay. Okay, well, another example. What about, like you were talking about with chicory, right? The cats and the rats, right? If we somehow were to make cats, make it so that cats, I guess either we kill off all the cats or we made it so that cats aren't, they don't hunt anymore or whatever. Like, wouldn't there be an overpopulation of rats and whatnot? That'll cause a lot of diseases and stuff.
Yeah, that's why they make rat poison.
Wait, but but as a vegan, don't you also have a duty to protect the right of a rat to life?
No.
No.
If the rats are going in my house or eating my food or shitting all over the place, no.
But again, that's not their fault, right? They're biologically programmed to do that. So aren't you? If you are going to be consistent in your veganism, don't you have a right to protect their right to life as well too?
No. Look, if there were people who would break into my house and shit all over the place, I don't know I have any responsibility to keep them alive.
I mean, but that's what veganism entails, right? It entails protecting the rights of all animals.
Yeah, and if they're violating my rights, then at least under certain circumstances, I have a right to use lethal force.
Okay, that's interesting that you say that, because Noodles and Life Abolitionism, who I'm sure you've heard of, they were having a conversation the other day, and Noodles was implying basically that Life Abolitionists, I think he was working at a job where there's rats or whatever, and he was basically saying that he should get another job instead of.
Yeah, I was saying that if his phobia of rats is so bad that he can't handle them living in a outdoor parking lot, or even an indoor, even just a big parking garage or something. Yeah, like I don't believe that those rats should have to be the ones to suffer because of his phobia of them. I did say that if they were coming into his home and shitting on his food and whatever, then yeah, he'd have every right to get rid of them. But
yeah, the only other argument I could think, like rats do get into vehicles. They can destroy engines. Like that's the only argument,
that's
practical argument you can make.
That happened to my auntie, man. She was driving along. This is years ago, and these little baby rats just start rolling along her dashboard.
Damn.
So rats got in. Yeah.
Interesting. So, vegan gates, what is your I guess moral philosophy that you hold to make your moral judgments?
I just believe in the concept of human rights, and I just extend human rights to animals. So, if humans or animals were to be trade equalized, then we would grant animals the same rights human beings would have if they were to be trade equalized.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Vegan Guys, thank you very much. I don't want you getting hangry. You said you're very hungry, so if you
Well,
want
no,
to...
my cat's hungry.
Oh, your cat's hungry. Okay, so you got.
I got to feed my cat. I also have to take a piss.
Okay, brother. Well, feel welcome to stay on, and you know, you can come back. You can mute yourself or whatever. Do what you got to do.
I'll probably start my own stream pretty soon.
Okay, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, happy Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Oh, are you Jewish?
Bad about Australia, but you know.
Yeah, well, it was Australia and Brown University too.
Oh yeah. Fuck.
Well, what happened in Brown University? I know that people killed them, but what was that for? What was the reason behind?
I didn't know that was the reason behind the shooting.
Well, I don't know if it was Hanukkah, but she was a Jewish professor who her class was about the intersection of Jewish studies and I think economics or something. I don't know exactly. Of course, I already saw people posting their conspiracy theories about the whole thing because they're like, because you know the killer is still at large, right? And they say, oh, Brown University has a. Well, this is what somebody posted. They're like, it has 800 cameras. There's cameras all over the streets in Rhode Island. There's no way that this guy could have just got away with it. So it's got to be a conspiracy.
Yeah, just stupid shit. So it's a very likely anti-Semitic motivation.
But what would I mean? Yeah, definitely the shooter was probably it wasn't anti-Semitic motivated shooting. But what would you say when people make these claims about, oh, they must have had the person on surveillance. Why can't they catch them? Why don't they know who it is?
Well, you know, just because somebody's on surveillance doesn't mean they're automatically just going to be able to catch them. Like, I could, like, you might have security cameras around your house. If I break into your house and piss all over the place and leave, doesn't give the police magical powers to just know who I am, know where I am, and arrest me.
Mm.
So, you know, they're probably collecting all the evidence and trying to track the guy down. And yeah, if there is plenty of surveillance footage, they'll probably find the guy, just like they found the Charlie Kirk shooter.
So what do you think about the Charlie Kirk shooting? Do you think that it was staged or
No, it's just some crazy lunatic who was probably radicalized through some TikTok videos or something, and then decided to kill Charlie. Like,
I don't know, man.
Of an assassination.
I mean, I don't feel like the evidence fits the Tyler Robinson suspect, though.
Yeah, it does.
It definitely does.
They have video footage of him all over campus. They have video footage of him escaping the scene all throughout, you know, various neighborhoods. And he confessed to his father. His father's also a witness, and they also have the cell phone communications between him and his girlfriend or boyfriend. It's clearly, obviously him.
Wait, but what about the notion that he literally has he doesn't really have much gun training, but he was able to disassemble.
He has plenty of firearms training. His family were all recreational shooters. That was not a particularly difficult shot. That was within 200 yards with a very accurate rifle. He's used the rifle before, and it's also extremely easy to disassemble.
Okay, but would you be open to the notion that maybe he was put up to it as I guess if you're getting a bit conspiratorial, that you know maybe he was maybe put up to do it by the government as a way to, I guess, divide the left and the right?
No, it's
like an MK Ultra weapon.
Yeah, like that. Yeah,
fucking stupid. He was just radicalized like by TikTok. He was terminally online. He was spending way too much time online. He was radicalized by some online communities, and he just decided to shoot Charlie.
Okay. And what about conspiracy theories in general? Do you buy into them, or are you skeptical?
A lot of them are horseshit.
But you do believe in the one about the communist conspiracy, right?
Yeah, I guess that one. It's I don't know if you can call it a conspiracy. But
and what is that theory? That they're
Well,
deliberately trying to make men weak.
The Soviet Union was trying to was the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, but yeah, the Soviet Union was trying to spread communist ideology and demoralize the West by infiltrating universities in particular.
And they're the ones that actually it was the Soviet Union that came up with the whole switching from the anti-Semitic message to the anti-Zionist message. They say, "Oh, we'll get more traction if we make it about anti-Zionism instead."
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah,
I mean, like all of these fascist communities, they end up realizing eventually that they can't really get much traction, like just outright admitting, let's kill all Jews or let's kill all blacks or something. So they end up just having very coded messaging where they'll have the light version of what they're saying, where it's disguised as something that a lot of people can get on board with, but it ends up supporting the more extreme position of let's get rid of all the Jews or all the darkies or whatever. But I gotta go feed my cat and take a piss, and then I'll start my own stream soon.
All right,
But thanks for having me on. Take care.
Thank you, Vegan Gains.
Yeah, thank you.
Over your stream. People, if
Great-
you want to
great
see him,
having you
go
on.
over to his channel. It's Vegan Gains on YouTube.
All right, well, take care.
All right, thank you very much.
See ya. Nice showdown.
So, Noodles, what do you want to do? Do you want to keep the show going, or do you want to come back
Well,
on?
we
When
might as well just keep the show going because Shannon will probably come on here around 7.
What time is it now? So we've got about 27 minutes, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, American Zombie, you can come back on if you want. It's safe.
There's a bit of Danielle is throwing a bit of shade there. She says worst death ever. This vegan character. Please, and she says please don't come back.
Damn.
And then Chickpea said yes, I agree with you. Wow.
Wait, DNW, who would you say was your worst guest
Thing
ever?
is, can I say something to W? Because all this radical veganism is going to start turning people against us vegans. Because even I've left the vegan movement because of all this. I no longer support it.
Wait, check me. You're no longer a supporter of veganism, really?
I
no longer support the movement.
Wait, that has nothing to do with vegans. That's just because you're not vegan, Chickpea.
All right, so I haven't eaten meat for
That's fine. Veganism isn't a diet.
All right, exactly. You see. Oh, also on the subject of motorbikes. So when you buy your motorbike, what you're going to do? The seats are leather.
I'm sorry. What?
When you buy your motorbikes that you're talking about buying,
The Lambretta.
Yes. What are you going to do?
They make non-vegan, or sorry, they make non-leather seats. I had one on my last Vespa that I had. It was a faux leather seat.
Yeah, anyway, on this subject, now I've been a vegan all my life. I used to belong to Animal Aid. I've been demonstrating on the streets. You name it, I was doing it. But I'll tell you something, you're turning me away.
Okay, what is it about the vegan movement that's turning you away, Chickpea?
No one's telling you not to do that.
Because I'm being given a hard time because I feed my cats on fish. Okay, now I believe a cat is a carnivore. My vet.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Well, he asked me. You keep whittering on about it.
Well,
so
Noodles,
for you two.
I'm gonna head off for a bit, but you can run the show, yeah.
Anyway, Jay, yeah.
All right,
so,
DNW. Wait, DNW. I had one more question. Like, who was the worst guest you've ever had on the show so far?
Well, we had a kind of racist fascist a while back, didn't we? He just popped on. He's probably the worst.
What was his name again? I forget.
I don't know. He just randomly popped on. Some randomer. I don't know who he was. Okay, I'll leave it at that for now. I might come on later, but I'm gonna just chill out for a bit. But I am listening.
All right.
Oh, there was that. That was there. But what was his name again? The kid who used to come on here. He would always reference Professor Dutton or something like that.
I don't recall.
What was his name? He was an English guy.
You know, autistic spastic? No.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he hasn't been around in a long time. Yeah. But anyway, Chickpea, what were you trying to say?
Who is Escape the Matrix?
Oh, he's a regular here. He was on earlier.
Okay.
Right, Jay. Jay. What I was trying to say is, okay, yes,
Needles, please do let me on.
I've discussed this matter at length, and I don't care. Anyone says, I believe that if you feed a cat a vegan diet for too long, you're going to cause diabetes. In the same way, if we eat too much sugar and grain, we become diabetic.
Wait, Chickpea, what about people like
so that won't happen? So
yeah. Just because the manufacturer says it doesn't mean I'm going to believe it. You know, when they start growing meat in laboratories, then I'll change.
Well, I think they're already doing that, Chickpea.
Lab grown meat. Yeah.
Yeah, they already got them going. I've seen the video, man. It's crazy how they make them.
Yeah, we haven't got that in the UK yet, but when that starts, I'll feed my cats on that.
Wait, what about you, Escape from Matrix? Are you vegan?
Me, no, I'm not. I do eat meat. So yeah.
You know what cracks me up, Escape the Matrix? They don't lay into you the way they do me.
Who?
No, I have no dog in this fight. Okay, Chickpea, I'm just curious as to why you're no longer vegan. That's it.
Who me?
No, me.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean she's no longer vegan?
I am. Oh,
sorry, not no longer vegan. She no longer associates with the vegan movement.
No longer associate.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say that I'd even if Chickpea told me she's not a vegan, I wouldn't believe her, bro. You know?
No, I no longer associate. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's cool. I was gonna say I was like, what? When did this happen? You're no longer a vegan?
But you know what? This is going to start turning people against veganism because it's turned me away, and I am a vegan, and I've been an animal rights protester and everything, and it's turned me away. I feel it's going a step too far. You know what? Right? 98% of the human population eats meat. Okay, 98%. They should be concentrating on the 98%, not on some little old deer who's feeding a cat or fish, in my opinion. And in my opinion, it's just gone too far, and I'm walking away. Yes. No, I'm still a vegan.
Yeah.
My shoes are still plastic, and my bag's plastic, and everything else. And I've been like this for nearly all my life. And I started.
Yeah, you've been. You said since you were a kid, right?
Yeah, I started fame. Yeah, I was 7 years old, 8 years old, and I wouldn't. When my mother married my stepfather, meat became an issue. Prior to that, it wasn't an issue because But yes, and I started my nonsense then already. My grandmother used to if I wanted to eat, potato. She was quite happy with that. Yes, it's been a long time, nearly a whole lifetime. Yeah.
You want me to tell you my favorite vegan meal that I like here and there I'll eat it because my
we have Grey Knight here who's just joined us. Grey Knight, how are you, brother? How you doing?
What's up? You remember me?
Yeah, I don't know, Nick. My name is Noodles.
Taylor Dean from New York.
I might have heard of you from someone else, but my name's Noodles. Welcome to the show, brother.
I'll stay mute until for now.
Wait, what do you say, Green Knight? You're kind of roboting a little bit. What do you say, Green Knight?
Also, Skate the Matrix. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm talking.
Oh yeah,
Skate.
yeah, chickpea. Yeah, I was trying to say to you. Yeah, my favorite vegan meal, because my parents, I noticed they stopped. They don't really eat meat as much. I noticed. Well, they still do, but not as much. But my favorite one is when you get a nice rice plate, and then you get this type of stew. It's normally like a tomato paste type of stew, and you got chickpeas in there. You got zucchini.
Chickpeas.
No, you got chickpeas. But check it out. Just check it out. You got chickpeas, zucchini. They'll do some potato, eggplant as well. It's really, really good, man. I like because it's got a lot of flavor. It's got a lot of flavor in it, is what it is. So I like that one. Yeah.
Is it just me or were 2 Green Knights? Okay, it's gone.
Well, that's fine. He'll get on. He'll get on when he gets on.
Noodles,
Yeah,
Noodles, you're going to have to vet people before you let them on. There's if you go to media assets there, you can see there's an overlay. You can, or I'll put another one there.
But
A newcomer, you just click this, and then you can talk to them.
Right.
Newcomer.
So you basically put this on, and then you let them on, and then you can.
Yeah,
talk.
I got you. I do know.
You have no idea who people are, and they.
I do know who Grey Knight is.
Well, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you don't know because.
I know who Grey Knight is.
But Escape the Matrix. You know what gets me about this whole issue now
Well,
is
people use fake names, so
Yeah.
just you know.
Yeah, chickpea.
Please,
Yeah, chickpea.
Yeah, you
Go
know
on,
what gets me is now they're talking about they want to try and stop carnivores like lions eating meat. And there's this guy on YouTube called Dean Schneider, and he is being bloody well battered by vegans telling him to feed his pride of lions non-meat. I mean, how mad is it going to get? Even I don't agree with that. A lion is a meat eater, in my opinion. End of. And I don't like it, but it's the way it's been designed, and we can't change the design.
Oh, so Chick,
exactly,
you're only concerned with human-made animal suffering, not wild animal suffering?
No. Well, it is an issue that is so vast, so enormous. At the end of the day, 98% of the human race is directly involved. We should be dealing with that 98% first before we start on the animal kingdom, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the conversation is about ethics in general, and hypothetically, and yes, I understand there might not be a pragmatic approach yet, but hypothetically speaking, if we can end all predation, let me finish. Hypothetically speaking, if we can end all predation, then that would be, based on the human, the belief in human rights. That would be the logical extension. That would be the logical conclusion.
So are you suggesting that we should get rid of all the lions, and the tigers, and all these beautiful cats?
Yeah, we should we should somehow either get rid of them or change.
Oh, very nice. So that's okay. It's all right to murder lions.
You ask me a question and then you won't let me answer. Either get rid of them or change things to the point where they're not, other animals don't have to be killed to feed them, or we change their biology so they don't need to eat animals somehow.
Yeah. Well, Dean's tried that, and they're not interested. These lions.
Oh, right, you could speak for them, right?
Well, he showed stuff on YouTube about. Oh, for heaven's sakes! You seriously talk about turning lions and tigers into vegans?
Yeah, I know that you're not able to have a rational, reasonable conversation.
I'm being rational.
Yeah.
For millions of years, for millions upon
millions of years, humans have been raping and pillaging and murdering.
Well, the thing is.
Okay, yeah. So don't use that argument. Next.
Right, okay, fair enough. So that makes it all okay. We're going to turn lions into vegans, or we're going to destroy them all, and there will be no there will be no lions at all. So what's going to happen to all the giraffes and zebras that are going to breed like mad things?
There's no evidence that would happen.
Isn't there?
Okay, we'll present it.
All right. Well, what's going to happen to all the carcasses that are going to be left behind from the dying zebras and things?
They'll decompose.
Well, that's going to smell nice then. Well, flesh decomposing everywhere. Have you ever smelled flesh decompose?
I mean, humans can clean things up too. You know, we don't have to. If we want to get rid of, if we want to move something, you can dispose of it. I mean, we don't leave our own bodies laying around.
Yeah, and isn't that going to happen more on the African plains where humans don't really, live or congregate?
Yeah, and what about the mountains and everything that the cats all hide in?
And there are scavenger animals that are not odd order predators. They're just scavengers. Right. So those still.
All right, let's kill all the lions. Oh, lovely! What a lovely thought.
Wait, but it might actually be possible with AI to maybe like change the DNA and the genes of these predator animals such that they might be able to eat vegan food, I guess. It might be possible. I don't know. I'm just saying that it's a possibility.
Kinds of possibilities that could,
Things Noodles
sure could hold.
Things Noodles right now, 98% of the human race is non-vegan. Now, shouldn't you be talking about that 92%?
We do.
Lions and tigers and attacking people who feed a cat and bit of fish.
We do.
You don't much. No, you don't. You tend to talk more about someone like me who feeds their cats.
You're just emotional because you don't like being called out on your bullshit.
Well, you don't. You talk some bullshit yourself, actually, Noodles. I hate to say.
Yeah, that's great.
Anyway, I'm as far as I'm concerned, it does say on AI that if you feed a cat too much grain, etc., it can cause diabetes, and I believe it because
AI says a whole bunch of bullshit.
So how come you know more than professional vets do? I don't understand.
There's plenty of professional vets that say it's fine to feed a cat a vegan diet.
Yes, some do. Mine doesn't.
You just didn't get a second opinion, and you do it.
Well, actually,
I've sent you plenty of studies. I sent you plenty of studies. You refuse to read them because you're too lazy and you don't want to.
No, I'm not too lazy, but
we might as well just move on from this conversation because
no.
The same old conversation that we've had over and over again. You're too lazy, and you're too.
Not too lazy at all. I'm not going to sit and read a load of bloody corporate nonsense.
Would you feed a cat or dog to a chicken or a cow?
Pardon? Well, I if it was dead, yes. I wouldn't kill a cat to feed to a chicken. No, but if it was already dead, I probably would. I'm not that.
Well, technically you'll be paying someone to do it.
Well, you're paying someone.
Whether you kill them yourself or you're paying someone else for you. Like, say you buy a brand that that tortures or not even tortures, just humanely slaughter cats and dogs, and you feed them to your chickens.
Well, I don't have any chickens.
The idea is still fucked up, though. It's a hypothetical, though.
But chickens tend to eat seeds, as far as I know. I've never had a chicken, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, let me ask in a different way. What would you think about someone feeding cats and dogs to their chickens or something like that?
Well, if the cat or dog had passed away, I'm not anti-killing roads. I'm not anti-road people eating roadkill. I'm not.
Well, you're not feeding your cat you're not feeding your cat animals that pass away. You're feeding them that have been slaughtered specifically for them to
I
be.
feed them on fish. I feed them on fish. So I don't feed them on farm animals. Well, I wouldn't know. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I believe a cat is a carnivore. End of. I'm not going to change it. But what I find with all this, now at the end of the day, there's 8 billion people out there gorging on flesh. They should be concentrating on that.
We do. Vegans do. And it doesn't matter what any animal's dietary classification is. That doesn't determine what the ethics are of feeding them of plant-based diet.
You're going to turn vegans like me away. Because I've walked away now.
No, you're
So-
just not a vegan. That's all.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Not a vegan. Mm-mm. So I'm the one not eating meat and wearing plastic shoes. It doesn't matter anyway.
Wait.
Yes, you're right.
Wait, again, chickpea. What about the fact that there's, I think the longest living dog or whatever was a vegan dog or something?
Yeah, but a dog is an omnivore. A
I
dog
don't
is-
know. That's just something I heard, right? Noodles
Yes,
isn't
I
the
know.
longest.
Yes, I know. A dog is an omnivore.
Yeah, it is true. I believe the longest living dog was on a plant-based diet.
It's an omnivore, so it can live on a plant-based diet. But I suspect the longest living cat.
It doesn't matter what an animal's dietary classification is. All that matters is, well, if you're talking about health, it's about health outcome data. And all the health outcome data we have shows that cats are perfectly fine eating a well-planned, fortified, plant-based diet. I know that you're ignorant vet. The one vet that you've ever asked and who you will not get a second opinion on said no. Just like some human doctors tell humans not to eat a plant-based diet. Yeah, we should just listen to them, right? And I know that the bullshit AI you asked that's basically a people pleaser and will just tell people what they want to hear. Told you not to do it, so therefore you're not going to do it. I get it that you want to think critically about these things. I understand that.
Yes, all right. The research isn't 20 years old. This cat, vegan cat.
We can move on from this topic.
It's not 20 years old yet, okay? My cats live on average for 20 years, okay?
That's fine.
The research is not 20 years old. It's about 7 or 8 years old.
Okay, so when it's 20, actually it's longer.
When it's 20 years old, then I will listen to it.
It's probably about. I would imagine it's probably about 15 years old.
You imagine, but it's not.
All right, we'll look at what the studies are.
But at the end of the day, my cats live for 15, 16 years, so I must be doing something right. And Chickpea lived for nearly 20 years, so obviously got something right. I must have.
Oh, so how long do cats usually live?
Well, it depends. Mine live a heck of a long time. They do. Chickpea lived for a few weeks short of 20 years, and then I had her euthanized because she had arthritis, and she had.
Oh, it must have been caused by what you were feeding her.
Oh, fuck off, Noodles!
Must have been caused by that.
She was nearly 20 years old.
Oh, think about how long she could have lived if you fed her a plant-based diet.
Don't be absurd. Don't be absurd. I've taken real umbrage at that because Chickpea was nearly 20.
Well, but she had arthritis.
Yeah, well, she was in pain. I had her euthanized.
It was definitely her diet, right?
No, she was 20. How old? Vegan gains his dog cat lived for 4 years, so mine lives 4 to 5 times that long. I'm feeding her wrong.
Yeah, but
This cat died from an infection.
You're a nasty little man, Noodles, and I can't see you're doing the vegan movement much good because it's.
Well, not like you're doing the vegan movement any better. Certainly doing more for the vegan movement than you are.
I've walked away because I'm no longer a vegan.
Great, so you're not doing shit for the vegan movement, so you're not.
No, because I'm no longer a vegan. Why would I go? I no more use a vegan movement now.
Position to criticize people.
Bloody cow's flesh 3 times a day. Why would I? Because it's happening over here too, and so I've moved off. I've moved away. They've lost one street demonstrator.
There's people I don't like in the movement, but that doesn't mean I'm not vegan. It doesn't mean I'm not vegan anymore. I don't take my, I don't take my frustration out on the animals.
Sorry if some have like I said, as some of us, I'm not the only vegan walking away from the vegan movement. When I've walked away.
Well, you didn't just walk away. You're no longer vegan. That's the thing.
Well, I am still. I don't. All right. Sorry. I don't eat meat. I don't drink milk. I don't eat any kind of flesh. I don't wear any kind of animal products or anything. Okay, nothing. but
You know,
I'm not classed as vegan.
you can still go and do animal rights activism.
I'm no longer a vegan.
Not-
You said so yourself. Make up your mind.
You can still go and do animal rights activism even if you're not vegan.
Why would I?
Why not? Because you apparently, I thought it was something you cared about. I'm just
I'm
saying.
no longer.
You don't have.
It's very, very hurtful. Actually,
You don't have to. Just because you don't want to call yourself a vegan doesn't mean you have to walk away from.
You told me I was no longer vegan. You told me I was no longer vegan, Noodles. It was you.
I said that you're not. Your principles, the way that you're living.
Yes, exactly. So I no longer belong to the vegan movement.
You're saying that you're walking away from animal rights altogether just because you don't want to be criticized about the fact that you murder animals to feed to your cats, or you let your cats murder animals.
Fish, actually.
Yeah, but you let your cats kill mice when you don't.
My cats kill it. Oh, yeah. Right, okay. I've been told I'm no longer vegan. Fair enough. I've walked away. But I'm not the only vegan that's a person like me that's walking away. So I'm saying to you, you're going to start losing people with this.
All right, we have Loho in the comments saying, Noodles, BMW isn't here. Please adopt a distinguished Anglo-Saxon accent instead of the more vulgar American one. What do you think, Jay? Do you think that the American accent is vulgar? Do you prefer my Anglo-Saxon, my distinguished Anglo-Saxon English accent instead?
Sure, why not? What about you, Chicky? Do you like his accent?
No, I hate it.
I can do an Irish accent.
American or otherwise.
I can do an Irish. I can do an Irishman accent. Don't you know?
The Irish?
Aye.
I'm not even English anyway.
Oh, really? What are you?
I'm Dutch.
Oh, nice. Can you
Yeah.
do like a Dutch English accent, Chickpea? Can you do a Dutch?
No, I've got a London accent because I used to work in London, but I'm actually Dutch.
Oh, okay.
But I speak
Nice.
both languages.
Awesome. Can you speak a bit of Dutch right now?
Yeah, what? Oh, I'd love to say. What's wil je horen?
Oh, what does that mean?
What do you want to hear? Weet je wat? Ik denk dat die noodles is een oude zeik.
Uh-oh, did you just cuss out Noodles in Dutch?
Een oude zeiksnoort. Ja, ik heb zoveel. Yeah, sorry, no, I can't even say it.
Oh boy, I guess she just cussed you out, Pair Noodles, in Dutch.
That's clear anyway, we don't get on. I'm a bad-tempered old Dutch dear.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you saw the comment, but I did say earlier that I was gonna be praying for you that you and Emil Charan can meet in the afterlife.
Oh, yes.
You can be together.
Yeah, I would. Oh, yes. I tell you, if he was still alive, I would fly out to where he is and ask for a hug because I love his work. Love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also like Schopenhauer and David Benatar. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love Emil Caron. It's writes the most fabulous stuff. Don't you like him?
Yeah, he's pretty intelligent. Yeah, I agree.
Jay.
Yeah, did you hear me? Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh well, Chickpea, I'm speaking. I don't know why you can't hear me.
Jay? Oh dear.
Well, can someone tell Chickpea that I'm speaking?
What have I gone deaf?
Hello, anyone? Noodles, can you tell?
I hear you, Jay.
Can you tell Chickpea that I'm speaking?
No, I can't hear you.
Speaking.
I'm going to lolly. Don't worry about it. I'm just losing my marbles.
No, you're not. I'm speaking, Chickpea. I don't know why you can't hear me.
What, you are cheating? I can't hear you. No.
I am speaking. I don't know what's going on.
No, I don't. Weird. Oh well.
Well, tell her to check the comments.
Hold on, what's in the comments?
Wait, Chippy, you are hearing me.
Well, no, it's gone. It keeps going off. Can everybody else? Can everybody else hear you?
Yeah, they said they can hear me pretty clearly.
Oh right. I don't know. Obviously, someone's muting you. Insofar as I don't know. I've got no idea. I'm not that au fait with technology.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know what just happened, but yeah. But yeah, I said I agreed with you that Emil Cioran is very intelligent.
Yes, I love him. He really does write the most gorgeous stuff. Because I personally, I'm a bit of I'm sort of starting to go towards ephilism. I'm very soft on the subject.
DNW doesn't like us mentioning that topic on this
I
channel.
know he doesn't like it, does he? But I'm sort of going there very softly. But I never knew what ephilism was till I came here. Never heard of it even.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to think that is the only solution to the whole problem, in my opinion. Other people may think differently, but if we will go extinct one day, all of us, it's going to happen sooner than later, I think, because we're wrecking the planet, and we are. And
yeah, well, we'll see. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Or maybe the guys who put that stuff on the Georgia Guidestones will carry out their thing. You know, they're going to wipe out the human population down to 500 million and put us all in smart cities. Maybe
That seems like it.
Yes, I think that is quite likely to happen, actually. Yes, I really do think that is quite likely to happen. But on the subject of meat, when that meat becomes lab-grown, then I will put my cats on lab-grown meat. I won't be eating it, but my cats will be. I don't like the taste of meat even. I don't like the smell. I haven't got a good word to say. No, that's just me. But,
yeah, I agree. Eating meat is evil. I don't know why this world is designed in such a way that.
Yeah, it's yes. I don't know what to make of it all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm afraid I'm not into turning animals into vegans. I'm not. That's something I don't agree with personally.
Wait, Noodles, isn't it a rights violation if you take some animal DNA to make lab-grown meat?
There's a threshold, like it clearly exceeds the threshold to or I should say it maybe the other way around, like with the amount of animals that it will protect and save, it's much more worthwhile to just take a biopsy, like a very painless, probably, well, I don't know if it's painless, but it's most likely not very invasive biopsy of animal tissue or blood or whatever.
It could improve, like, as it continues, like, to the point, like, taking DNA from an animal could be obsolete, but
like, imagine if you knew that basically giving one of your friends a pinprick, without them consenting to it, would save like billions of lives. Wouldn't you just go fucking pinprick your friend? Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, but
wait a second. I'm getting a call. I'll be right back.
Maybe we should start feeding dead humans to cats and dogs and lions. Now that would be a good idea.
Not against it.
What? What?
Said I wouldn't be against it.
No, why not? I don't see. I mean, we cremate our dead. I mean, when I die, as far as I'm concerned, they could throw me in the Thames and feed me to the sharks. I really don't mind, because I think, it's what they could. If a shark wants to dine on my meat bag, that's perfectly fine by me, and it is. And I'm surprised that option doesn't even exist, because that would feed a lot of the animals in places like Africa. Feed me to the lions. I would agree with that.
Right. Listen, guys, I'm going to step out for a minute, and I'll be back very shortly. If Shannon doesn't come on in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, I'm going to end the stream. All right?
Well, I think I'm gonna wrap it up for now. I just want to see how you guys are doing. I got a course to finish anyway.
Got a what?
I got a course for cybersecurity defense.
What?
A course, an online course.
Oh, of course. All right, I see. Right, okay. Oh, Jay's gone.
Oh, it was like nice chatting with you, Noodles. Hope to hear from you soon.
Yeah, it was good to talk to you, Tyler. Yeah, great night.
All right. Take care.
Well, it seems that Danny Shine owes Yerf Dogs $10,000.
Wow. He's written the most fabulous book. I love it. All right. Oh, you don't like what Danny had to say?
Yerf Dogs, if you'd like to come on the stream.
I love what he has to say. I must agree with him totally.
If you'd like to share your thoughts about the interaction between Danny and Vegan Gains, we'd very much like to hear it. I will say if Yerf Dogs comes on, I'll keep the stream going a little bit longer. Otherwise I will call it soon. Shannon just texted me.
Anyway, Noodles, I'm just gonna say this though. I think the vegan movement is damned. And I don't mean that nasty and I don't like it, but I don't think it's going to go very far, especially with you lot shouting away the way you do, because I'll tell you something, I have walked away from it. And if I'm walking away with somebody who's been, I was an animal rights activist back in 1968, before you were even born. Okay? I've been at it for a long, long time, and I've completely walked away. After all these years, that's best part of 68. Long time. I was 14. That's when I started.
Tell us about the first animal rights action you went to back in 1968.
Back in 1968, the Daily Mirror did a huge expose. You wouldn't have been alive. You wouldn't know. Did a huge expose on factory farming in the UK. So me and my little friends, we were living in Bristol. We went out to the Falcon Day Road, which was a main road leading from Bristol into the main part of Bristol. We stopped all the traffic because we laid down on the road. I was only 14. It was my first animal rights demonstration.
You blocked the road.
What? We laid down on the road and blocked all the roads.
You blocked all the roads.
Yes. I was only 14, okay? I didn't have the resources to go up to London and join proper things. I didn't have the money. I was 14. You're a little spastic, aren't you, really?
So what was what happened? Tell me more.
Well, what happened was the police came along and pulled us off the road and took us home to our parents who
You weren't nicked for that?
I was 14. You can't be nicked in the UK if you're under 16 years old.
Oh, that's interesting. They didn't send you the postal?
No.
Looks like Shannon might be joining us briefly. We'll see.
Nice.
But I've been demonstrating before you were born.
Oh, nice, Chickpea. Awesome.
I've walked away. I'm not it's come to that, and I bet I'm not the only one that's going to walk away.
Wait, so when was the last time you did a demonstration?
That my being's turned against it. If this is going to be the fucking carry on all the time, I'm not coming to the office anymore.
Wait, when was the last time you demonstrated or did a protest?
The last demonstration would have been a few years back. It was in we went to the city of London. It was a while back now, and there was this airline there, a Japanese airline, and they were sending monkeys transporting monkeys from London to Japan and back. Monkeys, everything. And so a whole crowd of us, we broke into this place. We didn't break in, but we got through with our rubbish and everything. And then the police came along, and this time they picked us all up and put us in prison cells in the city for about 4 hours, and then they just let us go. But yes, so we were arrested.
Yeah, I was arrested once for an action. I was in jail for 8 hours. And it was awful. But what made it even worse was the thought that I might have to face some real consequences for it, because I was told that I was going to be charged with a felony, although I didn't, and they didn't end up charging me with a felony. It was, just a few misdemeanors, and it I ended up just pleading out for they called it a disorderly conduct violation, which is like the lowest version of that, the lowest misdemeanor version of that. And it was no contest, no I didn't even have to pay a fine. I didn't have to go to jail or anything. It just had to basically let them put it on my record. And if I really want to jump through the hoops, I can get it expunged. I just haven't done all that yet.
Now, this happened in the City of London. The City of London's got different laws to the rest of the UK. You obviously would know that, but the City of London is a very strange place. So they just locked us up for 4 hours.
Yev Dogs, would you like to come on the stream, man, and tell us share more thoughts about the conversation between Danny and Vegan Gains?
Vegan Gains? Wait, so how long have you known Vegan Gains, Noodles?
Known him personally or just
personally, yeah.
Well, I mean, I went and was it over the summer that I went to visit him? How long ago was that?
6 months.
Was it? Did I go? I can't remember. I have to look at when I posted that video with him. I mean, that's when I went to, he put the call out for. He wanted someone to come help him film for that, Palestine thing. And that's when we met, because I was the first one to respond.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, DNW is back.
We have
it's Noodles. I'm Noodles. Wait a minute. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Yeah. Oh, wait. I can get this. I can get this. I can get this. Wait 1 second. Don't worry. Be happy.
He seems to be very pleased with himself. DW, what did you think of the,
I'm going now. I'm fucked up. I can't stay. I have to go. I'm fucked. I have to conserve my energy. But yeah. Have a good one. Enjoy it. I'm interested to hear this upcoming conversation. So take care, everybody.
All right. See ya.
Hi, Graham.
Yeah. So you met up with Vegan Gains in real life?
Yeah, I went. Trying to see when that video was. That was 1 year ago, it says. So I guess a year ago. Although it definitely wasn't the winter. So I feel like it was probably less than a year ago, but yeah, so how did that most recent event, how did the most recent events with the shooting in Australia, did anybody
I saw that. Yeah, that's really sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Things to come.
Yep, seems like the mass shooting sickness is maybe spilling over into other countries.
Well, you know, you have the school shootings that happen here in America, but the major shootings that happen outside of that realm of things, most of them seem to be motivated by people who are influenced by the Muslim Brotherhood. And
yeah,
the Brotherhood is a very, you know, strict militant faction of Islam, and they take things in the Quran quite literally, it seems, and they have a very harsh and violent interpretation of the Quran.
Yeah. Oh, we agree on something for once. Yes, we've seen nothing yet. There's going to be a big takeover.
Divine Hazel says DNW with a cold sings better than Noodles. Laugh out loud. Happy dreams, DNW. I'd have to agree with her. Noodles is not a very good singer. He may be a good songwriter, but he should have someone else singing for him. Myself. And thank you for the compliment, Divine.
Yeah. So yeah, you say it's the Islamic Brotherhood or whatever.
Muslim Brotherhood.
Muslim Brotherhood. No, I think a lot of it, again, I know like people don't like conspiracy theories, but I think a lot of it again could be MK Ultra and stuff and CIA psyops.
Jay, I tell you something. I know quite a lot about this because I've lived in the Middle East and I've been to places like Beirut and everything, and they have been gradually taken over for years. It's part of their remit to take over the world and turn it into an Islamic state.
They seems that what they're aiming for is a global Islamic caliphate.
Yeah. And I think they will achieve it because they will achieve it. I've got a horrible feeling. I hope I'm not here to see it.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, it's in their whole remit. Yeah, such is life, I guess. But I've been to Beirut, and I went to Beirut in the 60s, and it was the most incredible place. You know, it was like Carnaby Street on drugs, and everyone was wearing mini skirts and everything else.
What year was that?
It would have been about 68, 69 time.
And it's not like that anymore.
No, it's a Muslim caliphate.
And I am so jealous that you got to see the late 60s. I would have loved to have been alive in that.
It was the most beautiful place. I was there for a long weekend, and it was.
I'm just saying in general, like being pretty much almost anywhere on like, you know, in a developed area or in a big city or something in the late 60s was probably so novel and so cool.
Well, Beirut was like, it was the most fantastic place, and there was pop music blaring everywhere, and it was fabulous. Lovely.
Nice.
And then I went to Bahrain, from Beirut off to Bahrain. I used to travel. I was like a little jet setter when I was young, because my stepfather was in the armed force, and we used to just travel all
All
the time.
right, we got Shannon Blair is joining us, folks. Hello,
I made
Shannon.
it.
You
Hello.
did. Thank you.
Hi.
Thanks for hanging. Hey.
So, this is the Finding Gnosis show. We have people with all different kinds of points of views here, but what I wanted to bring you on here today was to talk. The reason I wanted to bring you on here today was to talk about effective animal rights activism. And we actually have a couple other or at least one other vegan on the panel right now. Chickpea says she's been doing animal rights activism since the late 60s.
Young
Wow,
lady.
that's amazing.
Yeah, I was
Thank
14
you.
at the time. Yeah, I was always like, well, they did back in the 60s. The Daily Mirror, was a big newspaper, did a huge expose that went for a whole week, all about British factory farming. And so me and my mates, we all got together and we went on Falcondale Road, which was this massive highway road into Bristol. And we all sort of laid down on the road and stopped all the traffic and everything with the Daily Mirror. This is what's going on, this is what's going on. And then the police came along and picked us all up off the street and took us home. That was my first demo. Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
Well, I was kind of
So Shannon, tell us what's the most recent big campaign that you've been working on?
So we've been working on trying to prevent a new slaughterhouse in Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah.
And it's been interesting. This is our second time fighting the same applicant. And they did this over a year and a half ago in a different part of the city that was a bit more rural. And this time they tried it in a way more populated area, right next to someone's residence and several businesses on like 2 main roads. So a lot more community involvement this time around, but also a lot more sneakiness and corruption and collusion is being uncovered this time around.
Do you know Joey Carbstrong, Shannon?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
We've been
he's
fortunate
quite
to
something,
spend
isn't
some
he?
time with Joey.
Have you met him?
Yeah, he's really nice. My son got to do a big campaign back in 2020, and when we went to film in London in 2019, he came to be with all the kids. There were 10 kids that were part of the campaign, and they were all really excited to hang out.
He's quite something. He's very brave. I mean, he really has got. He's a brave guy.
Tell us more about your son, Vegan Evan.
Yeah, so Evan is really one of my biggest inspirations, aside from the animals themselves. When Evan was born, I stopped eating animals back in 1996. So I was calling myself vegetarian for a long time. And that's when he was born, was during that time. And I fed him mostly vegetarian food, but when we would go out, he would get more options. His father was not vegetarian or anything. So, but I told him the truth, and he used to come up behind me and like peek at videos and ask me questions about them. And when he was 4 years old, he decided that he didn't want to eat land animals anymore. And at the time, I was really excited about that. I actually, looking back, it's kind of embarrassing, but at the time we celebrated him no longer eating land animals by going out to eat. He ate some dead sea life, and so like we went to a restaurant where I had a Groupon or something and got 2 dead sea life dinners, and I ate all the sides, and he ate both of the dead pieces of fish, and then it was a little while after that, when he was still 4, that he had asked me to do some research with him about fish and other aquatic animals. So I remember we sat down on my laptop together, and even though I hadn't eaten fish, I really didn't give, like, I hadn't eaten them in almost 20 years at this point, but I still didn't really give them much merit. So I learned a lot that day too. We found out that fish are just like all the other animals. They also make friends and feel pain, and they don't have 10-second memories like we're taught. They remember unpleasant experiences and try to avoid them in the future. They actually, I've found out even more now. I've given presentations to universities on fish sentience, and I now know that fish teach information generationally, and they are quite incredible animals who can probably feel more than we can, because they have to feel everything through the water, and they're very sensitive. And so once Evan understood that fish were like everybody else, he said he didn't want to eat any animals. And then it was a little while, about a month after he turned 5, that he was asleep, and I had been hearing everybody talking about cowspiracy. I'm not talking about vegetarians or vegans, just regular people that I worked with were talking about it. And so Evan was asleep when my ex and I watched it, but we decided to try vegan overnight. And when I told Evan in the morning on the way to school, he
Oh, we seem to have lost Shannon. Can everybody else hear her?
another embarrassing story.
Shannon, could you go back about 30 seconds or so with your story?
Oh,
You cut out for a little
yeah.
bit.
Oh, sorry. So sorry, Vegan Evan was actually calling me.
Oh.
So when Evan was about a month after he turned 5, I watched Cowspiracy while he was asleep, and that gave me enough inspiration to do it, coupled with the same exact time somebody that I worked with told me that I was a hypocrite for being vegetarian and that I was supporting rape and kidnapping. So I basically looked into the dairy industry and watched Cowspiracy at like the same time. And my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go vegan overnight. And then when I told Evan in the morning, he said, like on the way to school, he said he wanted to do it too. And I actually tried to talk him out of it. I was, very brainwashed. And so I was concerned that maybe it wasn't the best thing for his health. Maybe it would not be fair to him to have to, like, I thought he was going to miss out on things. So I actually said to him, like, well, why don't you let mommy try it first? You're not going to be able to have pizza at school on pizza day. Everybody's going to have birthdays, and you're just going to have to watch them eat the cake or cupcakes. And he was sitting in his booster seat in the back seat, and he looked at me in the rear view mirror, and he said, no, mommy, I don't care. If animals are being hurt and I don't need it, I don't want it. And that was it.
Yeah.
We've been vegan ever since.
Lucky boy, because you know what? When I was a little girl, I was 7 when I got into my head to become vegan or give up meat. And my mother used to force feed me chicken.
Oh.
And I've never forgiven her. Never forget. Yeah, because what happened was when I was 7, she married this English serviceman, and prior to that, meat had never been an issue because my gran looked after me. So your little boy is so lucky, because I didn't want to. I somehow knew. I don't know how I knew, but I knew. And she used to go mad and force feed me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I actually hear that a lot from my students.
You hear that a lot. Yes, because I think we are actually born vegetarian. Our parents brainwash us from when we're babies.
Definitely. And they're
Yeah,
just,
I do believe
they're just trying to do the best they know because they've been
yes, because
brainwashed too.
it's all generational, all goes back thousands of years. All parents have done it. But I think, if truth be known, we are actually born because I believe that we are herbivores and we are born vegetarian.
Yeah, well, when you look at the science, the way our stomach acidity, our intestinal
Exactly.
length, the
Everything.
way that
Yeah.
our jaws sit and move, we're
Yeah. Our
definitely most
hands.
closely
Yeah.
related to the
Yeah.
frugivores.
Yeah.
We're not
Yeah.
exactly like them, but that's who we're closest
We are
to, or
pretty well
the
like
great
we've got the same.
apes.
Yeah, we've got the same mouths, etc., etc. No, I think we are, and I've always thought it. I have terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Shannon,
Yep.
what's going on with this slaughterhouse ban? You're saying they were doing some shady stuff, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's gotten pretty crazy. So basically, the last time around, when we went to the planning commission meeting, which is one of the earlier steps in the process of the rezoning, they withdrew the application in the middle of the meeting, and the owner went up to the podium and he said that he had no idea the community was going to be so upset. They don't want to upset anyone. They love their community. And so they were withdrawing the application. And Evan and I actually didn't even get our 3 minutes because we were still in line. And when they went up and did that, our friend Brianna was in the middle of speaking and they literally interrupted her. But then once they said it was to withdraw, then they allowed them to do so. And we did have a feeling that they may try, but we expect that they would do it in a more populated area. We figured they'd try to find some other spot out in the middle of nowhere like they did the first time. The first time there was one residence next door and the woman was in her 80s and the property had been in her family for decades, and her children and her grandchildren and other relatives were all very upset because they didn't want her to have to smell the smells or hear the screams or her property value to tank, because that was going to affect whoever it was getting passed on to as well. And so between a good amount of animal rights activists coming through at the last minute and then her family that was able to show up, they schedule these meetings at really inconvenient times. The planning commission does like Tuesdays at 2 p.m. when everybody typically has to work. And I think that's very intentional. But this time around, first it passed planning staff and then it went to the commission, and it was initially deferred, but they hadn't announced that in advance enough. So many people had shown up that they still allowed us our 3 minutes each that day. But the interesting thing is there's actually 2 items on the agenda. So I think they've been breaking sunshine laws by only letting us speak once at the planning commission meetings. But what happened at the planning commission meeting the second time when they heard the 2 items, the first one passed very quickly. The second one, which was the one that has what's called a PUD that allows for exemptions, that one would have passed, but I asked one of the 7 planning commissioners to recuse himself because I had found out some information that he actually owns a business that constantly pulls permits for them. And I also heard that he might have a personal friendship with them, which makes sense because when you're working, doing permitting constantly, you tend to get friendly with the people. And they have other similarities in common. We'll leave it at that. So I asked him to recuse himself. He kind of smirked at me. And then I went on the record during my 3 minutes and I stated that I had asked him to do so and why, and what time I had asked him to. And when it came time for them to discuss and vote, he did recuse himself. And he verbalized, to be facetious, that he would have been a no vote. But when it actually came time for the vote, he raised his hand as a yes, even though his vote didn't count. And it's very obvious that he would have been a yes for many reasons. But that was great because The second item did not go up to the next level with approval. The 3-3 split made it so that it was not approved. So then it went to LUZ, which stands for Land Use and Zoning. And they did allow us to speak on both items at that meeting, but very manipulative things were happening. And the attorney, well, for one thing, the law firm that she works for, they've donated to the campaigns of all of the 19 city council members. And it's some of those city council members who sit on the LUZ board. And one of them, Dr. Johnson, he was actually suggesting that the applicant and the attorney might sue the city right in front of them, which seemed odd to me. Like, if you're worried about that, why would you even make the suggestion right in front of them? But it was really just a manipulation tactic. And that's quite clear now, because what he did at the city council meeting that happened after that, where both of the items were on the agenda, like, it was insane. So I've been doing like so much research, because the community members, they don't really know what's going on. They just don't want a slaughterhouse in their backyard. And they're not, most of them are not used to going to these types of meetings. Even though I go to a lot of meetings, we still have to learn new rules for all of them, because they're all in different cities or counties. Or with the FWC commission, when we speak to them, it's really crazy, because those guys weren't even elected. They were hand selected by the governors, and it's really corrupt. But so this one,
Hey,
I
Shannon,
had, yeah.
do you think you could be wrong about veganism? Is there a chance? So there's
I
no
would,
chance you could be wrong.
I would say that based on my research, I'm pretty confident that everyone should be vegan. There
So
might be some people currently, because of the way that infrastructures are set up, who might live in certain parts of the
no, I mean
world
just a
where they
basic
might
yes
like,
or no.
Just so you know, Shannon, this panel often gets people who have all different views and often want to debate or go against what other people say, and that's totally open. This is open for that here. Although I just would say, American Zombie, I did bring Shannon on to just discuss her efforts
yeah,
and campaigns right now, and
we
what
can get into
we'll
that,
do
but let
is,
me finish up this
yeah,
part. It's going to be
save
pretty quick.
at the end if people want to ask her questions or challenge her or whatever. I'll leave that up to her.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to challenge her. I'll
No,
hop back
I got
on.
you. I got you.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back.
All right.
All right. So at the actual city council meeting, so everyone was saying that these two bills were gonna pass no matter what we did, they were gonna go through. There were even city council members who were against it, who were telling members of the community that they were sorry that it was gonna pass no matter what, and there was nothing they could do about it. Well, I was pretty confident that I found some bombs that were gonna hopefully prevent it that night. And the biggest one was the fact that I found out that the business was not permitted to be operating at all. They let their permit lapse, probably by accident, but back on October 7th. And now, it's December, or well, it was the end of November at the time, and it had been out and not in compliance. And technically, they could have received like a lot of fines for each day that they were out. Well, I spent a lot of time on the phone with the USDA and the FDACS, which is the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, verifying this information. And it's very difficult to look these permits up. You can only see certain ones online. Other ones you have to verify over the phone, or you have to do a public records request. And I had done both of those things. And on the way to the meeting, the day of, I spoke to the food safety liaison from the FDACS. And the morning of that meeting, I received my public records requests, which included the expired permit. And the night before the meeting, I received an email back from the FDACS confirming that the permit was not valid. So we went with 19, or actually, I think we had 26 copies of this to hand out to the city staff and all the council members, because I knew how they had acted in the past. They needed that in writing so that they couldn't say it wasn't true. And so there was a gentleman who went up before us, and he also found out that the permit was expired from someone in zoning enforcement. So I didn't expect anyone else to know, and I was really excited. But I had tried to share this information with the community. There was one woman from the CDF, Citizens Defending Freedom. She got called before me. She spoke about it. Then I spoke about it. Then Evan spoke about it when it was his turn. And then all the other community members that spoke about different issues that they had with the scenario. And in addition to the permit being expired, I also had gotten a hold of food safety inspection reports from as recent as August that had horrible, like foodborne illness priority related concerns and multiple ones, and cracks that allowed for pests to get in, and no hand drying at the so-called meat department, all different things. So in addition, I had also gotten a hold of the traffic reports, the school impact reports, from the mayor's office, the environmental quality report, and everything was telling me that this never should have made it as far as it did. It really shouldn't have passed planning staff to even make it to the planning commission meetings, and then it certainly shouldn't have passed there to make it to LUZ, and how it ever got to city council, I don't even know. But I
Well,
told them during my
really,
first 3
sorry.
minutes I was confident they wouldn't put it through. And then you got to hear what happened. The city council member, when it was time for public comment to close and we couldn't speak anymore, he says, well, that's not what he's viewing on the Florida State website. And he has the applicant and the attorney come up and verify that they are currently permitted. So they come up to the stand and they say, oh, yes, we're doing everything we're supposed to. We're permitted. We're operating almost 3 years now. Everything's great. Some of you came in and saw it. And then he went as far as to involve the OGC, the Office of General Counsel, and said he was going to have them pull the permit. And then a little while later, sure enough, they had this printed piece of paper that they're entering into evidence. What they didn't know is that I knew that you can't print this piece of paper out. You can't look it up online. You can't see it on a Florida State website. And so I expect
So you're saying there was basically some corruption going on here,
some serious, serious corruption.
and
Yes.
you were able to call it out in real time.
Yes, and what I speculated is what I said during my second 3-minute comment, and I did, you have to be careful when you're saying things into a microphone that are recorded. I guess Dr. Johnson doesn't realize that, but I do. So when I'm not sure of something, I do use language that says, like from what I've been told and from what I can tell and from my research, but I'm going to look into it further. Now, this was on the Tuesday right before Thanksgiving, and the USDA closed their offices for the holiday on Tuesday at 5 p.m., and the meeting started at Tuesday at 5 p.m. So I speculated that the owner, the applicant, had renewed their permit there online at the meeting while we were all sitting there, and then somebody had emailed it into the city, and that's how they were able to print it. And I found out I was 100% right. And even worse is that the permit, because they use a third-party processor and it was done during the closure for the holiday, it didn't go into effect until 8 days later at 8:03 in the morning. So that document that was not publicly verifiable, was not actually on a Florida State website, was sourced from the applicant's attorney. We found out she sent it over to them at 7:55 p.m. That was used to manipulate the situation and also to discredit and undermine me, other members of the community, and even worse, these government organizations that regulate and permit them. We were all undermined and discredited, and they made it seem like me and some of the other people were being dishonest. And here we brought it to them in writing. So that's just an example of what happened. It wasn't on the new agenda for city council because they re-referred everything, which is very, very rare. Everyone is in shock, and they have pulled the slaughterhouse language completely out of the proposal now, which is great. But we still know that they're up to something, and we're not going to allow for a business to just continuously lie. I have this man on video telling me he doesn't plan to do any butchering at the location, and then I went in after one of the meetings where it sounded like the attorney made it seem like they were already butchering, and sure enough, they have a giant butcher area. So they can't be trusted. and we're gonna fight till the end.
And didn't you say you this man said he wanted to sit down and have lunch with you or something?
Yeah, he actually, so I talked to him about, if you care about people so much, you care about the community. He's wanting to serve the Muslim community. He's Muslim, and he feels like, there's a larger population in the area, and he wants to be able to serve them. So that's how he's looking at it. And he might not, be the most horrible person. He might just be desensitized and brainwashed like most people are. And maybe a little more desensitized because he hasn't lived here his whole life. He hasn't walked into supermarkets his whole life. He's done things the way that, like a live market, a wet market. That's what they're used to. And so I talked to him about, you should come have the vegan halal cart with me in Tampa. They own an actual business that has a storefront, and then they have a food truck. And if you can make it to Tampa, I'll treat and you can see what is available, because these innocent animals don't deserve this, but also you're making people sick. And if you care about them like you say you do, then you should give this a try. And if you think it's delicious, then why not replicate it and offer that to them instead? And so I think he likes to be kind of phony, but he did tell me he would. At this point, I don't know if he will now, because that was 3 meetings ago, and he's probably quite upset with me at this point. They have they have to pay a lot of money to the attorneys, and now they're going back to square one. It went back to LUZ and got immediately re-referred back to Planning Commission. So at the very least, helped cost a lot more money.
No, are you like running? You're doing this whole fight. It's just you, right? I mean, who else is involved in helping you with this?
So there have been a couple people who have tried to come to meetings. Giodi is really nice, and Brianna, but unfortunately, because of the time, like the meeting had started at 1 that day, and Giodi is a healthcare worker, and he came and he tried to be there, but then they let us know that they were not going to do it until after the break, and so him and Brianna both had to leave that day. I got I got Wes to come to that meeting because he lives in the area and he was also invested in it from the last time, but unfortunately he got kicked out before his 3 minutes. So I was the only one who was vegan who spoke on it. The rest of the people are community members who, to my knowledge, are not vegan yet. They just don't want a slaughterhouse in their backyard. They're grateful for my help, and some of them are listening to me, and you know, even though they're nervous, they're trying to speak at the podium instead of just not going up and things like that. But it is basically just me at this point. But In Defense of Animals has been a tremendous help both rounds, because they've sent out for people to help to email the council members and the commissioners, and also put out notices for anyone in the area if they're able to come to the meetings.
Well, so I mean, it's just like, it seems like you're taking them on all by yourself, though, and you're
I
kind
don't
of,
really have a choice.
I mean, but
Like,
you're really like putting up some major roadblocks for them, which is very impressive.
yeah, and I teach an animal advocacy and awareness class to the pre-veterinary students at the school that I work at, and this is what we've been talking about, is not to ever think that one person can't get things done, because I know that I am getting things done. Now, if all those other community members didn't come, maybe one of the other commissioners that was a no vote might have been a yes if they hadn't heard from so many people. But I know that if I didn't go that day and didn't get that one to recuse himself, that would have passed that day, 100%.
Do you think
So
that renting this slaughterhouse ultimately, ultimately cause, like, will save animals, or do you think that it's just gonna send them down the line somewhere else?
Well, right now they are sourcing from at least one place that I know of that's been investigated by Animal Recovery Mission and had 41 felony violations in a 3-month undercover, and that was an undercover that was done by a supposed buyer, not by a worker. So like in 3 months to get that many violations documented by just going in to purchase is pretty insane. They do want to make a slaughterhouse and then have it replicable so that they can have more in the area. The owner's already told someone that. So I do absolutely feel like it is going to make a difference. And also, I can only do so much. So you have to think globally, but act locally. And I'm hoping that this will inspire other people to do similar things. We need to be divesting away from animal agriculture and not, we can't let these happen if we can prevent them. So we fought another one in Alachua County, and I know that made a difference because the county was actually going to give $2.5 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds towards it and was going to be a part of it. And
Wow, so that was going to be taxpayer funded.
yes. Yeah, it was a $5.25 million total, but they were giving almost half of that from ARPA funds from the pandemic.
Wow.
To essentially a wet market that can very easily contribute to another pandemic. They're
So
breeding grounds for zoonotic diseases. That's just insane.
there you go. So we were having this conversation on the stream the other day about, how effective vegans can be in a political space. And you are showing that, yeah, you can, there's a lot, even just one person can do.
Hey, check this out. I wasn't a part of it, but Plant-Based Treaty got the city of LA and the city of West Hollywood to both endorse the treaty. And the city of West Hollywood, their vice mayor that championed it, she helped to make it so that every city event in the future will be plant-based by default. That's huge.
That's amazing. So, okay, so what you're saying event, what does that mean? What's an event exactly?
Like anything that the city puts on, that taxpayer dollars would typically, go to providing the food for a public event, or maybe
Can you give an
even
example of one?
Well, I wouldn't want to say without double checking with the city because I don't live in California. I don't know what types of events they throw, but I would assume any meetings where they typically provide food or any public events that are funded by the city where food is provided, it'll be plant-based by default from now on.
I think that's major. I think that's major. The Plant-Based Treaty is doing some incredible work right now. And that was very grassroots. Now it seems like it's a much bigger thing. And who knows? They could get a whole state to sign on. What would it mean if like a whole local government signs the plant-based treaty other than just events?
Yeah, so it can mean something different for each group or organization or government body that might sign into it. They can kind of pick which parts. So like the city of West Hollywood with the plant-based by default for the future, that's not like a requirement. I believe there are some things that are like no matter what, like no new slaughterhouses and things like that. So it's probably at this point, like a city like Los Angeles, where would they really put a slaughterhouse anyway, aside from wet markets, like smaller ones? So it
Are you
would
still with
probably
us?
be.
Or did I lose you?
Oh, I'm here. Can you not hear me?
I can't hear Shannon. If
Uh-oh.
anybody else can.
Oh, I can hear Shannon.
Oh, I can't hear Shannon for whatever reason.
Oh, this is like what happened with me and Chickpea earlier.
Yeah, now I hear her.
Okay.
Oh, you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, now I hear her. So what were you sorry, go 30 seconds back.
Oh boy, I have ADHD.
You're talking about what it would mean if a whole local government signed on to the plant-based treaty.
Yeah, they can each pick certain aspects of it that they want to do when they endorse, but there are probably some pretty hard guidelines, and I think no new slaughterhouses is one of them. So it is probably easier to get cities initially that are not really able to have slaughterhouses. Like some cities are just too developed to do anything besides maybe like a small wet market because there's just not the land and the property and the proper zoning for a slaughterhouse. So if people were going to get involved, you'd want to like go with the low hanging fruit first. And, I think it would definitely be great for people to try to get all of them to do the plant-based meals by default, but that's not a requirement to signing it. And depending on what part of the country or the world you're in, that may be easier or much more difficult.
Yeah, and anyone can endorse the plant-based treaty, right?
Yes, every person can do it for themselves as an individual, and then organizations and businesses can do it. Schools, universities can do it. The school that I work for is plant-based, and they were the first school to endorse the plant-based treaty, like
And,
as
and
like a K through 12.
what does an endorsement mean? How does that get us closer to something?
I think that, normalizing things, the more people that do it, then the more others are more likely to join on. And anything is better than nothing. So even if you can get a city to do like some type of a resolution, it might not be legally binding, but these are all steps of progression to get bigger, better things done. Like it's the same with like restaurants, you can't usually walk into like a pizza place and say, hey, get rid of the mozzarella. But a step in that direction is to get them to add some plant-based cheese first. Now veganism is more accessible and normalized, and hopefully they'll see that they can make money off of that. And hopefully they'll see what's happening to animals and maybe end up being one of those people like, chef guy in New York City who has like 7 or 8 restaurants that are all vegan, and Matthew Kenny and Scott Gautier. I'm not sure if I'm saying his name right, but these people, it's a numbers game. So the more normalized all of this is, plant-based, vegan, whatever it is, then the more people are likely to jump on and help in different ways.
Well,
And
I posted the link to endorsing the plant-based treaty in the chat. So we encourage everyone watching the show to go and endorse it. It doesn't take away, even if you're not vegan, it doesn't take away anything from you. Maybe a few seconds of your life just to go and endorse the plant-based treaty.
thanks for putting that there.
Yeah, and
Wait, even someone from a foreign country like me?
Oh yeah, plant-based treaty didn't start in the U.S. It's part of Animal Save movement, and it's started in Canada, but it's worldwide already.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, every single country can get involved.
so JE, you can go to your local superiors and you can ask them to endorse.
And it is still pretty
Nice.
grassroots. Like they still need people locally everywhere if people have extra time to get involved.
And I want to share a video. Do you mind if I share a video of you at the Trader Joe's here?
Oh, I don't mind at all.
Okay, hold on one second.
Joe's is lying to you. They are hiding animal cruelty behind misleading labels. Trader Joe's, trap, produce, Petaluma poultry now. Animals are suffering. Investigations by Direct Action everywhere have documented birds who are collapsed, unable to reach food or water. Others are scalded alive at the slaughterhouse while still fully conscious. Trader Joe's, This is private property, sir. Can I interview you guys for the paper? No! Trader Joe's! Drop Petaluma poultry now! Trader
Well, that was Shannon protesting Trader Joe's using what, Purdue chickens, right?
Nice.
Is Shannon there? Maybe she's muted.
Yeah, she's muted.
Yeah. So, Shannon, are you still with us? I think you're muted. Should I unmute you? No, you have to unmute yourself. Shannon's muted herself, but that's I think that is the thing that Zoe was rescuing chickens from that slaughterhouse or that farm, that factory farm. Shannon, are you with us? You're muted again. Anyway, that's I think that was part of that's part of that whole Direct Action Everywhere campaign that Zoe was a part of. Oh, we've lost Shannon, unfortunately.
Well, in the meantime, what do you say to that guy in the comments who said that veganism will never be normalized? It isn't vegetarianism after all.
And Shannon did some solo activism here.
Oh, nice.
She's back with us.
Oh, could you guys hear the sound? I wasn't able to.
No, you were muted, and I don't know what happened, but we're saying that was you at protesting Trader Joe's selling chickens that were bred and raised at Petaluma Poultry, right?
Yeah, Purdue's Petaluma Poultry.
Yeah. So, and we know Zoe is in jail right now for something involving that. It's really sad that. The other day I was encouraging everybody to write her letters. I still have to send mine off.
Yeah, Evan and I need to write her one. I don't do so well with sad things that are like worrisome and scary. And we've known Zoe since she was 15. When we met her, she led us on a march to the White House in DC. And I think it was her first time in DC. She had planned the route out from California. And I was just so, amazed by what she was doing at such a young age. And she told us about her sanctuary, Happy Hen, that she started when I think she was 11. And she's just the sweetest, most compassionate and kind young girl. She's 23 now, and she's suffered from type 1 diabetes since she's 8. And during this trial, her medical conditions have worsened. She now has a feeding tube going through her nasal cavities, bypassing her stomach and into one of her intestines because her stomach is now partially paralyzed. And the medical care comes from WellPath, who has so many complaints against them from people who have been incarcerated who feel that they were neglected when they had serious medical needs. So we're trying to, at the very least, keep the public pressure so that hopefully she'll get the medical care that she so desperately needs while she is in there. But it's really sad because, like you said, they're only doing this to her because these massive corporations are so powerful. The amount of money that they've spent.
We lost you again.
Really?
No, I can still hear her.
Hello?
I'm here.
Okay,
I can hear her.
You said they're only doing this to her because these massive corporations are what?
They're just so powerful, and they know that this is a threat. People are waking up more and more to what is happening to animals. I don't think that the average person understands the extent or the numbers by any means, but it's because of people going in and doing these undercover investigations that we even know anything. And when somebody documents criminal animal abuse and neglect, which DXE activists have been investigating this one company for over 7 years now, and they've been documenting and they've been bringing the evidence to the authorities. And when Zoe brought the evidence, they arrested her. And still nothing has happened about this criminal animal abuse and neglect. These are like felony acts of animal cruelty, and it's just not being enforced, and it's not right. So, unjust laws need to be broken for there to be changes. And I'm really grateful to Zoe because she's doing things that, with me having 3 children, I'm just not willing to do at this point. And, we have stormed factory farms with Zoe and DXE in Petaluma. We stormed Sunrise Farm that supplies the Whole Foods and Amazon. It was horrendous. And we also went to the duck farm to Reichert, and we've been a part of some of those mass actions, but they were less risky. When I'm able to rescue animals, I have to get them legally surrendered, or I have to catch them when that's allowed. But I'm grateful to her. I mean, California does have a penal code, 597E, that says that we do have the right to rescue animals that are sick and injured and neglected and without food and water. So you would think that that would matter, but just a lot of money
It's really,
involved.
I mean, as
Shannon,
for
let me ask you something, Shannon. You able to hear me?
Yep.
hey,
Yeah.
Matrix, I just want to ask that people leave their questions sort of till the end of this interview. Is that all right?
The interview you're saying?
Yeah. I'm just gonna say let's save the questions till the end. I just want to get through a few more things here.
Okay. Well, I thought we're on an open panel. I thought we're all just kind of hanging out.
If you need to ask it now, go ahead. But I would like if we
Well,
could wait.
I don't need to. You first shut down. What's his name? Now you're shutting me down.
Well, I said wait till the end, but go ahead.
But I think you shut him down an hour ago. I mean, I don't know how long is this thing going to take.
Do you want to ask it or not?
Well, no. I mean, now just go ahead. Do your whatever you guys are doing. I don't know what you're doing.
So we got Shannon here with some people. You've been doing like this, some outreach, right? You've been doing kind of similar to what Anonymous for the Voiceless was doing, but you're basically going out there with a sign and you're starting conversations. And I mean, how's that going? Do you feel like you've changed a lot of people's minds, or that you're making a difference in that?
Well, I wouldn't be out there if I didn't think it mattered, because I don't want to waste time. I'm already short on it. I think it's a numbers game, and you never know who's going to end up being the next person that furthers the movement a lot. There are people who, have positions and abilities to do more than others. When people are, political figures or business or restaurant owners, things like that. So my goal is to just plant as many seeds as possible. And I typically don't do activism so close to home, but my mental health is not, the greatest, because I really thought that things would be further along by now. The pandemic really hurt the movement. People are trying to cancel me every week or every other week at the very least.
What's
And
that about?
just people don't have to agree on everything. They only have to agree on one thing for this movement. But some members of the community and movement think otherwise. They want everyone to agree with them on every single thing, and that's just not going to happen. And it's really unfair to the animals that people put human conflicts and differences, as more important. And I'm just not going to be able to be canceled, because I'm going to do work for the animals regardless. And I I figured instead of continuing to drive at least an hour each way to Orlando or further to St. Augustine or Tampa, I can get my mom to help out for a few hours on certain nights when I'm here in the area. And I figured, why not? And it's been going really, really well. And because it's not a super touristy area and there's a lot of college kids, it's been great because I'm having a repeat audience. I mean, I meet new people every time also, but people recognize me now. They come up and hug me. They give me a pound. They tell me that they've thought about things that we've talked about before. They ask more questions. I've been handing out so much literature, and people have just so many misconceptions and objections. And I do believe that, like, just what's happening to the animals should be enough. But I think it's important that we educate ourselves so that we can overcome those objections. And it's been going great. One of the least expected things that happened that was most exciting at this point is one of the nightclubs that was there. The owner, he has 3 Italian restaurants in our area, and he didn't love how the nightclub was going. So he decided to switch that over, which is kind of sad because it's another business selling stuff from animals. But while I was doing my activism, I was wearing a TV and I had a sign, just like in the picture right now. It might actually been that night. And I was walking past the restaurant on my way to, I basically, like, I stand out front of one bar most of the time because they get a bigger line. And so it's more people that have to kind of stand and watch. But when I'm not talking to anyone for a few minutes or the line is too stagnant, then I'll go to some other places that are on the same street. So when I was walking down to one of the others, I passed this little restaurant and I looked in, and they just recently opened. They only had maybe a few tables that had people, and nobody was looking in my direction. So I just kept walking because that's not what my purpose was that night. I wasn't there to get to customers inside of a business. I was there to just do outreach. So then I went down to the bar, finished up there, and on my way back down, same thing. I looked in, didn't see anybody looking, kept walking. Well, just as I was past the door, I heard, "Oh my God." And so, like, I backed up and I put my head backwards so I could see in the doorway. And I saw these 3 kids that are in like their late 20s who I run into almost every weekend. And they've helped me hold the TV before. Like, one of them wore it one night, another one handed out literature. They helped me get conversations started, but they're not vegan yet. And so then they were like embarrassed because I had the dairy footage and they're sitting down and they're eating pizza. So I stood there for a minute outside the door, and then this guy walked out and he had his eyes squinted and he was like, "Oh, so far away, you can't see it very well." And I was just like kidding. I said, "Oh, are you the owner?" I thought maybe there was a slight chance he was, just because he came out by himself like that. And he said, "Yeah, I am." And I said, "Oh, well, you should let me bring the TV in." He said, "Okay." So I walked in with my sign and my TV and my Dairies Ray Pat, and I went up to the table where those 3 kids were sitting, and we took a couple pictures. And then I was trying to make sure the other tables in there could see. And the owner and an older gentleman who now I know, he's one of the cooks and he might be a family member also, they were just standing together and they were watching the TV. So then before I left, I went and I talked to him and I said, like, "Oh, do you have any vegan options?" And he was like, "Well, my crust is vegan, my sauces, I have the pasta visual on the menu, and the garlic knots we could do without the Parmesan." And he said, "But I'll get vegan cheese in." And I was like, "Oh, really?" And he's like, "Yeah, you come back in 1 week and I'll have it." So this was on a Friday night. Well, I was doing activism again the next night. And when I stopped there again, I waved hi and he came right out and he said, "Why don't you come in on Tuesday and we can meet with my distributor and we can see what else they have."
Wow.
And yeah, it was really awesome.
Yeah, so you're
And
just walking around with a sign and a TV and you're getting places, just that action,
You have non-vegans helping you spread a vegan message. You have these restaurants that are gonna just put vegan options on the menu. I
Yeah.
mean, that's a huge. I just think that's a really big difference.
Yeah,
It
I'm
really-
very excited. And now the best part is he has 4 locations, and his wife is pregnant right now. And she said, I'm the first vegan she's ever known in her life. And she's just so happy and excited. And they've already gotten phone calls asking, do they have the vegan options? And when I made the post, I didn't put it in local groups yet. I'm waiting until they're ready for me to promote it. And I told him, now we're going to figure out what's their slowest day at each of the 4 locations. And then I'm going to set up an intro night, and I'm going to be there. And that way I'll tell everybody, hey, come in. We're going to, you can order all the vegan options. We'll all hang out together. And I can tell them this is new for them, and they're doing something that we're very grateful for. So if you have any negative criticism, you got to let us know tonight, and we'll fix it. And if you have great things to say, go tell everybody. And I'm hoping that, there's a vegan option menu at a pizza place in Orlando that's not vegan, but they've created the whole middle of their paper menu now is green, and it's got every option, including these awesome desserts like s'mores type, like knot things with the dough that have a vegan marshmallow and a vegan chocolate. And then they have vegan cannolis now. They're going through over 90 pounds of vegan cheese a week. And it all started because one of their employees was vegan at one point and asked them to get some options. And so I showed him that menu. That was a good inspiration for him. He also told me he was gonna, when I went in to meet with him, with the distributor, he told me he was going to have to double the prices almost because the vegan cheese costs twice as much. And I kind of was like, I don't really like that idea. I'm trying to make veganism accessible and like the same. So I appreciate you adding the options, but if you jack them up, that's going to do the opposite of what I'm trying to do. And so I explained to him that the vegan cheese, less is more, and that when I wasn't vegan, when I was vegetarian, I heavily relied on dairy, and I put it in and on everything, and I'd get extra cheese. And I told him, so I know from experience, this does not need that much cheese. So when we tasted it a few minutes later, before we took our bites, I told him it's probably got too much. It might taste a little bit like gummy or pasty, but next time you do a little less and see. So once he tasted it, he understood, and he said, you know what? I won't have to raise the prices
No
because I won't
longer hear
have to use
Shannon
as much.
again.
Oh man, can anybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. I'm assuming that I'll start hearing her again in a second.
Here I am.
There she is. Okay, I hear it. So they took their bites. They took their bites.
Yeah. And we decided, yes, it was too much vegan cheese for sure. So then he was really excited because he said, well, then I can probably keep the price the same because I don't have to use as much cheese. So I got my first pizza from them, like my first full one, I think the night before last night. And I got a tomato basil. Oh my God. I just sent you a picture, Nick, a couple minutes ago. I don't know if you saw it. It's probably, I'm a little biased to my own cooking, and I do like this amazing spinach artichoke dip, and I'll put that as the base, and then I load up with like all these veggies that are cooked really well, and I love that. But aside from my own pizza, and for something that's more comparable to a New York style pizza, it was phenomenal, and it was huge. And I had to stop myself that night. I would have eaten literally at least half the 18-inch pie. I might have even gotten 5 or 6 slices down, but I wanted to save it for my family. And my kids loved it, and my mom and dad were like shocked at how good it was. So I'm really excited because although I wish every restaurant was vegan, the way things are right now, typically vegan restaurants are started by people who want vegan options but aren't actually chefs or business owners. And they're trying to do something that sometimes they work out and do really well, but most of the time, in my opinion, it's subpar. But to have an authentic pizza place that already has an amazing crust, already has vegan sauce, all they need is the vegan cheese, and it's on. Can anybody hear me?
You went out a second. Now I hear you.
No, yeah, I was able to hear the whole thing.
There it is. That's the vegan pizza right there, making me really hungry.
Nice.
So this is a big testament to the power of. Oh wait,
she's gone.
Okay, she's back. This is a testament to the power of what one act.
Hello?
Change their menus, prevent slaughterhouses from being built. Well, we lost again.
Oh, we lost Chickpea too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say maybe what we should do is if we get Shannon back on here she is.
Keeps kicking me out.
We can move on to the questions part of this this interview or this segment. I know a lot of people probably wanted to ask you things, and I know the American Zombie and Matrix wanted to say some things to you. I just really wanted to make sure. Actually, you know what? One thing you had mentioned to me, didn't you get like a chicken farmer to completely change his farming practices or something?
So it wasn't me that got him to, but I do know his story pretty well. And I'm definitely going to be sharing that since he can't anymore because he's dead, probably because of the chicken industry. That he mentioned when I recorded him speaking in May that the poultry farmers a lot of the time end up with black lung disease. And he was diagnosed with lung cancer 8 weeks before I went to visit him at his farm.
Breathing chicken shit?
Yeah, basically. Yep. Yep.
I mean, if you go to those farms, and if anyone's ever smelled a chicken farm, I just don't understand how this is even like a thing. I feel like if most people could see and smell where the chickens came from, I can't imagine how they would want to keep eating it. It is so rank and disgusting in those places. I've been to a few of them. It just will put you off. It'll put you off. You're just like, this is so fucking awful. From all the shit there is, and all the blood and disgustingness that's in the air. Yeah, but let's just open it up. If if Zombie and Matrix want to come back and ask their questions now, if anyone wants to hop on the panel, now would be the time to do so. Or we can go through.
Gaia has been peppering a lot of comments.
Yeah, there's definitely some trolls in the comments there. But yeah,
Go to my Facebook. I love when they boost the algorithms.
Oh, good point. Yeah, if you do you want to share your social medias with everyone?
So on Facebook, I'm Shannon Blair with, I think, the picture that it's showing right now, because I think I'm logged in through my Facebook. But if you can't find me easily, facebook.com/veganshan, SHAN. And then my Instagram is vegan activist mom. And I think my TikTok is the same. I don't post on TikTok as often, but there's some good ones on there. And Evan has a YouTube, which again, I'm bad at posting on, but I'm going to try to get better coming up here soon. And that's just like Vegan Evan and Family or something like that.
So
You can find
get
it.
Evan up here at some point.
Definitely. He's going to be coming back for the Christmas break with me this Friday because I work at the school that he goes to, and he's staying over there right now because he's in the pre-veterinary program and he's dual enrolled in the college over there. And I haven't decided yet if we are all moving over there or what, but he'll be back then. And even if he's not back, we can still get him on one night.
So what yeah, do you want to tell us about that, about the school, or what goes on? I don't want you to dox yourself or anything. So if you don't want to share, that's understandable. But I think it's an interesting thing for people to know about, that there are schools that exist like that.
Yeah, so I work for one of the only plant-based schools in the country, and we have K through 12 students. So it's a private school and it's been around a long time, but they transitioned to plant-based about, I want to say 4 years ago, fully. And well, for just one example, like most of the students and the families are not vegan yet, which is why I love being a part of it, because I don't really enjoy preaching to the choir unless they're going to go and do activism. Then I'm happy to teach them that. But um, it's really unique because we have so many amazing things happening. Like, we have an animal sanctuary that has animals that have been rescued from all different situations. So a lot of the animals that are there have actually been surrendered to Evan and I from the slaughterhouses here in Florida. And it's really amazing for me because I get to bring them, and it's these students who are upper high schoolers who are with the vet, and they're doing the medical exams. They're helping these ex-battery hens who have these mangled up beaks because they got cut off the day they were born and didn't grow back properly. They're dremeling them and helping them, and they're asking me, Miss Shannon, why are they so skinny? Why are they missing all their feathers on their neck and their chest? And they really care about them so much, and they get to see them with a little bit of love and care. Just like in a few weeks, all their feathers are back, maybe a couple months at the most, depending on how severe they are. But they get to see their personalities come out. And these are animals that were literally about to have their throat slit, but the manager made a kind gesture and surrendered a life, or sometimes two. And so one of our pigeons there, she was surrendered from the slaughterhouse. Several of the chickens, both bred for their flesh and used for their eggs. And then we have some turkeys there that Evan and I got out of a bad backyard situation. They had them living under a trampoline as like a makeshift coop. They had nowhere to perch, or they were just stuck on the cold, wet ground in their own feces. And it was really cold in that part of Florida last year when we rescued them. And then we have some pigs, and we have some ducks, and then we have some really interesting exotic animals. I can't talk about it fully because the case is still open, but we did get to work with the federal government and also the Florida agents, and we were able to help with a pretty horrible situation involving exotic animals. So we have some wallabies and muntjac deer and some different primates that came from that situation. And it's really awesome because the level of care, the standards are very high. The pre-veterinary students and the staff are doing like so much upkeep every single day. And we have so much medical equipment, so the animals typically don't have to be transported or scared to, receive their care. And it's just awesome. That's one of our cool things. We also have the culinary program, and I'm involved with that. I'm a certified vegan lifestyle coach and educator. Nick, you've had my food. um, and then we have a seed to
Yeah.
table garden, and we work with John Corey. He's the producer of Forks Over Knives. He flies in every month and works on different projects with us. Michelle has an incredible podcast called Plant the Change, and she's had so many doctors and athletes and celebrities and different people on. T. Colin Campbell's episode just came out. Might be one of his last, unfortunately.
Oh man, is he sick? Is he
Yeah,
not?
he's not doing well. He's like 90 now, and um, so grateful to him. In case anybody doesn't know, he's the author of the China study. and he coined the term plant-based before it got hijacked and twisted. But yeah, the school is just like amazing. We have this curriculum called CHI, Compassionate Humane Education. So we're trying to, well, what I was going to say earlier is I'm really proud to work for the school because the year I went vegan, 2015, later on, a couple months after I made that choice, the World Health Organization put out this entire thing that they had classified all processed meats as group 1 carcinogens. So bacon, salami, pastrami, ham, any deli slices are all in the same category as far as cancer causing properties as other things like tobacco smoking, asbestos exposure, plutonium, certain variants of the human papillomavirus. And just about every school in this country is serving these things to little children who rely on us as adults. And so even though these kids might eat differently at home, at least we are not feeding them these beautiful animals that we share the planet with that make them sick. And animal agriculture is the leading cause of deforestation, habitat loss, species extinction, ocean dead zones, and all these other problems that we have with the environment. It's the leading driver. So I don't think it's fair to not only kill these animals, but kill these kids' chances at a future when they don't know any better. And like we said earlier, everybody's been brainwashed and they pass on the traditions. But at this point, the government knows. We were supposed to drop dairy off our guidelines after Canada did. And what an embarrassment that we didn't. Like, that's just so disgusting. It shows the level of corruption.
It's just, it's crazy. Want to thank you so much for everything you're doing. I wanted to show a good video of Vegan Evan doing his rap. Is there one that you recommend?
Well, where I'd find one quickly.
Besides Vegan Evan rap, and there's like a bunch that show up here.
I don't know if you see the one from the Miami vegan rap battle. He won that battle, and he was only like probably 8 or 9 at the time.
There's one where he's wearing a bow tie. Is that the one?
That is probably when he got the award from Supreme Master Ching Hai. You can try. Oh, or that might have been at the CowCon, Cowspiracy, What the Health Conference. Yeah, go ahead. You can try it.
Let's see. Hold on.
Is he up on an actual stage?
It looks like it.
Yeah, that was so cool. He was on a panel with Captain Paul Watson, Earthling Ed, Dr. Lori Marino, Miyoko, and I thought he was going to be on a panel with all kids that day.
He's
Oh,
doing big time stuff even at 9 years old.
Okay, this is different. I forgot he did this one. This is part of the $1 Million Vegan campaign when he was able to offer Trump a $1 million donation to the veteran charity or charities of his choice back in 2020. All right, I'll shut up.
He's older now, though. He's
15 now.
Wow. And I think I remember meeting him probably when he was 9 years old or something. So here, this is son, Vegan Evan. Oh wait, the sound is off. Hold on.
Hey, my friends, I got something to tell. I got a tip that'll help you stay well. Now is the time to go vegan. It'll help you feel young and healthy again. Not only will it help you, it'll help the ecosystem too. What about the poor, cows, pigs, and hens? Don't you think we should treat them as our friends, their families, friends, and feelings too? And they want to live just like me and you. So go vegan is the best thing to do. It'll help you, the animals, and the environment too. So, say plants, and animals, and go vegan. Green Rapper, Vegan Evan, out!
Oh, you see that shirt? Look, we had the original Maha.
Wow, that was great. That was so good. That was great. Yeah, no, oh, the original, yeah, me.
Yeah,
So
RFK and Trump stole that shit, and then RFK's done a disaster bringing back beef tallow, cow fat. What the heck is going on here?
yeah, okay, so you're saying that you guys used that term "Make America Healthy Again."
Yeah, that was the
You used that,
2020 campaign. They stole that. They stole it, and they forgot the most important part. Maha, go vegan.
right? Well, this channel is basically, it started out as a antinatalist channel, and now it's kind of, now there's been a lot of back and forth with people, because a lot of the people that used to a lot of the veterans of this channel are no longer antinatalist. But there you go, you can see the positive effect that having a child has done on this world. Thanks, Shannon. Thanks, Vegan Evan. If there's anyone that wants to come up and ask questions, now's the time. Otherwise, we're going to close it out.
Thanks so much for having me. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to know what you thought about Gaia's comment in the comment section where he said the best vegans are vegetarian. It's not an oxymoron, it's a paradox. He said that most ethically serious or at least ego-invested vegans are precisely those who stop at vegetarianism rather than pursue purity. What do you think about that?
Well, as someone who was vegetarian for 19 years before going vegan, I couldn't disagree more. The dairy industry is the meat industry, except much worse, because these female animals are held captive against their will for an average of 5 to 7 years before they end up in the same slaughterhouse. And during that time, they are repeatedly forcibly impregnated, starting when they're 1 year old baby girls. And they have a human being stick their fist and their whole arm into their anus. And then they take a metal pole, a long, skinny metal pole loaded with semen that's been stolen from a male who got force ejaculated, often by being anally electrocuted. And then they impregnate that female and force her to carry a baby. Cows have the same gestation period as we do, 9 months. And after her 9 month pregnancy comes to term, her precious baby is violently ripped away from her the day that he or she is born. And if that baby's a girl, she gets put in a separate hutch and fed like a cheap formula, usually. If they do get some actual mom milk, it's a collection of mother's milk, it's not their mother. And if that baby is a boy, well, he can never get pregnant or lactate. So he's useless to that industry. And that's the only reason that the veal industry exists, is for the useless baby boys from the dairy industry. They're a different type of cattle than are raised for so-called beef. So they will either send them to auction or veal concentration camp for 3 to 4 months before they slit their throat, or they will just shoot them in the head, or not even want to waste money on a bullet and dump them in a pit or in the woods to just starve to death or be eaten alive, whatever comes first. And so this industry is one that is inherently cruel and is far more invasive and exploitative than even the so-called, cattle beef industry. And so I really disagree with that statement. Being vegetarian is it's just a diet, and it's one that doesn't make any sense. I thought I was, vegetarian for the animals, and most people that I speak to that claim vegetarianism, and once in a while somebody will say they just don't like the taste, but usually they're doing it for the animals. They just don't have all the information available to them. People don't understand what's wrong with backyard eggs. They don't understand what's wrong with honey. They don't understand what veganism means at all. So I think that if everybody did understand, they'd already be vegan. So anyone who's not vegan yet, I know that they truly don't understand.
Well said. We have Pastor D here. Pastor D, how you doing? Were you listening?
Oh, what's up? Yes, yes. All this liberal mush mush. The Bible says that the earth was given to man and he shall have dominion over it.
Well, now we're getting to the portion where if people want to challenge you, or if you want to challenge people, that
I'm
is
ready.
free reign.
Well, first of all, this is not a liberal anything. This is totally bipartisan and apolitical. And it's pretty disgusting for someone to say that a conservative or a Republican has to be an animal abuser. Shame on you. And
Well, I just
you should
live by
take a
the
look at
Bible.
well, you're not reading the Bible properly, because Genesis 129 and 130 says that we were given all these seed-bearing plants and we should take them as our meat. And when God created animals, if this is your belief, if you believe in the Christian doctrine, when God created animals, they were created as Adam's helpers and they were blessed and called good. And every time that God refers to them, they're called good. And dominion means to care for and look after, not do whatever the fuck you want to and abuse.
Dominion means dominance.
No, it doesn't. God gave us
It
the same
literally
dominion over the
does.
animals as God's supposed to have over us. It means to be stewards and to care for. You need to do better research, sir. And
Oh,
if you
well.
look at the end, right, the perfect end, you have the Garden of Eden. Even the carnivorous animals don't eat other animals. So I think that's an indication of what things are supposed to be like. But if
Well,
you
what'd they do
believe,
when they got off the boat? Hmm?
well,
They ate each other.
Noah messed up. Noah was supposed to bring 2 by 2 by 2, right?
Yeah, and
Well,
seven of the unclean.
he brought 4. He brought his 2 children and their 2 spouses, and then got punished again. And if you remember correctly, Jesus Christ was an animal rights activist who freed the animals, flipped the tables, and Jesus was a Nazarene, and the Nazarenes
Girl,
did
you
not
got
eat
some pretty
animals.
liberal interpretations of the Bible.
Hey, you know what?
You
I
need
But
to-
like
that's like
the
going back to the original before it was translated to the Latin Vulgate or the King James or anything. That's going back to the original text and having people really look at it. And they found all these mistranslations that have come to mean fish now all of a sudden, when really they mean relish or bread or ictus, the sea vegetables, which were very high in nutrients and protein. So I think you need to go back and do some research.
I'm a King James only Bible pastor.
Well,
Pastor
you
D,
should.
are you trolling right now?
Of course he
Not
is.
me. Not me. No.
I
Sounds like
think
the
he's
devil
trolling.
gotcha.
Yeah.
If you think your God wants animals that feel pain just like us to be systematically bred into existence to suffer every day of their lives, I think the other guy gotcha.
You know, someone did it to me, so I can do it to them.
Wait, Shannon, are you a Christian or an atheist? Or any
I
other
don't
belief system?
I have a policy. I will talk about my knowledge on different topics, but I typically will not give my personal views. So,
She's a
I
witch.
know the Bible pretty well, but I'm not going to discuss my personal beliefs on religion or abortion or politics or masks or vaccines, because I want to be able to work with everyone to help animals. And it doesn't matter if somebody is a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or atheist or
Thou
agnostic.
shalt not suffer a witch to live. Exodus 22:18.
You want to talk about the thou shalls. What happened to not kill?
Actually,
Well,
to be fair, I learned this in Israel that it is the translation is actually "thou shalt not murder," but I do consider what's happening to animals murder. So it's I guess it's neither here nor there. But the thing is, people come up with their own stupid idea of what murder means.
Well, Mr. King James, Jesus was a Nazarene. The Nazarenes didn't eat animals, and that was their mission, was to stop the animals from being sacrificed. Jesus went up against the priests and the temple's main source of money at the time. Those
Are you
tunnels,
kidding me? Sin
people flooded
offerings
with
with
blood.
bull offerings. They slaughtered the bulls for a sin offering. They slaughtered lambs
Yeah,
for a temple offering.
that's what
Right,
Jesus
that's what I'm
was.
telling you. Jesus
That's
came to
what
stop
Jesus
that.
was trying to stop.
And then they slaughtered him. So he
Exactly.
became spiritual food. See, it
I
just
think that Pastor D is trolling you because he's come on here before.
Yeah. So Jesus was killed, right? He was crucified on a cross. You know what that was most commonly used for as a punishment for at that time?
for criminals.
For
Yes.
thieves in particular. And he went
Right.
up against their money. So think about it.
Well,
Wait, so do you believe that Jesus was a vegan?
Yeah, I would say the word didn't exist then, but the idea is the same, right?
Well, Sanctuary Seeker said Jesus was not a vegan. Knock it off. You're twisting the Bible.
Go watch Christspiracy. And I knew most of the information in that, with exception to a few things that I had to look into to verify. And if you're specifically wondering about the fish, they put out a really good 28-minute video after the documentary that pertains to the mistranslations, and you can follow
uh-uh.
along, and
He,
you can not
he
believe
caught
it all you want and look
he
into it
caught
yourself.
121 fish in the net. Remember?
I think you've got the number. Oh,
That number's not correct. I don't
yeah,
think.
that's not
And,
right.
and by the way,
Oh, it's
the number that was caught was correlated
To the
to
symbol.
the symbol that I think it was Pythagoras used, and
Oh,
Pythagoras.
the father of vegetarianism.
Well, I think he was a vegan, or yeah, vegetarian at least. Um, he was a pro. He was very much an animal rights kind of guy.
mm,
Most
okay.
of the philosophers were, but that part I did one of my college papers in my philosophy course when I was 17 or 18. My whole paper was on that, and my philosophy professor told me that he was not going to be able to give my paper back at the same time as everyone else's because he didn't believe what I wrote, and he had to verify everything. And when I got it back, I got an A plus plus plus. And he said he didn't say he would stop eating animals, but he said he would think of me for the rest of his life because my paper was so great. It's like almost every major philosopher who we grew up hearing about was at least vegetarian, if not vegan, and they made very strong statements, and everything else they said is uplifted so high, and that just gets left in the dirt.
Mm,
Really?
I'm
So
glad
even
you're a
like
part.
even like Arthur Schopenhauer.
Yes, Arthur Schopenhauer had some great statements.
So
Yes.
I just want to address Farhat from Baghdad. I just asked that people hold their questions till the end of the interview, and now people can come ask questions and challenge her all they want, and you guys can go at it all you want. I didn't, you feel free to
Yeah,
Farhat. You want to come up here and you want to spout
yeah,
off?
guys, come up.
You want to
Gaia Sanctuary Seeker, come up, guys, come up and ask Shannon some questions.
Shannon, in case you don't know, this panel can get pretty
That's
rowdy.
fine.
We've had vegan gains on here the last couple of
Ugh,
some of the last couple of streams, and it got
smug asshole.
pretty wild. So
Yeah, what do
um,
you think of Vegan Gains, Shannon?
I don't know enough about him. I know he's had a lot of controversy in the past, but I don't typically take the time to watch like long videos. I don't really have the time. But I appreciate the good work that he does for animals. I know that there's at least one thing that I definitely don't agree with him about, and that's the killing of animals that eat other animals, something like that. But I'm grateful to everyone who's not participating in the violence and fighting against it.
What if like taking out those animals actually meant in the long run that less animals would be harmed?
Yeah, I'd really have to put a lot more thought into this.
Just
As it
hypothetically
is,
speaking, just
Well,
hypothetically.
there's
as
one
it is,
thing I
I have
picked
a
out of
hard
his
time with the
argument.
invasive species, but I know that like that's a problem that we've created, and it's super unfortunate. I don't think
Well, wait a minute.
that
What
that's
was the
right.
problem you created?
Oh, like
Well,
different invasive species problems. Like, for example, here in Florida, we have pythons and anacondas that people have bought through the pet trade,
Right. I
and
mean,
then they release.
picking up those species, like that only benefits a lot of people, like a lot of animals. Like no animal wants to be eaten alive, right? Or like crushed to death or whatever. So I'm just saying, let's just look at a hypothetical. You have a world. You have you kill off a odd order predator species, right? And it means that in the long run, there's a lot less rights violations, a lot less animals being harmed in the long run. This is a hypothetical. Let's say that's the outcome. Wouldn't you say that the ethical thing to do would be to kill off that species?
I wouldn't say that right now. I'd really have to put a lot more thought
You're
into
saying
it.
that no, this is a hypothetical, Shannon.
Can I say one? Can I say one thing about vegan gains? And before you continue, he made a comment that if there were less humans, there'd be more animals killing each other. So he said that implies that more humans would be, less animals killing each other. So that was his argument for more humans.
I don't think that's true. I mean,
I don't think it is
of the
either.
animals that we go after, like that the hunters go, the trophy hunters, most of them are not carnivorous animals. I mean, occasionally
Right,
you
but
have somebody hunting lions
I have another argument, and that is to sustain the population growth that we're having right now, which is roughly 80 million new humans, net 80 million new humans every year. We have to deforest an area the size of South Carolina to produce
No,
food.
not at
Yes,
all. No, I've
yes.
actually looked into it again recently, and that's not true. Right now, like, here's the thing. Some of the lands that certain crops are being grown on, yes, it's true. They can't all just switch over to other crops that easily. But in all reality, the amount of land that we're using and the amount of resources that we're using, if we did properly transition to other systems with the help of the
Yeah.
government. I mean, right now they're bailing out these large corporations. They're giving them billions, if not trillions, for doing like ventilation shutdown and stuff, where they've killed billions of birds by pumping heat in and shutting the windows and causing them to have heat stroke. And they did
It's
that with
awful.
pigs during the pandemic as well. The pigs were, I mean, it takes almost a day for the birds. Like the pigs, some of them weren't dying from it, and then they would go in at the end and shoot the ones that were left standing. And that's all approved by the AVMA, the American Veterinary Medical Association, because they're very corrupt too. But anyway, I don't think that any of that makes sense, because right now we're systematically breeding animals into existence. So if there were less humans, or at least if more humans were to make more compassionate choices.
No. I'm saying there's more humans to sustain those more humans under the system we have now. I'm not saying what could be or should be. I'm saying the way it is now.
Well, that's why we
We
have
are
to transition to
deforesting.
plants.
Well, agreed, but
Yeah.
it's much more efficient. Totally agree. But we are deforesting the area the size of South Carolina every year to sustain the population growth. And my point is that more humans.
Get a call, it kicks me off. I might need you to repeat the last 15.
Right. Okay. More humans means more land gets deforested, which means there's less wild animals tearing each other's faces off.
Right.
For the most part.
Right.
But
so I disagree with on that point. I wasn't on the podcast.
Wait. No, he that was a point he actually made.
He did, but he said that if
Not
we had
less animal
less
deaths, though.
humans, there'd be more animals. He said more humans means less animals eating their faces off, and I tend to disagree.
No, if we have less humans, if there's more rewilded land, if there's more wildlife, it's very likely that there's more animal deaths and more rights violations and more animal harm.
Right. I agree.
Right.
So he's saying more, but he was saying more humans means there would be less animals tearing each other's faces off, and I disagree. There's more natural area for them to grow, and we're talking everything from the soil, where things eat each other in the soil, to the bugs that eat each other.
Well, he's talking about sentient life forms. Now, yeah, I know some bugs are sentient, but actually there probably be less bugs too. Like anywhere
If there's more humans, yes.
Anywhere there's going to be more development, more human development, there's going to be less wildlife.
Yes, we agree. Absolutely. But he made the other point. He said more humans. Well, I guess he's right. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm a little confused because I wasn't there for it, but if we were to like if a good amount of our population transitioned to plants, we don't need any more land. We can use what we're already using more efficiently and probably actually rewild a lot of what we're already using, because like almost 80% of it right now is just going to feed the middleman. And these cows and pigs, they eat large quantities of food every single day. They drink large quantities of water every single day, and then they piss and shit large quantities of feces. And then when they get killed, like a 1,200-pound cow, a live weight is probably going to have about 400 pounds at least that they throw out.
Well, just because we end up using less land for food doesn't mean that we have to give up that land to wildlife. We could still utilize the land in other ways.
But even if we did give it to wildlife, as long as we were systematically breeding less individuals into existence, there would still be far less animal deaths overall. There might be more wild animal deaths.
No, that's not necessarily true. There's good reason to believe that more wildlife or more animal deaths happen in the wild altogether in general.
Yeah, that does.
I don't know if I believe that.
From worms to rats to, I mean, think of all the little creatures that get killed every second.
In general, it seems that actually that would be it seems
I don't
that
know.
would
Did
be
he
the
take
case.
into account that there'd be more traffic on the road and more accidental deaths? Because
there's still
that's minimal.
Less.
It's really not,
deaths.
though.
That would be less deaths.
What do you mean? How would it be less deaths?
The accidental deaths in traffic would not account for nearly as many deaths as what would happen in the wild with wild animals.
Agreed.
Yeah, but there would be more of those also. Like there
It would be less, but it would be less all around. So like,
we breed like 94 billion land animals into existence now. And in the US, out of the 10 billion land animals here, like over 95% are chickens. So if people stopped eating chickens and you got just in one country 9.5 billion less deaths,
well,
I don't know.
You don't know that those deaths wouldn't then be in
the wild.
Accounting for the deaths in the wild is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I would only see this problem happening if you
the more we rewild, the more habitat that wild things can live in and kill each other. That's just a fact.
Here's an idea. We've got this lab-grown meat stuff going on. Why don't we just supply for the wild animals and then do some birth control?
I agree with that point, but not to mention the fact that as humanity continues, it seems like we're on a trajectory where we're going to phase out animal agriculture altogether. So we're not going to be killing, we're not going to be killing
90 billion land animals a year anymore forever. Like that's going to be phased out pretty soon. Soon it'll be a plant-based food system. It'll be
When and how is that happening? Because right now it's still on the rise.
No, it'll take a long time.
It'll take a long time, but in the grand scheme of things, it will most likely happen. And even if it doesn't, there's still good reason to believe that more animals die in the wild than say what.
Yes, agreed.
Will it be too late?
I
don't
mean,
know
just
if
look.
I agree with you guys, because a lot of these animals that are wild, that are carnivorous, they don't eat every day. Some of them don't eat for weeks. Like I don't know
Just
if I agree with you
look what
guys.
goes on in the ocean alone.
Yeah, true.
I mean,
You got to think about what the animals in the ocean are eating. Like they'll kill a bunch of animals all at once. Not to mention, it's not just animals hunting other animals.
Yeah, but
It's
we can't
animals
kill
dying
those
from.
animals. You're talking about the ones that eat so many. Now you're talking
we're
about
not saying
like,
killing. We're not saying killing. We're saying how much is going on. How much killing is going on.
Yeah, we're just saying like in general, like because it's not just animals hunting each other. It's animals like getting hurt in accidents,
maimed.
whatever.
But if there were more humans, wouldn't there be more accidents?
No, not. We're saying that the more humans there are, the less wild land there is for wildlife to inhabit. So there ends up being less rights violations in the wild, and
I
that.
just don't understand how this affects the ocean and the trillions of aquatic
Well,
animals that are.
we do farm the ocean too for fish.
Yeah, and it's
And
expected to be fishless by 2048 if we continue on like we have been.
yeah, well, there was a part of the Northeast back in the 90s. They fished the cod dry. They had to make it illegal to fish cod.
I don't know if I necessarily see an issue with wild animals doing what they naturally do. I
It's
always
still
feel
sentient
sorry for an
creatures.
animal. Yeah, of course. But I mean, that is completely different from what we're doing. That's totally unnecessary and very intentional. And like, I just see too many issues with this whole entire scenario because like you're talking about the animals in the ocean and how many animals they eat at once. Those are like keystone species, and we couldn't get rid of them no matter what, or we all go. Like if the whales or the sharks go, which are some predatory animals,
I
then
don't
we
think
go
you're
too.
understanding the point. What Noodles is trying to say, and I agree with him, is the more humans, the more we have to farm the way things are right now, not the way they should be. The less wild environment there is for these animals to live in, so there's less animals killing each other.
Yeah, I don't think that's a
That's
good
the point.
thing.
Okay. Well, it depends on what your objective is. If it's reduce sentient suffering, then it's a
My
good thing, I guess.
objective is to get human beings, my species, to stop unnecessarily exploiting these other animals.
And that's admirable. No one
I'm not going
disagrees
to
with you.
involve myself in actual nature. Now, when people tell me that we're part of that food chain, I'm going to let them know the facts. Like,
Yeah, you can
we
always
raise with
switch to
pigs and
vegan.
anchovies without our weapons and our machines, and we have no business being a part of this. But I
Well,
don't
we
think
are,
that,
unfortunately.
I know, but I don't think that us getting involved with this huge, like, thing that is very, very involved. I mean, we already mess it up. We're in the sixth great mass extinction of species on Earth. We're losing up to 200 species of wildlife
I
every single
know.
day as it
So
is.
let's make more humans.
I
That'll
don't think
fix the
that's a
problem.
good thing. Yeah, that's weird.
Noodles, you don't remember me, but when you were with Dietz, I donated $40 of the condoms.
I remember you.
Where
Okay,
the
yeah.
fuck is my article that Dietz interviewed me for how long ago? I'm really not
I have
happy about that. What, did I
I
make
have
too
no
much
idea.
sense so he didn't put it out?
I have no idea. I haven't spoken to him in so long. I can't even remember the last
Yeah,
time
not
I
only
spoke.
did I do the interview and the article was supposed to come out, but then you remember he had to take the pictures of me while I was pregnant with him and I was holding the sign, because I do agree that people who are not vegan and are not going to raise their kids as actual activists who are knowledgeable and going to stick with it, they shouldn't have kids. But I do think that vegan activists should.
Were you instrumental in Dietz's production with the Kaparat, the Jewish ritual where they slaughter chickens for good luck or
I have
prosperity?
been to Kaporos myself, nothing to do with Dietz or that production. I've been to Crown Heights. I've been to it in Chicago.
Is that where they do the Kaparat? I've never seen Kaparat
Yeah,
done, so
the Kaporos rituals are done anywhere where there's a heavy concentration of ultra Orthodox Hasidic Jews whose rabbi
okay,
tells them to do it that way. If their rabbi
okay,
tells them to use coins instead, they will. But if their rabbi won't tell them that, then they're going to continue to use these Cornish cross chickens. And it's
oh
really not just horrible for the animals, but it's like a public safety issue. They park these
yeah,
massive slaughter trucks right in Crown Heights in front of people's homes, and they're absolutely disgusting. These birds are like 40 something days old. They're just babies. I watch the children scream as their parents are holding these chickens backwards by their wings like a bird should
yeah.
never be held. And
I
the
saw
kids
the
are
documentary.
raised, I've never seen it, but I've heard some things about it. But the children are raised that the birds are singing for their death. And the
Yeah,
police
right.
in a lot of these areas protect it. They do in New York City, they do in Chicago. And
Religious
this,
liberty, baby.
well, it's not even that. Like they literally watch
Yeah, it
people
is.
assault me and they don't do anything about it because they're told to just protect them. And there's different speculations as to why, and I'm not gonna get into that. But yeah, it's really, but no, I was not involved with Dietz during that. I only met him once, and that was when he came to do the pictures because he was in the area that I was in.
If you go to his channel, he's got a whole thing on the Kaparat rituals and how disgusting they are. And I agree with him.
Yeah, it's sad, but it's honestly, I mean, it's sad and it's barbaric, it's archaic, but these are the same Cornish crosses that everyone's eating that go to the slaughterhouse when they're 42 days old. And when I go, I was just at 11 slaughterhouses in the last like 13 or 14 weeks. And two of them killed 500,000 chickens per day, and one of them killed 273,000 per day. And I was at the largest pig slaughterhouse in the world, which is owned by the Chinese Communist Party because it's owned by WH Group, whose founders are CCP. And they kill about 36,500 pigs there a day. Most of them are 6 months old. And they have two full kill lines, two full gas chambers. And these pigs are burned alive from the inside out with carbon dioxide.
Jesus Christ.
That's 95% of the pigs in this country get the
Do,
gas
do they
chamber.
do they let you in, or do you have to sneak in, or how do you? I mean, I've heard that it's really hard to get into these slaughterhouse facilities.
So the massive ones will not let you in, but we bear witness from outside the property. And the first time I was at Tar Heel in 2018, there were two to three story trucks of pigs turning in at one time, waiting to go in. And so we're able to see the pigs vomiting and that they're visibly in distress. They've got cuts all over them. Their tails have been clipped. They have diarrhea. They're scared. We can hear them screaming from the gas chambers from the public property.
Wow.
Now, the 10th slaughterhouse and the 11th one, I did go in. The 11th one, I go in all the time. The 10th one was in a rural part of North Carolina. They were not a big slaughterhouse. They didn't even kill for a company. They only killed for people who raised on their own land, and they didn't buy or sell any animals, so there was no chance for surrender. All they did was kill and package. And they let me come in. The manager let me and my friend from Italy film two pigs being shot in the head with a rifle and then having their throats slit and the whole process. And one of the two was not properly stunned, and she flailed around for probably about 3 minutes after her throat was slit open and was suffering. And the USDA inspector was right there. And again, the manager was
Oh,
watching. They knew I was filming. I had my arm so far down in the chute that I got sprayed with blood and water. And they didn't even have somebody shoot her again or do anything to stop her from suffering. And it
oh,
violated the Humane Slaughter Act. And it's just like, if that goes on when someone who's wearing a Be Kind hat and has animal tattoos, you've just let come in and you're watching them film, what do you think happens when I'm not there? And those pigs are part of the 5% that are luckier that don't go through the CO2 gas chamber.
And do you have a website where you publish all this stuff, or?
That is towards the top of my Instagram right now. I think it's on the top left, Vegan Activist Mom. Somewhere down my Facebook timeline, but probably a lot harder to find.
Okay.
If you go to Facebook and you type in Shannon Blair Slaughterhouse or Shannon Blair Dairy Farm, you'll see so many come up. Facebook can't get rid of
BLARE or
all the whole lives that you put in.
BLAIRE?
No E, just BLAIR.
Okay, thank you.
My
I will.
profile picture should be me with a Make America Healthy Again, Go Vegan sweatshirt on.
Okay, I'll take a look. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
You've been blessed by a pastor,
Thanks.
a
Wait, is
fake
this the
pastor.
same one from earlier? He
This
was
is the
here
same pastor,
earlier
yes.
here?
Yeah. I
Did
changed
you
my
hear
accent and everything. Yes, I did.
Okay, let's do the question, since apparently we can do the questions. So where in the Bible does Jesus say he's a vegan? I'm just
Well,
kind of
Jesus
curious.
was a Nazarene. So you often hear Jesus of Nazareth. Nazareth was not a real place, but the Nazarenes were a group of people, and they
Uh-huh.
were all against eating animals. And it's well documented that his brother James was
Okay, where's
not
it
an animal
documented?
eater.
Where's it documented about Jesus? We're
It's
talking about
called Christspiracy.com. They do cover some other major
Okay,
world
so this is
religions
what
as
I'm
well.
asking you. Okay, this is what I'm asking. Let's just kind of stick to scripture. Let's not get out of scripture. So, where in the Bible does it say that Jesus is a vegan? Because he ate lamb, he ate fish, he
That's
ate
not
bread.
true.
Wait, he ate bread, he
What's wrong with
drank
bread?
wine. No, I'm just telling you what it says he ate. So
That's
he
what the
ate fish.
translations
Okay,
say.
okay. If I could
No, so.
finish, I mean, I've only been here for 10 seconds and I don't get to talk. You've been here for 2 hours hogging up the mic. So he ate fish, he ate bread, he ate lamb, and he drank wine. And the Bible is very specific about that. So I'm trying to figure out, what are you reading that doesn't say he ate lamb or fish? That's all
Right.
I'm trying to figure out.
I was just trying to explain it to you. So there's
Uh-huh.
been a lot of mistranslations. And if you're interested in finding out specifically about the fish, I gave a 28-minute documentary that can explain it and can show you the Bible scholars and the people that all they do is study this text. They go back to the original before the Latin Vulgate, before the King James translations, and they look at the root and they're like shocked with what they find.
Okay, so what
And
is lamb? What is the translation of lamb in the Hebrew? I'm just kind of curious if you could tell me.
so give me a specific verse and I will
I,
try
I
to.
asked you, what does the word lamb mean in Hebrew?
Yeah, so I'm not just like an encyclopedia. I don't just know everything off the top of my head. I would
Uh-huh.
have to research that specifically. I don't know Hebrew.
Okay, so
Okay,
then, but
sorry, go
then
ahead.
you're telling me, but then you don't know the Hebrew word for lamb, so you don't know what the word lamb means in the Hebrew.
I
But you're
asked you to tell
telling
me
me,
what verse
I know,
it
but
says
this,
that he ate
okay,
lamb, and I
but
will do
listen to,
research for you.
listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you. So right there, you just shot yourself in the foot, and I don't
I
need to
didn't
listen to
though, because
anything you
I
said.
already explained to you that
No,
Jesus
no,
was a
no,
Nazarene and the
no.
Nazarenes
You
didn't
need to
eat
let me
animals.
finish. You need to let me finish. You need to let me finish. You just told me to go watch a documentary of what some people interpret. It says, and now you're saying you don't even know what lamb means, but you're telling me that others will interpret it. So you didn't even watch the documentary yourself that
That's
you're telling
not
me
what
to
I
watch.
said. I said that I knew about the fish part, but I would have to do research. I asked
No,
you
what you
which
are is
verse
you're
in the
full of
Bible you're
shit. That's
talking
what you
about.
are. You're full of shit is what you are.
Okay.
You're trying to twist the Bible to make it seem like it's vegan, It's
I
not.
think you're trying to. I don't think the Bible
No, I'm
is
not trying to
vegan.
twist
I
it
don't
anything.
think the Bible is vegan.
The
I would
scripture is
never
scripture.
claim that.
The scripture is scripture.
I posted the link to the 28 to 27 or 28 minute.
That's like me watching what Catholics have to say about the Bible. I don't give a shit about it. I don't care about others' interpretation.
This is what what it's very interesting, because what they did was, and in the Christspiracy documentary, they traveled all around the world and talked to many different Bible scholars who know how to read the ancient Hebrew and I think is it Hebrew, Aramaic, and some other language text, and they get these direct translations and they find out what words really mean. That's a big part of what that whole documentary is about. And so,
Can I ask a question? Wasn't Jesus a Jew?
Wait a minute. Let me
Why
finish.
is Jesus portrayed as a lamb?
Let me finish.
Do you understand that?
Christianity didn't exist when Jesus was alive.
Let
Yes,
me finish.
Jesus was
If you're really that
wow, that's
interested-
shocking. That's shocking.
Can I finish something? If you're really that interested and you're really thirsting for knowledge, Gnosis, this is a Finding Gnosis show. Maybe give those.
Yeah, it's not a push-up propaganda show. It's not a propaganda show. It's a Gnosis show.
How do you know? You haven't looked at it.
No, what I'm saying is this show, this channel, it's not a propaganda channel. She's feeding the people nonsense about the
How do you know
Bible.
you're not feeding people
Because I'm telling people read the book for what it is.
Oh, and I'm saying that's what
Right. So for example, Noodles.
They go and they translate it. They say, look, this is what this word means. They should have a translator.
Did you watch it?
Ancient Hebrew.
Did you watch it?
Yeah,
Did you watch
I did
it?
watch it. Yeah.
Okay, so what did they say? What does it mean when Jesus eats the lamb? What does that mean?
I don't know that part. I know the part about the fish. I know the part about the fish.
Okay, so what did they say about the fish?
Well, there's a few different things. It depends which context you're talking about. Like there's one.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You tell me.
Okay, so there's like 2 or 3 different things that come to mind, right? There's one where they're talking about the word for fish, right, which was most likely a mistranslation for this word that meant what it was some kind of relish, right? A fishweed relish, which is made from sea vegetables, right? A very common thing that was eaten at that time. There's another thing where they're talking about a specific number of fish in a net, and the number actually correlated to a symbol that was used by Pythagoras, who was, a vegan or a vegetarian of sorts, right? There was the fishes in the loaves where he actually only multiplied the loaves. He didn't multiply the fishes. There was the time when after he rose back from the dead, they wanted to offer him something to eat. They wanted him to prove that he was real by he was proving to them that he was real by eating something in front of them, and all that there was available for him to eat was a piece of fish. Now we don't know if one's, like, for example, in that instance, if that's a mistranslation from the ancient word that they're speaking about, or if basically this was his only way of at that time proving to them that he was real by being able to swallow something and not have it fall right through him and them think he was a ghost, right? So and at the end of the day, we're talking about a fucking fairy tale. So
not probably.
Like this is
Okay,
just.
but I know, but now we were talking about a fairy tale. But when she was bringing it up, we weren't talking about a fairy tale.
Okay.
Remember, we weren't talking about.
I've asked you multiple times to tell me where it specifically says that, and I just did a little bit of research.
Says what?
Nowhere in the 4 canonical gospels does it explicitly state that Jesus ate lamb, Jesus ate meat, or Jesus consumed any animal flesh.
Okay, so have you read Luke at all?
Did you see what Luke 24? Is that what you're talking about?
No. Have you read Luke?
Did you see any lamb there at the Last Supper?
Yeah, I could pull it up for you right now.
Really? There was
Yeah.
lamb at the Last Supper.
Yeah, you're just not being honest. You're
There's
not
not
being
even a
honest.
single
Okay, I can
portrait of
read
the
it
Last Supper that shows any lamb.
if you stop talking. If you stop talking, I'll read it. Right? Because you've been talking for over 2 hours. You need to pass the mic now. That's how this show works. So Luke 22:7 says, "Then came the day of unleavened bread on which the Passover lamb had to be sacrificed. Jesus sent Peter and John saying, 'Go and make preparations for us to eat the Passover.'" So let me ask you this, why would Jesus tell Peter and John to go and make preparations of this Passover? Like, who tells people, hey, go and make a preparation? Let me finish. Stop cutting me off. No, what you guys are going to, I'm going to tell you right now, you're both going to stop cutting me off because I just let Noodles talk for over 3 minutes. So you're going to stop cutting me off.
No,
Okay.
you're making
So
an
no,
assumption
what
that
you're going to do
Passover
is,
means
no,
lamb.
what you're
It
going to
doesn't
do
say
is
anything
you're
about
going to
lamb.
need to stop cutting me off or we're not having this discussion anymore. You've hogged up the mic for 3 hours now. Okay. So again, what it says is,
You don't know how to count either.
no, what it says is unleavened bread on which the Passover lamb had to be sacrificed. We're not sacrificing bread. We're sacrificing the Passover lamb.
That's
Jesus
not what
sent
it
Peter.
says. It doesn't
Jesus
say
said,
that.
okay, you're going to keep, all right, man, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with this
But
fucking
you
lady.
can't, we
Yeah.
can't have any more of a conversation if the beginning of what you're saying is absolutely untrue. Do you understand that?
Right.
Otherwise, we're going to talk in circles.
We
What you're
don't
saying
want
is
Miss
not true.
we don't
Miss
want to
Blair, may I
we don't,
make one point, please? You know, the Passover, they painted the lamb's blood over the door sills or the door jamb, whatever, so God would pass them over. That was lamb's blood. And if
Yes,
Jesus was a Jew,
it
go
never
ahead,
says
sorry.
that Jesus ate lamb. It does not say that. He's saying that Luke 22 says that, and it doesn't. It's often
Sacrifice.
misunderstood. It says, I have eagerly desired to eat this Passover with you before I suffer. And people assume that Passover equals lamb. But Luke does not list the foods. And Luke never narrates Jesus actually eating a lamb.
Wasn't Jesus a
Passover meals
Jew?
varied in the first century. And after the
Wasn't Jesus a
destruction of the
Jew?
temple, which Luke knows was coming, lamb sacrifice was no longer possible.
actually,
So
so Jesus was, like she said, Jesus was a Nazarene, and the Nazarene were also I believe, a splinter or a sect of the Essenes. Like, he was raised and taught by the Essenes. The Essenes believed it was their belief was it's a sin to kill an animal for food. It's a sin to kill an animal to wear their skin. Although the weird thing about it, and this is what, of course, they were not vegan per se, because I believe they did keep animals for milking. I've heard that some of the strictest Essenes wouldn't even drink animal milk, but yeah. So
Were the Essenes a subset of the Jews? Like,
yes,
there's many.
they were Jews. They were extremely, like, super religious, right? They
Okay.
basically just read Torah all day long, right?
Okay.
And they lived in the desert. And what was interesting is they actually created aqueducts in the desert so that they could grow their plants and subsist on a mostly plant-based diet in the desert.
Okay, if they were very Bible adherent, the Old Testament and all the animals that were sacrificed for sin and temple offerings and gather offerings and temple offerings, all that stuff. There's a lot of sacrifice going on. If they were Bible adherent Jews, wouldn't they adhere to all that stuff too?
the Nazarenes were literally a movement of people who did not eat animals. That's what they were.
Okay.
So,
Okay. All right.
and I just want to reiterate that in Luke's Passover, the Last Supper account, he did not say lamb was present. He did not say lamb was eaten. He did not say Jesus ate any animal flesh of any kind. Luke 22 describes bread, wine, and symbolic language about covenant and suffering. That's it. If Luke wanted to establish that Jesus ate lamb, that was the moment to say it, and he didn't. So I mean, I have eagerly desired to eat this Passover with you before I suffered does not mean anything to do with lamb. And Passover meals, like I said earlier, they varied in that time. And after the destruction of the temple, lamb sacrifice was no longer possible. Luke is writing for a post-temple audience where symbolic Passover meals without lamb were common. And so, I mean, Luke's
Yeah,
whole
I mean, I've
theology moves
never.
away from sacrifice. He repeatedly says Jesus is like merciful, nonviolent, compassionate toward the vulnerable, you know, like be merciful just as your father is merciful. Luke 6:36. Blessing the poor, reversing systems of oppression, condemning religious leaders who load people with burdens. So he never affirms that Jesus did blood sacrifice. He frames Jesus as exposing like its failure. So I don't think so. And the temple critique is also central in Luke.
Yeah, I've actually never heard anyone, even the most crazy carnist Christians, say that Jesus ate lamb. This is the first time I've ever heard an interpretation like that.
And what came before 22? I know that guy doesn't know how to count, but 21. And that was Jesus predicting the temple's destruction and the temple system being replaced by a new way. So if animal sacrifice was morally essential, I think the narrative would collapse into contradiction. But instead, Luke presents Jesus as the end of the temple system, not a participant in it. So I don't think so.
Well, there you have it.
Cool.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but like when you can't agree on the base of something, then you can't have a conversation on it. So if
Right,
we
you
couldn't,
I've yet to meet two Christians.
Go ahead. I can't hear Pastor
he might have
D.
gotten cut off, like what happened to me
Yeah.
earlier.
Oh,
There you are. You're back.
okay. If I minimize the screen, okay. Anyways, I've yet to meet two Christians who agree on anything in the Bible, so this doesn't surprise me. And the real question becomes, if all this stuff is a mistranslation, then what good is any of it, you know?
Yeah, throw it in the fucking trash.
Well, I tend to agree with you as a pastor.
All right, guys. Well, I know. I think Zombie was up here earlier. I was interested to hear what he had to ask, but I doubt he's still here. If anyone else wants to come on, now's the time. Or else I'm gonna.
Danny, come back.
Yeah, or else I'm gonna close out the stream.
Come on, guys. Like I dropped the kids off just so I could do this without crying in the background.
Well,
guys. Wait, I'm about to head out for the night.
you
Nice
sound
to,
sleepy.
yeah, I'm about to head out. Well, nice hanging out with y'all. Nice to meet you, Shannon. See you guys
Thank
next
you
time.
so much.
Hey, J.E., are you gonna sign the plant-based? Are you gonna endorse the plant-based treaty or what?
Sure, why not?
Well, I put the link in the chat.
All right, yeah, I'll check it out.
Don't just say you're gonna do it. You better do it.
Yeah, bro, but I'm just really tired, bro.
Great. If the next stream we're on together, if you haven't done it by then, I'm coming after you.
Whoa. All right, bro. Chill. All right, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Good night.
All right. So long.
Bless you, Brother Jay.
All right. Well, I guess that's it then. Thanks.
All right. MAGA out.
For coming on, Shannon.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we just got the usual suspects trolling in the chat still. But yeah. No. Let's do this again. Let's get Vegan Evan on here. It'd be cool to try and get you guys on here with Vegan Gains. I'd be interested to hear you have a discussion with Vegan Gains about the wild animal thing. You know, he's obviously he's a no nonsense kind of guy, and he will just be very blunt about things. But But still, nevertheless, it's that's what we're here for, finding Gnosis, trying to get to the bottom of things. What is ideal? What's the ideal way to be? What is ethical, and what is the truth?
Yep. Well, thank you so much for all the work you're doing.
Thanks. Talk soon.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Let's see.
Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truths will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show.